I guarantee there's still some people who just left as well. They're like, oh, that's it, fine.
Yeah, for sure.
They're leaving in protest. They're being lied to. For all these
Welcome
terrible
Out of
lies.
solidarity.
Episode.
Welcome to the secret episode.
What is this? Oh, actually, I can't even put a number on this, which I'll explain at the end of this one.
No, you can't. That's right.
Never mind.
This
Yeah,
is
so
this
this
is
is
not
Like a
episode
B, like
370
370-B.
No,
It's-
no.
No.
It's different.
So we are on the final episode. It took us a while. We thought we could nail all of Stranger Things season 5 in one episode. We were very wrong, like catastrophically wrong, you might even say. So, have we got a show for you tonight? We're going to talk about episode 8. We're going to wrap that up. Then we're going to get into some really funny memes. And then we're going to get into the documentary they made about Stranger Things. And then I figure we'll get into the Kathleen Kennedy stuff, actually, right at the end. Because it'll make more sense to do all Stranger Things stuff first. So,
Actually, yeah, sorry.
just, I hope everyone's energized, because this is the beginning of the night. We got a long night ahead of us. You're just talking about stuff. So, yeah, beautiful.
This entire Stranger Things experience is like Vecna saying it's time for
Yes.
like 500 different times.
Finally, it's time. Welcome to
Well, you keep
episode
saying
9
that,
of
and then,
EFAP.
Of course, I need you to do this one last time. That should be banned from like all screenwriting. I need you to trust me one last time. I need you to do this for me one last
mission.
time. I need, one last, because they do that a lot in this season, but they do it in so many things. Mission Impossible did it. It's in so many fucking things. And so annoying
because ban it for all time because the Horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one last time.
I just saw that in the theaters. Oh my god!
From this point onward in history, it's no longer allowed. The reason why it's so annoying is because most of the time, there's actually no reason for the characters to believe that this will be the last time that they do anything. It kind of reminds me of like Endgame, how, Cap's like, yeah, no, I'm good, I'm out. It's like, bro, like, this isn't the end. Not only is it not the end, but all of the movies that come afterward have demonstrated why it's not the fucking end. There's crazy shit happening constantly. It's like, oh, I beat Thanos, so it's all good. We're done, right? That's it. You don't need me anymore. And then next, the following year, fucking Celestial pops out of the planet. It's like,
Vecna saying, I'll use you as my spy one last time. You kind of like, why?
One last time? Why not
keep
just
it?
like,
Yeah.
What if he said that, but he could have been really cheeky, and he could have said, "I'll use you as a spy one last time," but then he just kept doing it,
just to be a
dick.
So
Will's like, "Oh, guys, he said one last time he's not going to do it anymore," and he was like, "Oh, okay." And Vecna's like, "I told him that, but
he fell for it."
But I was lying. I was telling an untruth.
Well, like the moment Eleven gets him pulled out, and then Vecna's like, I'll just put him back in. Then Eleven's like, I'm just going to pull him back out. I was like, I'll put him back in. What are you going to do? You got to sleep sometime, bitch.
I have god powers. I could just do things.
I guess you call it a...
Yeah.
What's a word? Holy shit. The word has escaped me. What
word?
Is an impasse?
Clooney? Oh.
No, it'd be an impasse because, neither one of them can win. They just keep going back and forth.
Well,
and then
but Vecna can surely keep going longer than 11 can, right? Presumably.
Probably, yeah.
Unless he has to eat junk food to power up. Just see him eating Twinkies. I could believe it.
Yeah, they sell those in the Abyss.
Oh, yeah. Demogorgon has a little Twinkie shop. He's like the chillest one.
Or he just sends all of his demodogs to go and raid shops for Twinkies. That's actually that's what he was doing when he wasn't invading Earth after season 4. He was just stocking up on junk food. But so I mean, I suppose we might as well get going because it's a long old episode, this one. But it is the last but one Stranger Things. So we pick up, and in the end of the last episode, obviously the heroes have just driven through a military base, wantonly massacred U.S. soldiers, and gone in through the rift into the Upside Down. Turns out the military, they didn't think to immediately follow them through, that they have waited a little bit in order to give them a head start, because it's only fair. So we pick up with them finally driving a small convoy of their own through the gate. And Dr. K, she's not very happy with the gate guard for letting the other people through, but then she thinks, they didn't seem to ram the gate. Maybe they hacked the gate. She doesn't consider that they maybe used the psychic child to open the gate, though, because that would lead her down the wrong path, and we needed to be piecing things together. So she's going to go on a little investigation, which will take her in due course back to the Radio Shack, rather than just doing the A-plot, because it's a 2-hour episode. We have to fill the time somehow.
I will say
back with the heroes.
This being 2 hours was quite shocking in terms of when you get to the bad guys
The actual end?
defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like, wait, we have that much time? What are they going to do? And I feel sorry for all the Conformity Gate people who are probably like, oh, because that's the fake ending, so we've got plenty of time for the real ending.
Dude, it's obviously just an insanely long and indulgent epilogue. That's what you're in for.
With funny aftermath scenes that we'll talk about.
But Return of the King did it, and that makes it fine. That's what we're doing here. It's going to be a Return of the King ending.
Stranger Things, the Return of the King of our time.
So Mike, he stops 11 before she goes to get out of the truck, and he says, the plan's mad, a million things have to go right. They probably won't. They definitely will, because it's Stranger Things. But we can do this, and then the nightmare, it will finally be over. And they have a quick little hug, and 11 then leaves with Murray, Hopper, and Callie. The team groupings in this episode are slightly odd, but I guess Murray has to be somewhere, so he's going to go with them. Obviously, 11 gives him a little look because she's maybe planning some other ending for herself, which is not the happy end. They are, though, being spied on by some military types. These are the guys who were operating independently in the last episode, the ones who traced them to the right-side-up version of Hawkins' lab when they went through the plates in the floor instead of through the gate in the military base, and I don't know why they didn't do that this time, but anyway, that team's after them. That's going to lead somewhere incredible. Can't wait to see it. And they say, well, one of them says, we should probably radio in to Dr. K and let her know we found the girl. And he says, no, because I'm going to get her myself. This level of insubordination is how the military works, I think. They're going to have a private fight with whatever this guy's name is.
Orders are just this thing that you can just be like, nah.
Really.
Nah, no. It's a suggestion. It's sort of a recommendation.
Really more like
What's that?
guidelines than actual rules.
Meanwhile, the kids are in the, what is it called? The pain tree? Is that what we're calling it still? Until it's not the pain tree. The kids are in the pain tree. Wagner is using their powers. The pantry. We could call it that, but that's a better name. The kids are in the pantry.
The kids are in the pantry. Repeat, the kids are eyes on kids. The kids are in the pantry.
And he's using their combined powers somehow to widen the rifts in the abyss that lead into the Upside Down. We hear the ticking clock sound again because it's telling us something.
Yeah. We're running out of time because they knew this is exactly how it works, so the clock is now ticking.
It is. It's so thrilling and tense and wonderful. But then we break from that briefly because right side up, we've got Mr. Clark and Erica, and they're having a chat. And Erica says, how does it help? How does it feel helping to save the world? And he says, it feels pretty goddamn swell. Then they spot the military. They're arriving outside the church where they are. And Dr. K sees the radio station truck parked outside the church. So she's putting things together. We go back to the radio station then because they've left Vicky and Robin behind. Robin's there, right? And Max. And the lights go a little bit fucky. But that's because it's the group that are in the Upside Down. They've reached the radio station in the Upside Down. So there's now one right side up radio station group, Upside Down radio station group. And the Upside Down group split into further groups. And they go up the ladders all the way up the tower, like we saw Steve and Jonathan doing way back in the mists of time several EFAP episodes ago for episode 1.
They wanted to impress the lady.
They did, yeah, Nancy, who is horrible, but they wanted to.
She's really, really desirable. So they both recklessly climbed up a giant tower to see who could do it the fastest, because that would impress her.
And she wasn't even watching, because she just, what a bitch.
Because she had to go check out Murray.
So, back Upside Down, we have Hopper, 11, and Callie. They get to the Upside Down version of Hawkins' lab. And 11, she starts having flashbacks to remind the audience that she's been here before. She has flashbacks to Dr. Brenner and to the isolation tank. Remember them back when the show was good? They were cool.
This man was in Dead by Daylight, so I remember it.
Was it really?
It was.
Oh.
I remember.
Murray turns on the power. I think we had this conversation before, or I hallucinated it. This is like how there is any electricity anywhere in the Upside Down. But Murray decides that there is electricity in the Upside Down Hawkins lab.
The only thing that would stop electricity would be maintenance.
Well,
I guess if you don't have anyone, because once it gets copied, I guess all the lights would be running.
But would they?
once
Because
it's generating the
it doesn't
electron,
copy the whole
right?
world, though. It only it wouldn't copy like the
Yeah,
grid.
It'd have to be an internal grid, or like a
And
Hawkins,
also,
like a generator
I mean,
station,
it's been a few years at this point. Like the grid in this location would not have been maintained at all.
No.
Yeah, I think that's what would, I guess, cause it all to break down. Is no one's
There's
there
just there's no
maintaining it.
way that they have power. That's just like
Nope.
stupid.
Yeah, no, definitely
But
not.
the
at this
scene
point.
needs to be lit, so there is power.
Ah.
So Murray turns the lights on, and everyone else, and then he goes to plant C4 on the roof because their plan is to blow up this lab and the giant evil red ball of death once they've defeated Vecna. I was kind of interested. Murray smuggled
to
it,
just
maybe.
get that.
Murray.
He's like, hey Murray, can you get us some C4 explosives? And he's just able to. That's just a thing he has access.
Well, he can get anything else, so I guess he can. What would be the I suppose it's the they'd have to save it because I was thinking like it would be a fallback plan. It's like if you failed to defeat Vecna or failed to rescue the kids, or like for some reason the other part of the plan didn't work. Surely the A plot, which is basically saving the world, would have been accomplished just by blowing up the lab, right? Because that would destroy the dimensional portal and everything with. The only thing you lose there is a bunch of kids that nobody likes. So they could have just done this straight away, and the episode would have been shorter. But then we wouldn't have rescued Harley. So oh dear. Hopper is explaining that Eleven's going to have some signals. If she wants to get out of the tank at any point, she just has to knock. And he's going to knock at her when the abyss is getting close. So, like, this is what will trigger her to move her attack. So she can coordinate with Hopper, who coordinates with the rest of the team to make sure all of this lines up. And he makes a promise that if everything works, if it all goes according to plan, that they will get out of here and solve the military problem another day. And she nods because she lies now. She has grown up. This is an important part of adulthood: is that adults lie and children don't.
Yeah, it's lying. It's the loss of innocence.
It is, and she goes into the tank. And Callie, she's going to assist, so she puts on a little blindfold. She's not going into a tank. She just has a blindfold, and that's pretty much it, I think. So they're ready. They're all set up for the epic stuff that is about to unfold. Back into the radio tower. This was an interesting scene because it turns out, despite having set aside the finale of the penultimate episode to this subject, some of the actors had an idea. As they do. And the idea is quite, well, as is usually the case, the idea is better than the Duffer Brothers one. I think it's either Noah Schnapp or it was Finn Wolfhard, and I think it was Noah said, that whole coming out scene, it's kind of impersonal, kind of a bit overblown, didn't really have the desired effect. Surely, like, it didn't seem as though Mike fully understood that he was, like, the subject of this scene. So maybe we should have another scene where, the two characters who actually have stuff to say to each other say something to each other, and the Duffers, as they do, said, sure, let's do that.
Which feels like the kind of spending of time where they're like, fuck it, we got 2 hours. And then by the time they reach the end, they're like, oh, we've run out of time. Can't do anything else.
Oh my gosh, how do we do this?
Yeah,
Where has time gone?
I think, maybe one or the other. And this scene probably, if you'd done a bit of rewriting, probably should have been the scene. Because it has the place in the narrative. It's not taking attention away from everything else. And it's between the two characters between whom it would mean the most, I suppose. So you could even ditch the entire of the last episode's conclusion and just run with a version of this scene instead if you wanted to deal with it. But never mind, they do stop for a quick chat.
Yeah, by being very selective about the people that Will comes out to, it shows us from his perspective who he finds the most importance in knowing, who he thinks is most important, who he has the most connection with. So who he picks would kind of indicate that instead of just having it be kind of like everybody. It should be,
Well, that was what they did in the season 4 van scene, right? Where he's like, Will, has he given him the painting? I think he's given him the painting. Like he portrays his own feelings for Mike, but he sort of voices them through 11. So it's kind of personal, but it also tells you that like Mike is the leader of the party, but he's also the heart of the party and has the hearts of party members, which worked pretty well. The last episode reduces him to Will's Tammy, which is not the highest acclaim one can ever be afforded. So now they're trying to retroactively say, no, actually, Mike is still important. So that's, And they just have a little chat. And Mike says, sorry, should have been there for you, but I wasn't. I was just too self-absorbed.
Wait a minute.
And
do you think the reason why they kept calling him Tammy was because when he was screaming in the finale, it sounded like the way she sang?
Wow.
Yeah, could be.
Also, Nick, I was referencing earlier. Didn't you say someone you knew said they saw 11 like break a guy's neck and they were like, no, they're fine or something?
Yes. Oh no, she didn't kill that guy. I was like, that guy died really violently, and yeah, no.
Really
Well, maybe the fall
violently.
killed them. I go, yeah, no, I think that was like a neck snap.
And then
Yeah.
the other thing as well, Rags, when you said loss of innocence, my brain just flipped it and had a conversation with itself that I've just now picked up because I thought it was funny. In my head, I mean. Like, it was running off somewhere that I looked. It's like, so flip it from loss of innocence to innocence of loss. Like, so I thought that was amusing, and then I was like, oh man, loss. Everyone know that
TV
meme?
show?
No, not Lost. Loss.
Yeah.
Oh,
then
this is Lost.
I watched there's someone put out a video about like the history of Loss, as in that meme. And it's so ironic. I was watching it all unfold, all the context of it, and how explain how it came to be, the creator, and all this stuff. And then it was like, and the fate of Loss is that it's far more like astronomically more well known than the actual like strip it's from or the creator's like works. And then I thought to myself like, and then I was like, no, that's why I'm here. It's because I didn't know anything about any of that. I just knew about the meme. This yeah, and so we just posted in chat as recognizable just by doing like a dash, double dash, and then
You can do the lines,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
already know. Like, wow, that tells you something about the staying power of a meme.
when you watch
wait.
like the events of how it unfolds, that was such a horrifically awful decision to release.
It was a terrible idea. Yeah, it was a really stupid idea, for sure.
Very funny though.
When you were talking about loss of innocence, I was like, oh, finally, something the Duffer Brothers did better than Stephen King.
Ew. I don't
Now they're
want
both
to get
known
that
for
joke.
infamously bad tweets, so something does bind them.
So the little scene ends, and Will says, you don't need to apologize. It's just great that we're still here and we're friends. And Mike says, no, not friends, best friends. And it was as if a million Bylers cried out in fear and were suddenly silenced. But that's the end of their hopes and dreams.
I saw someone citing
and-
this as evidence this was written by AI, and again, I want to push like I don't think AI would write this, but
It would
fine.
probably do a
It
much better
feels
job.
like I can see why
I forgot
people
that
would
it
think
just
that line
made
is
it
very
right.
AI-y. It's got the stink of kind of AI on it.
AI is better than the Duffers. It just is, and it's going to get better as days go by sure. And for the record, I would way prefer Duffers bad than AI bad. Like, 'cause it's more funny when
Yeah.
a human does it.
Yeah, because I can hold a human accountable.
Mm.
Well, and personally, I think it's actually a little more embarrassing if you just give up and go, AI will write my scripts. Like that's like shit and embarrassing. But when you write this and you want like to be celebrated for it, it's like, oh, all right, bud, you good for you. But for the record, though, there's no definitive proof they used AI on this. A lot of people said there was, but like the icons, we'll talk about that a bit later.
Yes. Yeah. For now, though, we go back to the right side up version of the radio tower. So you've got Vicky and Max are sitting around with basically fuck all to do. Vicky goes to grab food, but then she disappears, and Max realizes that she can stand up, and she steps in a puddle. So things are going weird and wrong. This shouldn't be happening. The floor is flooded. Then Vicky comes back into the room, but she sees that Max is kind of just like spugging out. She's in a weird vision dream space, and this is because she has connected to the mind space with Eleven and Callie. They now have the power, apparently, to bring other people's consciousness into the mind space from wherever they are, which is
It's
new.
even
I don't
funnier
think
because it's
ever
like they
happened before.
seemingly didn't prep Max for this at all.
No, didn't
Like
warn her.
Max is just completely stunned this is happening, and
And there's a great line when you go back to the upside down version of the radio tower, because you've got Jonathan, Dustin, Steve, and Lucas are standing up there, and they're looking out over the upside down. And it's the line that could perhaps sum up the season. Dustin says, pretty damn spectacular. And Lucas says, yeah, it's a shame we have to blow it all up. But that is what they're going to go on and do. Also, it's a weird thing for these characters to say. Like, I don't believe any of them would look at the upside down and think, oh, it's spectacular, given all of their traumatic history here. But
Yeah, they'd probably be like, we need to destroy this thing immediately, and I hate it, and I never want to see it again. It should be reduced to atoms. It should be
May I,
made and whatever. Yeah.
No, that
think
was a
Possible.
self-insert from the Duffer Brothers.
Yep.
I'm gonna just a pet peeve, a hyper complaint here of when she spots Max doing a. Which, by the way, look at this angle. You can barely tell Max is doing weird things. You from that angle, you'd be like, are you? And then you check, but he fucking drops his cereal and just splatters all over the floor for dramatic effect. And it's that thing we were talking about. Where it's like,
The
ugh,
thing that no one does. Yeah,
just put it down.
put it down.
Even on the floor,
people
man.
wouldn't even think to. Well, yeah, people wouldn't even think to drop it. They'd be like, "Oh, I have an object in my hands. I have to put it down." People have to be like scared or shocked into dropping something.
And
like
sometimes, I don't know if this happened to you, it's certainly happened to me, where I'm holding something I need to keep steady, and the concern of possibly dropping it, or being nudged, or being surprised, you tense further, and you like, you know.
Yeah, you hold it on tightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on to it really tight, or you like your arms lock up almost, or you become hyper aware of the thing in your hand, and you really make sure it doesn't spill. Yeah, it's like a subconscious thing, basically.
Like I said, she can't even get a good full-on look from that angle, so you'd think the thing to do would be like, wait, Max?
Maybe she just hates Max.
What if Max is thinking real hard? You can look like that thinking real hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing when I'm making that face. I'm thinking real hard.
I'm thinking real hard, yeah.
I'm just really giving my noggin a
Giving them
jogging.
thoughts a go.
Up in the sky, we've got the evil spiky abyss realm. It is not fast approaching. It is approaching at a certain speed. And this means they don't have much time as Murray relays this information. Because the abyss is nearly on them. And in the mind space, you've got 11, Callie, and Max. They find a sleeping Vecna. This bit might be slightly confusing, and that is because it is. So they find a sleeping Vecna, but it said that they can't hurt him here. And Max says, well, why can't we kill him here? And 11 says, because it's not his mind. And Callie says, it's my mind. And Max says, what? And then 11 touches Sleepy Vecna's hand, and they get transported to Hawkins High in the 1960s, and then they hear Hopper banging on the thing and giving the signal.
I would
Mechanically, this is hilarious. Like, we must touch the Kali version of Vecna through 11 with Max tapping in order to go travel through trauma into Vecna's mind palace to kill him. You're
What's
like,
Vecna's trauma
what?
from the 60s in school? Why would he know about the 60s school?
He was in the 60s school. He was cast in the play by Joyce Byers.
Yeah, haven't you seen the play, Rags? What the fuck?
Haven't you seen the important play?
Wow.
No, I haven't seen the important play. You see, I just watched the show, which I guess
that
is
he was
my
cast in Oklahoma with Bob Newby's sister. Well, I mean, this is Indiana, so it could be both. I guess.
I was gonna make that joke.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So we're now we're in the school. They need to get from the school to Henry's house. The reason Max is here is because Max knows Henry's mind inside and out. She's lived here for 2 whole years. But unfortunately, she doesn't entirely know how to get from the school to his house, even though that is her job. But then she gets an idea. And the idea will end up being correct, obviously. It will end up being correct. However, before she has the chance to implement this idea, in the real world, Dr. K and the military show up, and so Vicky has to hide Max's unconscious body in a secret basement to afford them more time to complete this plan.
Just to help everyone understand how shit this is on a further comparison level, right? So I was just thinking to myself, right, we're doing a 2-hour and 8-minute episode of TV. We're nearing 20 minutes, we're probably going to take around 2 hours or something to go through it because it seems like a level pace sort of thing. Do you remember how long it took to go through The Iron Giant or The Fly or Die Hard in terms of everything it was achieving? Those films, I mean. And they're like much shorter than this.
But they're dense.
They are, yeah. I mean, some of them are
2 hours
close to half the length.
and 8 minutes. That is well more than your average like chance to make a full story with a whole new set of characters that are fully developed.
It's a slightly above average length movie.
What I guess I really want to get across here is they use their time horrifically awfully. Like, irrelevant of how bad everything is, I just mean that how fast we can move through scene by scene by scene. They don't care. When you got a movie, right, and you're a really good movie, every single scene, every single line, every single like fucking shot can be super important, add to everything, tell us everything. In this, it's sort of going through the motions at this point, and wacky shit is happening, and they just have characters exposit why. Trust us, it makes sense. Trust us. This all makes sense. We're just getting to the big payoff.
Scenes, yeah. I definitely am in the you get into the mindset of just sort of rolling your eyes and just like, all right, if that's how if you say so, I guess that's how it works. You don't even bother to try and put it together. You just know it's horse shit. It's
Yeah.
like when you hear a character exposit that stuff, you know that you're just a mouthpiece for the writer to tell me how things are going to be working now. Okay, all right.
I guess I was just struck because obviously we've had a full season to go through, and it has taken a while to be fixed. How fucking broken everything is. But this episode in of itself, 2 hours and 8 minutes, and it's gonna be stuff will happen, but
Yeah, it's because beyond just the stuff happening, that's kind of it. There isn't going to be character work. There isn't going to be, well, certainly not for the first hour. There is just recounting of nonsense.
Not the first half of the 2 hours and 8 minutes. We wouldn't want to put it in there.
No, why would you want that? It's either stuff or character, never both. So back in Hawkins, the memory of Hawkins High, they're going through Joyce's high school play, but the time, unfortunately, is running out because in the right side, in the upside down, the abyss is coming towards them, but the tower, the relay tower, it's not quite lining up with the rift. Oh shit, that's not good at all. And they only have Dustin radios Hopper and basically says, you got 30 seconds to stop the planet from moving, which is a line. Why not? Yeah. So then the dumbfuck memory palace rules, they will make this possible. So they go via the high school play, then they do find their way into Henry's house, and Henry's there. But you might be thinking, wait, how can you touch a version of Henry in Callie's mind and go to a memory of the version of Henry in Callie's mind, but then end up in the actual memory with real Vector? How does that? No, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. To which the Duffer's response is, nah. So 11 just uses force push on him, and this breaks the ritual circle, and the planet indeed stops.
Makes sense to me, because in a mindscape, your powers IRL are reflected in the mindscape, even though it's all in your mind. I don't really understand. Say, for example, you're a really strong dude in real life. You go into the mindscape and you're as strong as you would have been physically, as opposed to it's about what you believe or feel or whatever.
Well, Derek is he's a little fat guy. He's a little chonker, and he gets really winded when he's in the memory realm. When it's just it's the realm of the mind, like he's still a fat guy. Even in his mind, he is imprisoned by his fatness.
Though they make it clear that in the mind world, Max isn't limited by her physical state.
Yeah, she can walk around.
Oh well. Because they're not doing a Matrix thing here. Well, I guess they are, but they mess around with it.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying, actually.
It's very annoying. There's no rules. Anything goes. So in the upside down radio tower, the abyss has collided with a bit of the tower, and Steve, he nearly falls off the tower. In fact, he does fall off the tower. And just in case you weren't tense enough about whether a character might die within the opening 20 minutes, we do like a soap opera style cut to black. It's like, fucking, why? He's cheating now. This is desperate. We know he's not going to die.
He survives, yeah, for sure.
Well,
because we come back
even though the editing is such that it is impossible for him to be saved, but whatever.
Yeah, that's always the fun.
I don't like it when the cameraman is the unreliable narrator. That annoys me a little bit.
I don't like it when the writer-directors are the unreliable narrator, but we're going to have lots of that.
The narrator is just an unreliable.
It was just one of the most predicted payoffs by basically all of the internet. Even unfortunately, they'd foreshadowed it too much. I don't even mean that Steve will be in peril. I mean that he will not die. That he will be in peril and not die. That is the payoff. You've already. It's just there's no tension, guys. Nobody believes this is gonna happen.
Nobody believes that this is how Steve dies, sort of relatively early-ish into the episode.
And just falling off a tower clumsily.
Even though you know that they're gonna, get into the fucking other dimension, obviously. So it's so that's just how he dies, basically. The tower gets shaked. It gets shook up a little bit and he falls off.
I can name like probably like 2 people who are fairly convinced there'd be like a couple of big deaths this season.
Yeah, but not Steve.
Yeah, but that's not the point that I'm making. The point
No,
that
no, I was saying it's a Waller. I was saying it's a Waller.
Yeah, you're referencing me and Friggy, aren't you?
yeah, both of us, yeah.
That's right, Nick. You can tell me. I won't cut you down.
And I stand by that it makes sense in finales to kill characters. I am still surprised that he killed fucking nobody. And I don't count Carly.
Once this happened, we were like, yeah, okay, Nick, you're right. Yeah, nobody's dying when they did the fake out for Steve. It's like, yeah, no way. If they can't even commit to that, no way. Nobody died.
The thing is, if they were gonna kill Steve, it's gonna be him saving someone. Surely, it's not gonna be him clumsily falling off the tower.
Die a hero, yeah. He'll have a hero's death. Yeah.
Although this is the Duffer Brothers, so that level of competence might be beyond them.
That's true.
I could see him just dying randomly.
They can surprise me. I've learned with just how much they don't seem to have learned from watching movies their whole lives, especially by people like Spielberg. They cite as like some of their favorite influences. Like, dude, how did you not learn conventional storytelling at all? You guys just don't even know what you're doing. Basic shit in any way. It's very embarrassing. But,
there is a very, very thick area between not wanting to ever kill favorite characters and like almost like the malicious desire to kill favorite characters.
Right.
Can't do it.
I suppose on the other end would be Walking Dead as a comparison, where they lent into the meme so hard they were killing people all the fucking time. And it became like the discussion was just who's next? Who's next?
Except for certain characters who were super safe, right?
Yeah, that's often the. Well, I mean, Game of Thrones devolved into this. It was like any character could have died any moment, and they had lots of meaningful deaths. And then as it went on, it was like, yeah, certain people are never going to die.
No, yeah.
That was their reference when explaining their decision not to do it. They said, "We're not Game of Thrones. We don't just want to kill characters off." It's like, but that's not what it used to do. I mean, I get that's what it became, but it's not
characters off.
It'd
have a purpose, so there'd be a payoff, or it would be like, yep, logically, this is the conclusion of their
Stranger
story.
Things. You can see now how it's got the opposite problem with that the image that was shown in episode 7 that got around. It's like, look at this cast. You just got all of these characters, and you have no idea what to do with most of them. The idea that killing off the characters is your only solution to that problem is not true. But for the Duffer Brothers, it would be, because they just are incapable of writing this many characters.
They're in constant mortal stakes, and they have this many people never dying. Is insane. And of course, you might be. They said that stupid shit about how, like, you know, we're not that kind of show, and it's like, so stop nearly killing everyone. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, just don't put them in mortal peril.
This isn't the fucking Simpsons, where most of the struggles are like interpersonal or in the job, or you know, you keep putting them against enormous demons. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell like the Duffers get off on stuff like this. It's weird. It's just like teasing people, but they never have balls to commit.
Nah.
Did you guys see that screening video? Like, normies can surprise you so much, because it was this finale played in some theaters, and it was a video of them seeing the scene, and when it went black, they all like were screaming and just like, no!
Oh my god!
No, Steve, no! And
I suppose
just, like, it was really funny.
Those showings would select for the people who are the most invested, I guess.
I hope so.
So, it's Jonathan is the one to save him, which, fine. I mean,
yeah, we kind of mentioned previously
that something to do.
Sure, but like this is meant to be designed as like a payoff of, oh man, he came through for Steve. You know, it's not so bad after all. When that's insane, of course he would save him.
Well, yeah,
which he ends up having to say.
Much of a test here.
Yeah, like there's no reason why we would ever have expected this would have been anything other than just an obvious, like, you can save him, he would. What do you mean? Why? This isn't the same as like a villainous character who's turning a new leaf, decides they're gonna not let the hero die or something. This is just a good person saves a good person from death. Of course he does. Their conflict is a love triangle. And it's not even in process. It's over.
No, it's not. It's done. There is no love left in the triangle. That's the problem. You could kind of go around a bunch of all the characters on that and say, well, would any of them have been notably better as the person to do the saving? maybe Dustin, I guess, but it wouldn't have made a huge amount of difference because that conflict is already resolved as well. It's the weird thing about this is that most of the character conflicts have already been solved before the finale. There's only really one notable one left, I think, which is Eleven's. The rest of them are just sort of there because they are there.
And remember the rules. If one dies, they both die. So Dustin would have to jump off the tower if he didn't make it.
Yeah, good point. That would have been funny. Good way to kill two of them in one go. But Steve has been saved. The planet has stopped moving. Yeah. Everyone's still alive, and Max manages to reunite with Holly in the memory store realm. You might recall that in the previous episode, Vecna had convinced all the other kids that Max is a monster and that she had successfully lied to Holly.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem, luckily.
They're just
going to be easily convinced, almost as though it never even happened. So then the rest of the group, they climb up the radio tower and into the abyss. The Duffers said that they did originally plan on going to New Mexico to film this. Then they realized how big the Mind Flayer was going to be, and they realized that it wouldn't make any sense. So instead, they have taken us to basically Spy Kids 3D.
Hell yeah!
And that's where we're going to be spending.
New Mexico couldn't fit the Mind Flayer?
Well, the place they had in mind in New Mexico couldn't fit it because it is so big.
That's horseshit. I've been to New Mexico.
Liar.
Look, there's a lot of space out west, especially if you went desert space. Oh man, you're in what a great place if you just went big open desert space.
No, I watched Breaking Bad, and I didn't. There were probably no locations that you probably could have filmed that in.
You couldn't fit the spider in Walt's house.
No, you couldn't fit it.
There's just huge stretches of open desert. You could just go there.
It would have been iconic to see Walt throw the pizza onto the spider.
He's just walking out, the spider's just approaching, he's like,
it makes the sound of a critical hit in Smash Bros.
Yeah.
The baseball bat?
That sort of, yeah.
The home run bat?
That one would be pretty funny, yeah. That would be funny.
Just a little note for the Duffers, though. If you're planning your big final encounter, and if you've decided that you're sending a bunch of children to defeat a monster that can't even fit in New Mexico, then you may have done something wrong. I think it might be too big. Maybe restrain yourselves and do something else. That's already a big red flag.
It was in we was in the Upside Down in Hawkins. It was in a relatively small Midwest town, so it could fit in a relatively small Midwest town. It cannot fit in the desert, though.
It was big and spooky and made of gas.
It was
one
bigger
has to run around
in the vision. It was like almost part of the sky.
Which made it pretty cool.
They downsized it for the finale. Downgraded it in a lot of ways.
They fucking did. The meat flare in season 3 prevents a bigger challenge to them, but we'll come on to the fight when we get there. So they're now in the abyss, and it's the first time I think some of them have ever been anywhere outside of the main dimension, but we don't really get much of a
But of course, Nanbo goes first because she's she does. Rough, badass team leader.
It's just people comparing. I mean, comparison to I think, Spy Kids 3D looks so much better than this shit.
At least Spy Kids 3D, they were in a game, right? Isn't that the idea?
Yeah. It's fun. It's whimsical. It's so whimsical, especially when I was watching as a kid. It's just oh my god, what is this? This is so interesting. And there are so many creative things that they do with that stupid world. And here it's just open space.
Well, I mean,
and a spider. What the fuck?
I'll pause here and there, but these shots, it's just I'm sorry. Yeah. Nobody's believing this shit.
I am not convinced that you are where the show is telling me you are.
No.
Look, in Spy Kids 3D, there's a scene, right? And there's a scene, I think they call it a chosen one, and they're searching for the chosen one, and they mistake the main character as the chosen one, and the real chosen one appears, and it's Elijah Woods, and it's just the best moment ever. He just walks out of this shining armor, fucking amazing.
The guy, right?
Only to die 3 seconds later. It's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, his 99 lives shrink to 0. It's just oh.
Yeah, he's called the guy, right? That's true. That's even funnier. And here we have what? A spider. It's just gosh. This show wishes it was Spy Kids 3D. Are you kidding me? It's amazing. It's amazing. You have like them what is it called? Like the thing that you do on waves. Oh my gosh, the surfing in lava.
Surfing.
That's crazy. What the hell? They surf on lava. Are you kidding me?
By the way, this is Vecna's live reaction to the plot right now. Just like, what the fuck? Why am I losing again?
It's anger. I wish there was a good. What's a good combination of like anger and confusion? What would that word be?
Angfusion.
Confanger.
Confanger. Sounds like an enemy in a fucking World of Warcraft thing. Confanger.
Sounds like a slur for emotions.
But all the kids seem to have disappeared, and 11 walks in to challenge him as he stumbles back into his own house. It's actually, the kids are not really missing, though. Of course, what we have here is an illusion, and it's Callie. She's hiding them. They're actually all safe with Max.
That's how that works. Can anybody cast illusions in a mindscape, though? And it's like, no, only illusion casters.
She has the powers.
So okay.
I agree. Like, this doesn't. Why would her powers work in this place?
I have no clue.
Because it's vision. Because if you close your eyes, then surely the powers wouldn't be able to work because it's vision based, right? Like, she gets in your mind and makes you see things, and you see with your eyeballs. So if it's in a mind.
Well, and they constantly go about doing everything about your core beliefs or your fears, your insecurities in the mindscape and everything. And it's like, but also everything is limited by your actual physical attributes, except when you're Max.
Yeah.
I just don't. It doesn't make any fucking sense, and it's annoying too because you watch them fight borderline physically here, but you have to remember none of this actually means anything yet because it's not the actual physical world.
It's not. It's physically, but in memory. So. And again, so many missed opportunities, all the cool memory-related fight stuff you could do. Like, you could be so creative, but no. Just going to be sort of throwing ourselves around a room for a bit, for no particular reason. So 11...
No eternal sunshine of a spotless mind. This is not that. That is not...
I love that movie.
No. Yeah.
Certainly not it is. So 11 says, you take children because you think they have weak minds, but they're smarter than you think. And it's like, well, they're not, though, because they're still in this fucking room, and they all came here because he told them he was going to save them from monsters, and they believed him instantly. What are you talking about? Henry says, though, you got caught. All the answers I need are in your head, 11. And he gets into her head, and he sees lots of flashbacks where he learns about Callie and the illusion magic. But then 11 uses the force on him and knocks him onto a table, and then Callie appears, and she goes to stab him, but rather than just stabbing him, she stops and says, hello, brother, and then she goes to stab him, by which point he's disappeared.
I'm sorry, what does it mean for you to stab the mind version of Vector in his own brain?
I don't know, because the closest visual reference I think we've got is the bit where 11 explodes the soldier's mind. And he's fine now, so I don't think it would mean anything.
Yeah.
I was so confused. Like, what is happening here? You're gonna stab him in a fake world? What? Why did you say sorry, brother, or hello, brother? Why would you do that? Why would you have a one-liner?
Hello, brother.
Like,
you're ready to be stabbed in your mind?
If this was like a sort of a metaphorical manifestation, right? Henry, not Harry. In here, right, and of his like mental like state or whatever, his brain, whatever, then what does it mean for all these people to be here also? Like, it's not his mind, right? Because he would
Where
go.
Are there?
I mean, I don't understand
physical
either way.
Selves.
I'm immensely offended that our chat would have said she thinks it works like Elm Street. What do you mean works like Elm Street? Those rules change every single movie. We did a whole arc on it.
It's important to note that, yeah, Elm Street is not the...
No.
People think that Elm Street's execution is as good as its concept. And holy shit, it is not, all right? It is not.
Where the fuck is Ted Wheeler during all of this?
He's coming soon. He's going to be like
all of the Demogorgons that are not currently in the Abyss. He's taking
He's fighting them off.
Dude, Ted Wheeler was holding off 15 Demogorgons single. Oh yeah, he's off screen.
He's going to say on your left right at the end, and it's going to be epic.
Did they leave Karen? Is she still in the hospital? Like they were like, okay, thank you for blowing up.
Yeah, she went back to bed.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I went to nap. And the next morning, some nurses came out and she was like, I defeated a weird demodog.
An explosion in your basement? Yeah, sorry about that.
That was me. And they're like, okay, Karen, go to sleep.
It was like Gollum, but darker. And it had like the face of one of those plants from Jumanji on it. It was really weird.
Do you think she told Ted? Like, do you think she visited his room and she was like,
yeah,
hey,
she told him and he goes, it seems like you got the good stuff, honey. And then he passed out.
Looks like somebody's anesthetic hasn't worn off yet.
My floor was out of oxy because some woman stole it all.
This is the 80s. Were they just hooking people up to morphine machines still, or had we learned our lesson about that?
Yeah, but Robin stole all of that too. She's just a drug fiend. She left lots of old people to die horribly in pain, like a hero. But in the Abyss, they actually, I still can't believe this is even a thing that you could lampshade, but they do lampshade it. Somebody asks, I forget which character, says, why aren't there any monsters here? Oh, God, that's a good question another documentary. Will tries to reassure Mike that 11 is still safe.
Is there an in-universe attempt at an explanation for that?
Nope.
I didn't think there was. But I was wondering if I missed something.
I'm shocked to have to report that the answer is no. There really should be, but there isn't. So I think the closest you get is one of them saying like, "Oh, I guess we don't really know what's going on in the other places." So like they could be there. I think that's as close as you're likely to get. Where were we? Oh yeah, Mike reassuring L. Will reassuring Mike that L is safe. That's the one. It's a chat calm before the storm. This should not be happening in a place called the Abyss, but it is. All the characters are going around just reminding the audience primarily that they are supposed to be characters and that they have conversation sometimes. So you've got Will reassuring Mike, you've got Steve thanking Jonathan for saving him, and they kind of joke around about how amazing Nancy is.
She sure is independent.
She sure is. Yep, that's what Steve says, right? He says, no, that he and Nancy never on the card. She's independent. She needs to get out there. And he says they'd rather have her as a friend than nothing. And they both agree that she's really, really special. She's so special. She's awesome. It's a moment.
They forced the relationship change over to Jonathan. Then they forced Steve back into the picture, like in an intermittent way. Then they forced this love triangle, only to end it with, you know what? She don't need no man. And you're like, you were the ones that kept pushing this shit. All of us wanted an actual character.
Mm-hmm.
I feel kind of stupid for not realizing it was going that way the minute they were doing the whole Steve versus Jonathan thing in the first episode. I feel like it's like really obvious in hindsight they were going to do She Doesn't Need a Man.
Well, there's nothing more empowering than a woman spurning two males that are competing for her.
And someone in chat just said, why is Nancy awesome, though? Jonathan said he dislikes her to the point of dumping her and she cheated on Steve, right? Because you're supposed to like her.
You're
as
supposed
simple
to
as
think
that.
Nancy is great because the Duffers think she's great, but I mean, she is just consistently immoral.
It's always weird to me. Like, in order to sort of drive this lesson and this theme of an independent, strong woman, they have to, like, break them up with their male partners or something like that, or have them not get married or have children in order to remain strong and independent. And that always makes me think about, like, what do these people think about their moms? Like, do they think of them as, like, weak pussies? Or, like, what do you think of all the women around you who are, like, married and who gave birth to you? Like, do you not think of your mom as a strong, independent woman?
Yeah, they settled.
Yeah.
For traditional femininity, which is a cooperative relationship endeavor. with another human being,
Which is
a
so weird.
man, no less,
Like,
less than
season
human,
5
really.
gives
If you think about
hero
it.
moments to both the main mothers in the show. Karen gets a hero moment saving kids, admittedly not her own kids, but somebody else's kids. And Joyce gets a hero moment saving her own kids. Nancy at the end of the show is like, I quit uni. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm doing an internship.
Oh, dude, you reminded me of fucking Lilo and Stitch. It's like I abandoned my family to go and do marine biology. Like, okay,
yeah,
no.
marine biology. She's from Hawaii. There's like water there. Marine biology.
yeah, water animals. Woo,
I have a question, kind of a theory.
do it.
Do you think it's possible? Notice that like Jonathan and Nancy broke up. Obviously, a situation with 11 and Mike. Do you think there's any percentage chance that Ross Duffer's divorce that happened during the production of this season has contributed to why all of these characters were no longer together
That's
at the
one
end
of the
of their
theories.
show?
Ouch.
He surely was outvoted
The
by
meta
there were
seeps
other
in.
people in the writers' room who must surely not hate love. You
Well,
would
I mean, they
think.
also thought there was Demogorgon fatigue, so I don't know if anyone was really piping up to say good
Oh.
ideas.
Wasn't their reasoning what they said? You know, the Duffer brothers confirmed and said one of those times they said that they broke them up because childhood love or high school love never lasts or something like that. They gave a comment like that.
And then Lucas and fucking
Yeah, didn't two of the actors like
Nice.
actually like get hitched and
While doing the
What-
show,
what-
you mean, or?
Yeah,
yeah.
isn't
No,
that
that's another
what I
piece of
heard?
irony, other than the Max and Lucas one. The fact that Jonathan and Nancy are together in real life.
And their stunt doubles are together, and their voice
Voice actors as well, right?
Yeah.
By the way, what a crazy thing to bond over, stunt doubling. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I'm a stunt double. You're a stunt double too? Like, what a
I've heard of-
coincidence. I can't believe there's some.
I think I've heard about a lot of stunt double couples. For some reason, they just really.
I
yeah.
feel like they'd be wired, you know, like someone who would be a stunt double in a movie. I feel like double stunt doubles would be like they'd get each other. They'd be
Yeah,
on the
lots to
same
talk about.
wavelength, you know?
Who have you doubled for? I've doubled for everybody, all the famous people. Cool. Also, they make fun of Steve for wanting kids. I thought that was lame too.
Which is going to be, again, interesting to note when we get to the wrap-up scene, which of the characters on the roof actually has their life in order and the most things to look forward to, because it's not Nancy with her second internship, and it's not Jonathan with his fucking shitty cannibal movie, and Steve comes out of all that pretty well, but that's a whole scene. Let's not preempt it. We'll get there when we wrap them up. Because for now, exciting things are happening. Yay. They round a corner and they see the pantry, and that's the one that Will saw in his vision. So they figure that must be where the kids are. And there's nothing else in this entire world, so that's probably it. Let's go there. The kids themselves are running. They are running through the
Running
memory
up that
store.
hill.
Running up that hill towards the caves, but Derek, being fat, is struggling to keep up. So they go back for him, and then Eleven and Callie catch up with them, and then they carry on running. But then some strange things are happening with Hopper, because Hopper's the one who's down in the upside-down version of Hawkins' lab. He's looking over the isolation tanks, and he starts seeing things.
For the record, this is the most interesting thing that's happened to Hopper since season 1. And it just comes out of fucking nowhere. It's like,
It does.
when I saw it, I was like, no way. That's actually, like, interesting. What's going on?
It is. So he sees cans of like herbicide,
Who are
Agent
you and what have
Orange
you
from
done with my
Vietnam,
duffers?
and the herbicide starts flooding the room. He sees his daughter on a deathbed. I mean, that was inevitable.
Yeah.
But she says, "Oh, you knew this would happen, just like you know what will happen to her." So the daughter is obviously referring to Eleven, and he sees Callie and Eleven's earlier conversation and their plan to disappear with the Upside Down. And Henry's voice is there, and he's saying she's going to do it. She's going to kill herself. I am many things, she says, but I am not a liar. And then Hopper shoots at him, but then the vision ends, kind of, seemingly the vision ends. Then it looks as though he shot at Henry, but instead shot the isolation tank where 11 is bleeding out. So then he smashes the glass to get her out, but then it turns out he didn't shoot her. That was all a vision as well. So Yeah, that's about as close to Elm Street style mindfuckery as I think we get.
Well,
it's probably the most interesting set of visuals, the most interesting conceptual deployment of Vecna's powers in the entire show.
So random. It's just
Yeah, it
like,
comes out of
this
fucking
is
nowhere.
a thing that could have been happening the whole the whole season.
It's cool. It ruins the fact that we haven't seen anything like that ruins it that we haven't seen anything like this. But it's even more fucking infuriating that Vecna wins in this scene.
Yeah.
Hopper shoots the fucking tank, and Vecna seemingly saves 11.
Yeah. Like,
Mm-hmm.
no.
Vecna keeps saving our main characters. What the fuck is going on?
They would never have the balls to do it, but if this actually happened as this way, like he shot her dead thanks to an illusion from Vecna, which just completely cut off the entire plan. There wasn't even I would have been like, holy shit, Duffers. That's like a extremely bold story decision. Obviously, we'd have our criticisms, but it's just so funny watching something like this because people were saying this was like the most shocking scene. And I was just like, how could it possibly shock you? They're never going to kill 11 like this. Vecna's not even dead yet.
Also, like,
that would be the way to get to 11 is to use illusions to get someone else to kill her when she's vulnerable. Like this would be the way that Vecna would do it.
I'm so convinced they wouldn't do it that if he broke the glass and she's just there and she's dead and he tells the people she's dead and the other characters recognize she's dead and then they have a funeral at the end after they beat Vecna, I still wouldn't have believed it. I'd be like, you can't be serious. The Duffers would never do this.
It's a fake funeral.
Yeah.
So but using his PTSD with Vietnam and the creation of Agent Orange and what that did to his daughter as a passing down of generations, so I was just like, oh yes, I remember when you wrote for him. It's crazy that this exists as a scene, and as was said, we should have been doing this for everybody in the past two. Well, we should have been doing it. Fuck it, redraft the whole thing, right? Bringing Vecna early and have him tormenting characters this way the whole time. Okay.
Just to get an escalation on what he was doing periodically in season 4 when he is just a more compelling and convincing and probably more frightening bad guy because he does this sort of thing. He does show people their worst nightmares. He is weirdly intangible in a sense. His power isn't direct, it's psychological. Could have taken that in so many directions, but then they just turn him into a giant fucking tree. So great.
This is like exactly the reason why 11's death is just narratively so stupid and not make sense.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll come to that. It's not too far from now. But you're right. It's weird for him in particular, to the way he reacts. There's a theory as to why that is the case, but we'll come on to that.
One more thing I want to mention. I don't know. I had this like random thought of did David Harbour like accidentally left the Thunderbolts script over at Stranger Things? Did Duffers like snooped around? Because there were just so many weird similarities, specific ones, with these two movies. I mean, you have like that sort of mind thing that they go through Henry's mind, stuff like that. And then you have didn't they like at some point get visions like this?
Oh, they go, so there is the Mind Palace thing, and then they go through Bob's memories, right? Like they fight a giant meth chicken at one point.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I can see the similarity. I mean, it's quite similar that you're going through the torment in the context of a mind house
we know
sort of thing.
Anything of even a slight sliver of value would not have come from the Duffers. It had to be something else. That's the problem we have to solve every time something even remotely good happens.
And David Harbour has like suicidal there too. Well, almost kills herself, but that movie does not commit, and neither does this one. So
it very much does. Well, it will commit to one thing later, which it shouldn't have done. But otherwise, actually, no, it doesn't even commit to that. It just commits to non-committing. It's fuck it. We'll get there. For now, though, the effect of all of this is that Hopper has broken 11 out of the isolation tank, and this yanks her and Callie and Max out of the memory store realm. Oh dear, shit. And 11 is fine. Oh dear, double shit.
Oh, and they found Max, the army dudes, just because they made a noise or something? They knocked something?
I think she makes a noise when she wakes up, and that alerts them. I think that's what happens.
Logic, I'm guessing, is she didn't take her down the stairs because she's on the wheelchair, but like had she taken it, like picked her up and taken it down, I don't know.
Then they would not have hurt her. Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it seems easily avoidable, but never mind. So that means that Dr. K has found them. Oh dear. And the military, they go down into the secret basement where they see all of the plans just left lying around. So that means they know exactly where the rest of the team are, what they're planning, where they're going to do stuff, and they will be able to account for this in their own counter planning. This leaves Holly to lead the kids down in the Mind Mansion, and she leads them back towards the cave. And 11 can't get back into help because the tank is broken, so they now have no choice but to go up to the abyss themselves. Then, Hopper sort of accuses... Well, it's weird, because he sort of accuses her of giving up, which she isn't doing. And then he asks about her plans to basically kill herself after all this is done, because obviously he's just seen the record of that conversation. And she dismisses him by saying, we don't have time for this. And he says, I'm not going to blow up this entire dimension. Great. Stranger Things is such a scaled-back show. Until I'm sure you are safely back in Hawkins. So that's the promise he's going to make her keep. She has to make it back alive, otherwise he's not going to save the world.
And then she said, oh, so you can kill yourself, but I'm not allowed to kill myself. It's a very good scene.
Yes, terrific. Callie then pulls a gun on him, and she says... Henry, he must have got to him. He's in his mind, which he could still be for all we know, and should still be. But
you'd be in constant fear around Callie constantly. That she was. It's like in Guardians 3, you know.
That's being like they're in that person's mind. It's like they could be in your mind. It's like they could be in your mind that I am. Someone's in my mind. It's like, but that could be you too, and her. All of us are in minds. Who knows what's happening? Could you even be sure that's a gun? Banana.
Yeah. What if it's a banana or a bubble gun? But she says, yeah, like Henry's got to him, and 11 says she has to end the cycle. I have to end the cycle. Hopper says, I understand that, but not with more pain. Then it's kind of a death of subtext scene, really. This one. He says, from the moment you were born, people did terrible things to you. Life has been so cruel, but you never let it break you. Fight for the happy days on the other side of this. The days when you have a kid of your own, when she invites some boy over and you get angry that she won't keep the door open 3 inches. We will find a way to make it real because you deserve it. I think there may be one more of these death of subtext scenes later, but like this is just annoying. It's like all of this could be implied, all of this could be inferred, all of this could take the part of actual conversations that don't involve a character saying, hey, remember your backstory? It means so much. It's artless and horrible. I wish they'd stop doing it.
I generally have a bias against speeches. Flanagan can do them, but most people are pretty bad at doing them. They end up like this, where again, it's pretty melodramatic. It's pretty sappy. It's just I'm not very interested in seeing scenes like this. It's a little bit lame. I don't know what other words to pick for it other than lame.
In season 3, at the end, for me, it really worked, and it's such a great letter that he writes to 11, and all of this is already like said and done with both of them. Like they didn't have to reheat this dead, gone, like beat this horse into like death. It's so annoying. It just devalues everything that has ever happened before. It's like you've done this so much better before.
Oh, now I'm imagining a better show where they did actually kill Max in this season, and then they remembered that she'd written them all letters, and then we got a really great scene where they all read the letters she'd written to them in this season. That could have been good.
That would have been really neat. Yeah, that would have been really neat. Really actually do something with the letters instead of the letters almost seeing... The letters in this one just seem like some vestigial idea that they didn't want to let go of, and yeah.
So the kids, they make it to the cave. And Derek, though, he keeps falling behind. God damn it, lose weight. And the Holly runs back for him. But then, oh dear, Henry's arrived.
Lose weight in your mind.
Well, surely you could do that. If you have sufficient cognitive power. Just imagine Ozempic and you'll be fine. But
like, even in his own dreams, memories, I guess that's his... Who knows?
Also, that's a very interesting concept, right? Like, why do they have to be the way they are in this materialistic world? I mean, also, like, they wouldn't even have to, like, rely on their stamina. Like, it shouldn't matter, right? Like,
yeah, no, it shouldn't. But in this particular instance, it's kind of probably good that it does, because so Henry arrives behind them, and he shoots his vine arm at Holly, and he grabs her. But Derek uses his immense size advantage to his benefit, and it turns out that Derek is stronger than Vecna. So he grabs Holly.
It makes sense that the eldritch horror is overpowered by 2 children.
Then he says, "Suck my fat one." It's such a great scene, and then Vecna just looks really angry again because like, what are the Duffers making me do?
Jamie Campbell Bower just expressing his true feelings in this moment. Like, why? Why have they done this? This is so humiliating. I still enjoy Derek saying that, though.
I do. I like Derek as a character. I would like to have seen more of him.
He's very, he's fun. He has a character that I can identify readily, which kind of already puts him above a lot of people at this point. A lot of characters feel sludgified.
Oh, I'll take him over Holly every day. Her pigtails annoy me so much.
What's wrong with pigtails?
I don't know. I want to, like, I don't know. It's annoying. Like, we're in this, when she's walking around with Max and, like, all these, like, dire situations, she has these unserious pigtails that she looks like a fucking Red Riding Hood with her little cape. I'm like, this is shit.
Damn, let it all out.
We'd like to say that Nuts' opinions on Little Red Riding Hood are not necessarily those of the
reflective
cast and crew.
But they also might.
Potentially. So yeah, they've escaped. They're in the cave, and obviously they can't get into the cave because bad memories. So for the moment, at least, that's what is the case. In the Abyss, they are still walking toward the pantry, and they're still talking about shit. And Nancy asks Mike why he's staring at her, and he says, "I'm not." But you seem to have all of the guns. Might be good if some other people had some of those guns. I would like a gun. And she says, "Well, you've got Molotovs," and he's like, "Well, no, because I need a gun." And then she gives him a flare gun, and this actually is a conversation behind the scenes because they actually had this chat with Finn Wolfhard. Finn Wolfhard was saying, "I really think I should get a gun in this scene," and the Duffers were like, "No." So great, that's fine.
Yeah.
He gets a flare gun.
And the sad thing about that,
they seem to agree it's inappropriate for him to have a gun, which I don't really understand, since you'll give him weaponry to attack this creature, but it's like you didn't want to take the time to.
Well, it's just like,
and also this is the point.
He is in an alternate crazy dimension hellscape. It's like, well, it'd be a little bit inappropriate to give him a gun. Like, what?
Wait, the sense I get is Nancy gives this like smug expression to the whole thing of like, you can't learn to use guns like me. Like, that's not a thing. I can pick it up in seconds. We can't even trust you with a stick.
You're a fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. You're a loser. Not like Nancy.
Why didn't you take care of this before you came here? Shouldn't everyone be strapped with a gat?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They should have been trained up to this point. They fight demogorgons.
Yeah, I bet they didn't even do an obstacle course.
I mean, it's just sad. Also, I think if I don't misremember it, the Duffer, whichever one, I don't know their names.
It doesn't matter.
But Finn Wolfhard was like, "Please don't give me a candlestick again." Yeah. And that just, I feel so bad for him because I can tell like he was probably being serious of like, I don't want to hold candlesticks. I want an actual weapon, and I think I should get one.
And the finale, and I'm supposed to be the heart and soul of the team, remember? Because that's what they said in season 4. And season 4 even has the entire painting thing where they're setting up the big final battle where he is leading the team against the giant monster with a big sword. And it's like, that was a big moment in season 4, and it was more than one moment. It was like a constant through line, and it seemed pretty obviously, setting something up beyond itself. So this is the moment to pay that off. Final season, give him the opportunity to be what the show keeps telling us he is, but no.
Also, like, if we're taught right, so Nancy knows how to shoot a gun. Probably not Karen. Probably Ted taught her, right? Like a father, and probably it's his gun, right? Yeah, why wouldn't Mike know just as well? Especially he's a boy, and he's quite a bit older.
So their desire to recreate the the 80s in a Midwest town kind of it died seasons ago, but it's that they don't want to copy over a lot of the stuff that would be very appropriate and accurate. They kind of want to copy over the aesthetic of elements of it and the elements of the 80s without all of the, I'm not even call it baggage, because that's a little bit like, it's a little bit loaded of a word.
You mean like more of a holistic view of this time rather than like
an authentic view
this time? Why
Like,
don't we
all
treat
of-
it like we are actually in the 80s rather than like sort of cosplaying as we're in the 80s?
Yeah, being gay and interracial relationships and stuff, that is kind of, that will draw an eye. They weren't quite as, they weren't quite like us, and
It just makes it feel like more of a real world. Like you don't have to view the existence of these things as like an endorsement of the characters. Like
No,
it
but
really
season
should
one
be
understands
pretty
this,
simple.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Season one has Will's absent father, referred to him as a slur, or like not directly at his face. That would have been funny, but that's what Joy says. He says about him, and then Hopper says, "Well, is he?" It's that you can account for all of the people's real life attitudes. You don't have to front and center them, because I know like a bunch of people redid that episode 7 scene and made it like as homophobic as possible. And say, I get that's kind of funny, but you don't have to be that mean-spirited about it to still say these are realistic character attitudes in this particular time period. So you would probably expect Mike to be trained to use a gun.
Super obvious the way that people behave about that sort of thing, or if they're bigoted or anything. A lot of times it's more subtle and subdued. They're not screaming out slurs all the time and making big things about it. But I don't know. It is that lack of the holistic approach. You want the aesthetic and only parts of the aesthetic, and you just that's all you want. You want to put it in a setting without committing to the setting. We see this in historical stuff a lot of the time. So I know, because every once in a while it pops up. There's a lot of discussions I see on Twitter about how they really want to see things like color in the Middle Ages and stuff like that. And this is it's a thing. It's a thing I wish they'd lean into. Make it the 80s through and through. Wouldn't it be neat?
It would, but no. We have the Abyss instead, which feels fitting for the modern era. So Will stops and he enters gay vision again, and he starts seeing the cave through Vecna's eyes. And this is because Henry is, he can't go into the cave, and this has become quite inconvenient to him. And because it's now inconvenient to him and he really needs to go in, he decides he can go in.
Yep.
Oh.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the performance, this man is given everything to show the struggle of Vecna going in here. And I can't help but feel like, I guess you did what you were paid for, did it well. You should be in better things, not Rings of Power. But what can you do?
So in he goes. He steps up to the cave entrance, and he remembers. He has flashback memories. He remembers beating the random Russian American guy to death and opening his briefcase. And he opens the briefcase and he finds a mysterious stone that is in the briefcase. And he picks up the mysterious stone and he gets infected with mind flare jizz, I guess. And that's basically as much as we get. I think there's not a huge amount more to explain his origin, purpose, nature, why, what the Mind Flayer did this for, what he wanted him for, even for all of that.
How they got the stone. Why was this science man in an old abandoned
We'll
mine
find out
from a
in
different
Stranger
movie?
spin-offs.
Mm-hmm.
This is I saw this and I was worried that I had totally accidentally missed an episode where they showed the stone and the purpose of it and the where it was found and what was ordered of it and things, but I didn't.
Just the closest you'll get is the play, I think, because that tells some of the story, right? I can't remember now off the top of my head whether it has the briefcase and the stone, because I don't remember. I think it does. Could be completely wrong, but that's this is just sort of tying very loosely into that, and then. Obviously, they've now said this is the bit that will create the spin-off, so there'll be more about that, maybe a different time period, different characters, but that Mind Flayer Jizz Stone, that's going to be really important, and we'll learn all about it. But the Mind Flayer itself, according to Netflix anyway, will not be there, because it's going to die in this episode, even though it quite clearly doesn't, but never mind. So, he's now infected, and that's bad. That's why he's evil. So Holly, she hears a noise behind her, but she goes back and she sees that, oh shit, Henry's now inside the cave. Shit, time to run away again. And she leads the kids out into the desert, and he just hobbles after them slowly. We did see him running briefly, but then he decides not to do that now. And Will informs the others that Vecna has found the kids, and the kids are all alone. And we see him, he follows the kids to the edge of the desert. And then Robin says to Will, can you stop him with your powers again? And Will says, well, I can sure gosh darn try. And that's it for the minute, because we go back to the lab. The military has arrived. It's arrived at the Upside Down Hawkins lab. Hopper, 11, and Callie are now having to run away from the military. But then Kryptonite, it gets activated from a helicopter, and then Hopper grabs 11 and just leaves Callie writhing on the floor behind him.
Hilarious, by the way.
It was really funny. And that's where she should have died. It would have been even funnier.
Iconic fucking gas from the helicopter. Holy shit. There's all kinds of places that could, aim that sound, and it gets it right. And then Hopper, of course, could, open up a window and just shoot the shit out of it. But he doesn't.
No. This is his opportunity to get Callie killed, because he's racist, probably.
Just for the record, he could carry both of them. That is very possible. It's just the story demands that that's not the case.
Yeah, they weigh 50 pounds soaking wet.
Well, and you could assume, it doesn't really make sense, but you could be like, oh, well, Hopper wants an excuse for her to die without killing her himself or something. But it's like, yeah, but she has information. Like, you wouldn't want to give her up. And she's also kind of an asset. Dropping it to the bad guys kind of what I'm saying is, like, if you wanted to theorize that he tried to have her killed, it's funny, but it doesn't really match. It's just stupid.
And he does sort of redeem himself, which is the mistake he makes.
Of course.
He's gonna. So while Holly's leading the kids toward the mine shaft, and Henry is hobbling after them, Murray, back in the Upside Down, he's preparing for a hero moment. He looks at the C4 that he's planted, and he gets an idea. Hopper hides 11 in the comm room. Callie gets captured, but then, Hopper goes back for her and saves her by taking out the soldiers. But then he gets taken out by a soldier. Oh, shit.
Damn it.
Damn it, indeed. Holly is leading the kids now through the memory mineshaft, the crack in the wall. She's leading them toward the big red thing on the other side where she escaped. Hopper gets punched by the military man repeatedly, and he demands to know where 11 is. But then Murray, he grabs some C4. He wraps it in a belt. And as the military man is about to shoot Callie, and we're all thinking, please do it, Murray, he runs with the C4. And you think he's going to sacrifice himself and it'll explode and it'll be really funny. And that's not going to happen either. He throws it at the helicopter instead, and the helicopter blows up and he's just fine.
It is a weird bit of filming, because it really looks like Murray's about to jump with it. And you're like, but why? You could just throw it. And then he throws it. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, of course, as you would expect, but it would be really funny, and it'd be funny if he mistimed it and he got chopped up by the helicopter blades, and then it's just like this sort of thud. It's like, and then all this blood just gets splattered on the window. They're like, "What the fuck is going on out there?" Anyway, and then just shoot the rest of them. But oh well.
So yeah, that takes out the helicopter. It takes out the remaining soldiers. It saves Hopper. It saves Callie, or so we think. So the kryptonite is destroyed. 11 then shows up, and this is the bit where 11 is just kind of a villain, really, I think. So there's one soldier left, and what she does is she forces his arm up with his pistol and makes him shoot himself in the head. And the show thinks this is awesome.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
This is
I don't know why they think this is
this
not what
is kind of a continued pattern of psycho behavior.
Like grab some guy's gun and then push it up against his face.
Just kind of evil. Like she could overpower
You have to
him.
bear in mind the motivation of these people. They think they're saving the world.
Yeah, they think that 11 is the super dangerous weapon that will, and they're kind of like, they're right. She is. She's kind of shown to be a bit of a psycho in this show.
The last thought he would have had before she was forcing him to pull the trigger is, we failed to stop this horrifying monster.
Yeah.
We could have had a shot, but we failed, and now the world will suffer because she's free. Like, that's what they're thinking. They're not thinking like, oh, our evil deeds have been thwarted.
We've seen how she behaves. It's only a matter of time until we have a Chronicle situation on our hands where she just goes psycho.
I mean, she's kind of always lent that way in the show a little. There's been
Yeah,
moments.
smashes that girl's head with a roller skate in season 4. She uses her powers kind of recklessly.
She pushed Max over because she looked
seasons.
at Mike.
Yep, she did. That was funny. I wondered whether, because I don't think this is in the behind the scenes making of, whether they were trying to make a point like, oh, it's cycle of violence, don't you see? She, he came after her, then she broke his mind, then that compounded the fears he has of her, so then he tries to kill her, and then the only thing she can do to stop him is killing him, and this just proves that her mere existence is perpetuating the cycle of violence. Now, the obvious answer, if that is their thought process, is, okay, she had all the power in this situation and could have proven to him that she was not the monster. She could have saved him as opposed to killing him. She could have forced his gun out of his hand, but then done nothing. She could have made a point, and that would have been to refute the idea that this is, by her nature, is going to make everything more violent and horrible forever. And I think that would have been an option available to them if they'd chosen a different path. But they didn't choose a different path, as we will see. Or they chose no path, as we will see. I did erroneously say that Callie had been saved. Not quite. So in the chaos, turns out she gets accidentally shot and seemingly mortally wounded. This is very sad. She's such a terrific character and we all love her.
I know, it's like Erica. Whenever I see her show up, I'm like, oh yes, thank goodness she's back. Oh man, I was wondering what was going on with her.
Oh yeah, and she says, don't cry, 11. This was always going to be the way. My story was always going to end here, as if she had one of those. Yeah. Hopper is, importantly Hopper is sent away to find bandages while this conversation is happening. And then he comes back after there is a cut in time. He comes back with the bandages, and when he returns, Callie is dead, ? Maybe dead, maybe not. She is dead, but maybe she's not. Because, maybe something else is going on here. We will find out in due course, or not, as the case may be. So, back to the Abyss. For the third time, we return to the Abyss, and we find that they are still making their way toward the pantry. And Henry is entering the mine shaft, so everything's kind of ramping up. I think that the group has now broken into a run, so the urgency has been introduced, finally.
Yeah, they're not walking anymore. It's crazy.
Yeah. Henry enters the mine shaft, and Holly jump scares him and hits him with a fire poker. Then he disarms her, but then he has to relive his worst memory, the one where he gets shot again, in that play that nobody watched. And Will is sort of acting this out for Joyce's benefit. So you've got 3 people doing the same actions, which is, it's visually, it's a trick. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I don't particularly like Will's acting, to be fair, because it's unfortunate when you are giving mirror performances, is that if one of the actors is really, really good and one of the actors is really not very good, then making them do the same thing just invites that comparison, which is unfortunate for Noah Schnapp. True. The younger kid's better. And
yeah. Just, of course, Jamie Campbell Bower as well. It's just it's not really fair.
No, it's not. Because he's very, very good. But so then Hopper and 11, they make it to the roof. And Murray is very happy until he learns that Callie is dead. And it's one of the weird ways they've chosen to divide the teams up. Although it's also, I think, a necessary function of having Callie be in this show. Murray is the one to turn to 11 and say, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
It's you don't
such
know
a weird scene. Because he's like, oh gosh, that girl, I guess, is,
yeah.
Whoops. I'm sorry, I guess.
That basically sums up Murray's entire character. It's just yeah, well, I don't know what I'm doing here, but
he's never spoken to her, ever.
No.
They should have had one interaction just so they could make this a bit smoother, like a little, how did you get roped into this, sort of thing. They have a little maybe back of whatever, but no, nothing. They never even spoke. So you can tell even the actors just kind of I guess I care. That's sad.
Mm-hmm. It would be funny if he just turned around to 11 and was like, oh, who are you? Which one are you? I don't know.
Well, isn't it a bit awkward that he's there, as they walk up, he's like, yeah, woohoo, everything's going great. Oh, wait a minute, where's that other person that was with you? Why did it take him so long to realize?
She's dead? That's so sad. Anyway.
He just didn't give a shit.
Anyway.
Anyway, in the scene is that 11 then looks up and she sees loads and loads of floating rocks which are leading all the way up to the abyss, way up in the sky. And she says, I can jump that, and I won't fall. I can get up there and I can kill Henry. And Hopper says, what will you do if you kill Henry? And 11 says, this is the other bit, I think even worse than the last one, where subtext is raped and left in a ditch. So she says, when I was a kid and you found me in the woods and I was scared, really scared, I didn't understand the world, people. You took me in, you raised me, protected me, you became my dad, but I'm not a kid anymore, and I'm not Sarah. She didn't have a choice to make, but I do. And I need you to trust me to make the right choice. I need you to believe in me. And all of this is done over flashbacks from season 1 and 2, just in case you forgot that, oh yeah, they lived together.
Leaving out the important context, which was that Hopper was a bit abusive.
Yeah, if she'd said, when you took me in and abused the shit out of me, I learned a lot about, fatherhood and parenting and stuff, and I realized, like, I think I'm stronger without you. Yeah. I'm just going to be better off without you. And she's like, consistently, is a pattern, Hopper. All of your children die. So I'd rather be just like, what the fuck?
So that's a wonderfully heartfelt scene, which made them all cry behind the scenes. And it's just awful. You could have said that with a look.
Okay.
That's all it would have taken. A single look. Lots can be said without those words, but never mind. So Henry, he's carrying on reliving his memories that we've already seen several of. I think we've already seen all of them by this point, actually. So he grabs the dead man's briefcase and he opens it and he finds the magic rock and he picks up the magic rock, and then the gas cloud, the mind flare jizz, says, find me. And then it infects his blood. And then the random American man who had the briefcase says, you have to resist it. It will consume you, consume all. But then little Henry kills him with the force and then runs away. So,
yeah, naturally, yeah.
Yeah, this makes him... Well, it's sort of questionable as to whether he was a psychopath before the mind flare got to him or whether the mind flare made him a psychopath. Because he's already beaten the guy with a rock.
I think I think that the interpretation of the show is definitely that he was a psycho. I think they want you to basically write Vecna off completely.
I think it's jumbled. They've got some strange shit going on here. Like, he almost intuitively blows that guy's eyes out of his head. He seems shocked by his own decision to do that. And then when the kid is wiping the blood off his face, it has Vecna behind him looking at the young version of himself in a way of like, oh man, like that's where it happened. It was over for me, sort of thing. Like, that's the implication. But then I don't know if the point of it's supposed to be like, I didn't really, like, it was something that took over me, but I'm happy it did. Like, I'm happier this way, or something like that.
I get what you mean, because I think it is probably both, but I wonder how much of that is the performance is giving something that the writers didn't actually intend.
Well, I mean, because
like the
kid is normal.
Like, no, I actually, they're doing the Venom thing, right? It's like, I like being bad; it makes me happy. That's kind of what they're doing. It's like, oh, okay, that's how it comes across to me.
It just seems like they're going for like Will's offering a olive branch, and then Vecna can make his decision. Like, are you a good man or a bad man? He's like, I think I'm a bad man, and I'm happy about that. But
Will says, like, it wasn't you, it was never you. That's why in the mind flare, like, it didn't want you to give, it didn't want you to remember. You were just a kid like me. It used you to bring it here. You're just like me, Henry, a vessel. You can fight it. Don't let it win. Please don't let it win. And like, the performance is suggesting that has an effect, which would entail that there is a human inside of Vecna still, and that he makes a choice to be evil. But I'm not convinced they are aware that is what was happening. And like, the problem they've got is because they've not ever really lit upon who Henry as a person was, and they've got to try and do this in 3 different contexts. Arguably, they've got young Henry prior to the mind flare goo. They've got young Henry post mind flare goo, but pre Vecna. Then arguably you've got old Henry pre-Abyss, then you've got Vecna post-Abyss. So there's kind of 4 Henry states, and none of them are concrete. So I don't really get the sense that...
I think the broad conclusion from the dialogue, I would have assumed they want us to think he's evil through and through. It's like, okay.
Pretty much, because then that way when he dies, it's not like tragic, it's like triumphant.
Even though we can talk about that when we get there, but there's a weird element to that, like when he's dying.
For sure, yeah.
The problem is them just stuffers trying to sort of what is that word? Well, trying to
Empathize?
do what they've seen in other movies and stuff like that as to how they understand complex characters are built and work, but they completely misunderstand it. And also they can't commit to anything. They can't commit to completely redeeming him, or at least justifying or like giving him sort of a sad, tragic background, but they can't commit to fully, you know, redeeming him. So
Yeah.
it's just like he's good, but he's not old. Because I don't understand having that younger him scene in the first place if they didn't want to humanize him. Like, why have that? They could have introduced that fucking rock in any shape or form. They didn't have to have Will say that, like, you're just a boy or you were just a child. You know, they were trying, there was an attempt at something, but they kind of fumbled it because they don't understand how characters work.
Well, for the record, fucking Scary Movie 3 makes fun of this, like, idea. If you guys remember, it's Samara, or the make fun version of it, where they, like, appeal to her humanity, and she turns, like, she like, transforms into the angelic version of herself, and then she's like, thank you, you've, like, restored my humanity, you've made me in touch with who I am, and now I will leave you, like, in peace. And they go, really? And she goes, no, and turns back into the demon. It's just like
You know what's so fucking frustrating about this entire thing? It doesn't work in the play. It doesn't work in the show. They're trying to feign that Vecna could be a good person. He fucking mutilated and murdered his little sister, even in the play context, who did nothing to him. He did not have to mutilate his sister. They never even attempt to explain it, but then they still try to do this he might be a good guy thing.
And then they show, obviously, the season 4 flashbacks. He tortures animals as well, and then he kills his entire family.
No,
Is
but
the play before...
they justify the mom, because in the play, the mom sold him out to Brenner. So there's a reason why he kills her. But there's no reason to kill his sister. She's literally she barely even has a role in the play. He just wanted to kill her.
Does he do that before he gets the Mind Flayer goo, or after the Mind Flayer goo?
It's the same. It's the same as the scene that we see in season 4.
So before,
so
that's after.
He already has powers.
Yeah, yeah.
After,
and
right.
So he gets away from Brenner in the play. He like leaves or whatever, and then he goes back home because he finds out that his mother is the reason why Brenner was coming to get him in the first place. So he kills the mother, and then he just decides, fuck it, and he just goes to kill the rest of his family.
Well, because the Mind Flayer taught him the world is broken and filled with kill everyone.
Yeah,
and in the previous scene, Brenner's like, this is a death row inmate. I want you to kill him. He's like, no, I can't do it. And then he goes home and kills his little sister.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff.
Also, like, in this scene, I do think that he was a psycho before. Because, like, I understand, like, self-protection and stuff, but for this kind of kid, for this young, I don't think his first instinct would be to get a rock and, like, smash this guy's head. Like, unless you were already, like, fucked in the head.
Yeah, I mean, you could just, like, your probably first instinct would be to run away, or if you weren't inclined to run away, just, like, kick the gun out of his hand or something. But, like, he does pick up a rock and he smashes him in the head repeatedly.
Yeah,
which is like a
that is cinematic language for Unhinged as well. It usually is, or often is anyway.
And if they'd done stuff to actually build him as a character, which I know is a shocking suggestion for your main villain, but you could have had it that, like, maybe the Mind Flayer was exploiting something within him. Like, the Mind Flayer was aware of this. It used his kind of budding psychopathy and it exploited that, and that's how it got to him, or something like that. And it's like, and then that would have been settled and concrete. But then if everybody knew that, and especially since, like, season 4 has Nancy and Robin go to meet his dad still alive in the that asylum place, right? And then they learn what he is and what he's like. So now to have Will say, "Oh no, this was never who you were. That was all just the Mind Flayer. You're just a kid like me, and it used you." It's like, well, where's that assumption coming from? Because that seems to contradict everything everyone knows about him, which is that he was always a psychopath, whether or not he had the Mind Flayer in him.
No, it's garbled, but this is their attempt at being like, we want to answer the Vecna question before we have a big battle, just so you guys know, okay, he's evil. Like, all right.
And then they give him, like, this really stock fucking villain non-ideology speech. So he says, no, it showed me the truth. It showed me the world is broken. Mankind is broken. It never controlled me. I never controlled it. Don't you see, William? I could have resisted it, but I chose to join it. It needs me. I need it. We are one.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty crap.
Yeah.
It tells me nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's almost like just get on with it then.
And he has basically the same speech in season 4, right?
Yeah,
when he decides that like predators and spiders are really cool, so they're better than humans now. Season 4 has some problems as well with Vecna, but it's still slightly more compelling than this is. But anyway, while he's saying all of this, the very obviously Mind Flayer thing behind him turns out to be very obviously the Mind Flayer, and it turns into a giant spider kaiju.
It's just a bigger visual one with more legs than the one in season 3, and it's just like, oh,
and it looks all fleshy instead of like a formless, horrifying.
Well, yeah, because then they wouldn't be able to shoot it with Nancy. Wouldn't be able to
set
shoot
it on fire.
With
Yeah,
M16. Yeah, and
I like how Nancy also has like all the guns. Like they got flare guns and like fucking wrist rockets, and Nancy's like got the armada on her.
It's
and she
stupid
can't, like,
as
share.
fuck. They actually got themselves to the point of saying she's gun girl, and that means no one else can have guns.
And nobody else gets guns. Yeah, she
so
gets dibs on all of them.
Well, there's not many guns in the U.S. So
no, iconically.
Meanwhile, Steve's signature weapon is the baseball bat with the fucking nail sticking out of it like a psycho.
And it's Jonathan's baseball bat. That's the funniest part. It's not even his signature weapon. He stole it.
But now it is.
Yeah. Why, you think the Duffers remember who made the bat?
No.
No way. No.
Yeah, they probably think Steve made it.
I think if you said to them casually, it's crazy you introduced Steve in season 2, they would be like, did we? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Steve was introduced in season 2. You'd be like, what's wrong with you? I'd be like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
just look at it though. It's so bad.
All of it, yeah. Awful shit.
So lame looking in comparison to season 3.
And also, like, they're all dead.
Yeah. Yes, they're all dead. They even pointed that out behind the scenes. Someone said, at that size though, it's going to catch them in seconds. How can they have a chase? And then it cuts away, and then it's like, well, we're going to keep it in anyway.
That you would assign this as a easy win, this is actually like one of its least effective forms ever. Why would you choose this form?
Because it's pretty intimidating.
And it's gaseous
because you can't jump inside the stomach of dust.
Well, if it not even dust, if it was an army of Demogorgons, it would do. If it was 2 Demogorgons, it would be doing better right now.
Yep.
Yeah. True.
Explain
season 3 Meat Flayer did better.
Yeah. True.
How does Mind Flayer get to be here and no other Demogorgon or Demo Dog or Demo Bat? Like, how does first of all, how did he get here? Wasn't he in the Upside Down? I don't know how but if he got here, how didn't Demogorgons get here? It's just why? How?
Because you see when Henry gets shot to Dimension X in season 4, so he arrives here, and you do see Demogorgons here. So I guess I've not confirmed this, but my guess is that like this is actual Mind Flayer, and the Demogorgons come from here. It opens portals to the Upside Down. It sends Demogorgons to the Upside Down, and its projection of itself in the Upside Down is the Mind Flayer that was actually cool, which is the season 1 one or the season 2 one. So like that's just like the gas form is just a projection, and the Demogorgons originate here. However, like the audience, it is now suffering from Demogorgon fatigue, and so it sent them all away, and that's why they aren't here.
Nice.
It's actually symbolic of the writer's strike and the actor strikes and stuff.
These shots, everything just looks so shitty.
It does. And it's only going to get worse because, so the basic thing is that the rest of them all just run away. They can outrun this. It's fine. 11 distracts it. She lobs a big rock at its head, and this annoys it. And then she flies at it. She has power, like she platformed up here off screen, obviously. Then she flies at it, tears a hole through its chest, and lands in a perfectly flat sandy cave inside of this creature.
Level, yeah.
But yeah, it's a boss level.
I want you to bear in mind, Mel watched this episode and he hadn't seen any Stranger Things.
Christ. Oh, no.
It's doubly weird when you're kind of watching all of the seasons in pretty short, like essentially back to back, you know, because I was never like into Stranger Things, so I only get what was sort of drip through general culture, and I knew it was about like young kids in the 80s, and there's some kind of a monster in some kind of like a spooky world, but I didn't really know anything about it. And then I watched the first season and I get like, oh, I get it. I see what the appeal is. This is neat. Small town, there's a mystery, there's a spooky monster. That's kind of neat. And so going from season 1 Stranger Things to watching this shit happen, not but later on that week or whenever it was, I was like, man, they have actually lost the plot. What the fuck is this show anymore? This is what a wild transition to go from season 1 to this.
Well, it's a simple logic that they've applied that lots of people do. Is like, well, you got to get bigger and stronger and crazier and more spectacle every season. Yeah, it makes sense. That's how you do it.
The only way Metal could be more shocked than watching this episode without any context if he watched it with like one episode's context from like season 1.
Yeah, watch episode 1 and the finale.
Yeah.
This becomes this.
Yeah.
It's just like a shitty MCU movie. What
Yeah.
the fuck is
They
this?
totally want to be Marvel. It's like, good job, you achieved it. You got
Yes,
it.
you did. Down to the terrible non-dialogue. So, like, 11 lands in this place, and Vecna's first line to her is, "So you truly want to die?" Like,
So you've come here to kill me.
Yeah, you've come here to destroy me. The classic Vader line.
I think someone in the writer's room was definitely suicidal, because what the fuck is this? How many times? I don't understand. It's just, why is everybody, like, either it's about being gay, or it's about, like, that's the only two
No, I think that was a reference to Harry Potter. It's like, the boy who lived, come to die.
Yeah, sure.
Because they literally... No, they literally did Harry Potter with Will. Like, that scene where he's grabbing his face in 4... That was like a scene-for-scene rip of Harry Potter.
Man. I mean,
Wait, so Vecna knows Harry Potter?
Man.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It hadn't happened yet.
Maybe
Let me
he
see if
can
I can find the GIF.
Well, they exist outside of time stuff.
Yeah, they have Harry
So
Potter in the Abyss world, obviously. It's been written already, but not in Hawkins. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sending you the picture. This is what I'm talking about for the Vecna thing. Like, it was clearly inspired by that.
Oh, that's what you're talking about,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, and the line is similar at the end, so I figured that was, like, related. Also, I'm sorry for giving the worst picture imaginable. It's, like, the smallest, lowest quality image I can find.
It's
Well,
okay.
the spirit is there.
Yeah,
The
there's
thought
a
that
lot of
counts.
Harry Potter in here. Too
I mean,
much
they
of
steal
it.
everything else, so I'm not surprised they steal that too. It's
Mhm.
even the whole the Vecna conversation we were having. It's like who he is. That was their reference point was Darth Vader again. It's like, do we want to give him a Darth Vader style redemption? Nah.
Did you remember the
Mhm.
amount of
Okay.
times people referenced their character was like Joker from the 2019 movie and that no one does it anymore after the second one came out?
My character got raped in prison. Yeah.
Dude, the Duffer
By
Brothers, like the
Brendan
fat guy with the
Gleeson.
chicken nuggets from fucking Smiling Friends. It's like, well, what are we gonna do about this? I don't know. Put in some MCU and some fucking Harry Potter. Fuck you. And then
Yeah.
start dipping the chicken nuggets. Give me some Elm Street in here. Fuck you.
Vecna, I used to call him Voldemort as a joke, but when you think about it, I mean, aside from him like having no nose, both of them, it's just there's a lot of similarities. I'm getting very convinced that they based him off of Voldemort to some extent, because like even his backstory, sort of flashbacks,
No
to him
nose.
being a kid and being
On little stuff,
corrupted.
yeah.
Yeah, it's very very similar, and
So
they're
you sell
kind
your
of
soul
like,
to a Horcrux, but then in this case, you sell your
Yeah.
soul to like the Mind Flayer Stone, which is basically Vecna's Horcrux.
mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot. There are actually quite. There are probably more as well. No Quidditch, though,
Probably.
thankfully.
a lot of it.
So, Mike remembers that for a brief period of time, we pretend like there's a hive mind mechanic on this show. Sometimes we do this, sometimes we don't. So he figures that we can help 11 fight Vecna, because if we hurt the giant spider kaiju, it will also hurt Vecna because they're connected to the hive mind. This did not work in episode 4 when they burned the Demogorgons, which were connected to the hive mind, and it did not affect Vecna. And it didn't work in episode whatever the fuck, where Dr. K was strangling Hopper with the Mind Flayer tentacle, and if she turned the heat up on that, then it got in pain. But this time it's going to work. So they split up and they go to attack it. And Nancy, being Nancy, she wants to be the most heroic character, so she volunteers herself as bait. She is indeed a hero. Look at that hair.
She's
Sylvester
so
Stallone.
badass when she says this, and all the other characters defer to her. Like, yes, that is the thing that you are the one to do this.
Yes, Queen.
Yes.
So I guess because you don't share the fucking guns, we have to do what you say. So while they go and do this, so you have two very silly fights, and it's really, I mean, even, we've all had our say on other Stranger Things seasons and the many flaws of season 2, 3, 4, and all of 5 up to this point. And for me, at least, even acknowledging all of those, both of these final battles are just surprisingly awful by the standards even of Stranger Things. So you have a very silly mind battle going on inside, where they're just sort of vaguely throwing each other around.
It's like a telekinetic, I'm just gonna kind of point my hand at you, and you point your hand at me.
Yeah.
And we hope for the best.
Mm-hmm.
And then outside, you have this huge spider thing, which is more vulnerable to guns than your average Demogorgon. And it gets lured into a trap, and then they start throwing water balloons at it and shooting wrist rockets. And this really pisses it off because it catches
those wrist
fire.
rockets.
Did someone mention how they do the plan? I don't know how they got up on the cliff to do the little plan.
Oh no, there was a ladder. It was just behind the rock. You just can't. It's right there.
Because the plan is I'll distract it and it'll go for me and nobody else. And then she immediately starts the plan without waiting for them to get up there, I guess. But then they just sort of teleport up there. So okay, all right.
And if you in that desert, like if you look to the left, there's like little Finn standing there screaming Ray.
Yeah.
And then like sometimes the outside battle affects the inside battle. Like it runs into a wall because it's a really serious villain, and it collides with the cliff, and this causes the interior arena to sort of stumble a bit.
It's just a big dumb brutish beast. It's not this.
No,
yeah, that's the thing.
Kind of clever, right?
Really stupid. Yeah, just lets itself get killed. Borderline. It's like cool. That's the big.
Well, I mean, the fact that it can lose this battle against a bunch of teenagers, only one of whom has a gun. Like the idea that it could even possibly lose, when you know that if they put this against all of the soldiers with helicopters and tanks, that it would beat them. It would destroy them. But meanwhile, this group of idiots are pretty successful and sustain 0 casualties fighting a massive kaiju.
What was its plan?
So that's actually a good point, right? If it clashes the worlds and the Mind Flayer enters Earth and it launches this enormous spider creature that's like ha ha, and then the government hit it with a missile and it dies.
Or just napalm.
Yeah, just anything. I mean, there's just anything would probably be pretty effective. Not to mention, obviously, nuclear weapons.
Well, yeah, now we know that if they were smart, the government in this show, they would have discovered all of this shit way earlier, and then they could have just dealt with this without any of our characters. Like, if they'd tossed a fucking nuke through the breaches at the top of the Upside Down into the abyss, just wipes them out. I don't. Is there any reason to assume that radiation wouldn't fuck these guys up?
No, there's no reason to think that. It's when you're talking about something like Godzilla, right? It's that's baked into that character. But then it's also just that Godzilla tends to show the general imperviousness of Godzilla and a lot of the other monsters to conventional human weaponry. Meanwhile, here, it is getting beaten with guns and Molotov cocktails.
It's embarrassing.
It's getting beaten with basic equipment.
The bullets are microscopic from its perspective.
Yeah, they should mean nothing, pretty much.
I'm also the obvious answer in here would be the government does have some what the fuck kryptonite shit that they used on Callie. Just weirdest thing that they introduced that and never use it against. Never even make it a mention by any of the characters to use it against Vecna or any of these things. It's weird.
Or the pills that the epidermal pills they have in Henry's neck when he's in the lab.
Yeah.
That just stop his powers. It's oh, Well, those seem awfully useful.
Just shoot one of those.
Yeah.
He shot the tracking dart
Yep.
into the Demogorgon, just shoot him with a pill.
Mm-hmm.
What, you can't really lose. There's no way they can win, and it's kind of silly and embarrassing. But then they make it even more silly and embarrassing because you've got Steve and Dustin who run underneath it, and they both shout for Eddie, and then they start stabbing it in the belly with little tiny spears, and it really pisses it off.
Yeah, just before I was going to say, this is the shot you're referencing is like the one that comes out of it. What feels like a Call of Duty trailer with a famous person.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
It's one of the most horrendous looking shots in the entire thing.
Look at that. $400 million. $400 million.
Rough.
How are they not embarrassed?
I don't think they can feel shame.
They might be too stupid to feel shame.
My
Stranger
God,
Things.
And people pointed out as well, this whole world, if it were dark, everything would have looked better. But they really lit it up.
Made it really bright.
The less I could see of the creature, the better it would look.
The less I could see of Stranger Things, the better.
I want normal things. I don't want strange things.
And yeah,
So
I'm sorry. Hitting the whole for Eddie is so cringy. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. You guys.
What about Bob? What about whatever?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What about Bob?
Well,
What
and
about
just
Ted?
do it like implying like this was Eddie's thing too, because he had these pieces of equipment. It's just like, what is that? Like, you guys should be hitting it with Molotovs too.
Oh God! And the fact that, like, what are they thinking? Let's go right underneath it and stab it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Better
Maybe
hope
they
you
would
die.
You just
What
die.
if it smushes you? Like, it just decides.
Yeah, if it just
like,
dropped
you're trying to
itself.
kill it.
It lays on
It
you.
could
Yeah.
fall on you. Like, you are trying to achieve a result that would crush you. You're trying
Also,
to
why
kill
do they
it.
know it has a weakness there? Like, they're just like, yeah, fuck
Yeah,
it.
Well,
say
most
so.
things
Yeah.
do. They play video games.
It's just a
You're just
gamble.
stabbing it.
Yeah, just
Dude, video
stab it.
games at
Go
this
ahead.
point was Pac-Man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
His
that's
weakness
true. They
is
don't
right
even have that
underneath.
as a point of reference. You're right. They don't have like Metroid
Dude,
Prime.
if
or anything.
honestly, if Will said, I've never played a video game, what a good story, they don't exist, I would believe him.
Mm-hmm.
He said,
I mean,
I've been playing video games for 30 years, and they'd say, video games are 30 years old.
Yeah.
Mm.
They, haven't been,
That's
they were
right.
only invented yesterday. you couldn't have possibly done this.
This
For
awesome
Eddie.
combined
Eddie.
assault. You have the fire at the outside and the stabbing it in the stomach, and then this is slowly weakening it, and this is distracting and annoying Vecna. And 11 starts to get the upper hand. Also, Joyce is here somewhere.
Yeah, she's around.
That's great. I just noticed her on the screen, so I completely forgotten she was here.
there.
So 11 gets the upper hand. Vecna tries to use a sneak attack with his evil freaky arm, but then Will from far away decides, no, I can use my magic from wherever I want to, apparently. So he grabs the arm and sort of rips it away in the end, and he says, not afraid anymore. And 11 pushes Vecna onto a big tooth, and this impales him. And then the Mind Flayer just collapses in a burning heap, and
It's like
that's
it's
end
like a
of it.
spike. There's just a spike here. It's not even like a wall spike. It's just like a spike that's sticking out of the ground, and
That's just
He
the
just pushes him
weakness he
into it.
couldn't possibly have anticipated they would make use of. Damn it.
Also, the vines are really funny because there's like no vines here, and they were only in the Upside Down, and he's still made out of vines.
Yeah.
Mhm.
well, if you're made out of vines, then there's vines wherever you go.
I guess.
Well, that's just
Yeah.
true.
But why are there only vines there? Why didn't he like expand that reach? I guess.
Upside Down is so much fucking cooler. I hate them.
Yeah.
I hate
Wouldn't he-
them.
Shouldn't he have just like changed his form to be like to have like a hole in his stomach to where it doesn't do? How come she is stronger than Vecna?
Because he's connected to the hive mind, and that hive mind is weakened by the assault on the Mind Flayer, even though that's not how it
but
worked
so is
before.
someone else. Someone else is connected
Well,
to the Hive
yes.
Mind, and it's having no
Harumph.
impact on him.
You
Also,
might think that, but shut up.
If the hive
Fair point.
mind, if for some reason, I know I keep like beating this dead horse, but it bugs me. It's just like if for some reason Demogorgons were missing, they're all in Upside Down or whatever. Wouldn't hive mind communicate to him like, "Oh, Daddy's dying. Come here, help Dad, please." And they would just like, shouldn't they all be like attacking them and demodogs and demobats, like all of them just like, oh, SOS. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
The Duffer's excuse for that is, well, he wasn't expecting this attack on his home turf. It's like, even accepting that dumb fuck excuse,
which doesn't make sense because he's in their minds. He knows their fucking plans. He knows their minds.
Yes,
isn't this just where they'd be anyway? Like if they're on standby, this is just where all of the demo beasts would sort of be hanging out.
The scene we're watching on screen right now is so funny because on one hand you're seeing the giant spider topple over and slam into the ground, and then it cuts here where everybody is just walking normally inside of its stomach, and they don't seem, nobody got bounced around, nobody flew across the room, Vecna didn't fly off the thing and somehow like survive. It's just like two separate planes of existence.
And it fell over. It's just they don't connect. One's supposed to be inside the other, and yet they are quite clearly not.
Also, he is very physically formed in the limits of... So, like, when they shot and burned him at the end of Season 4, he did just hobble away.
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't, teleport or dissipate. He just
started flying towards the fucking sky.
I guess
That's why they couldn't find him. He just started flying away.
He ran behind a tree like a scary movie before they got to the window and looked down.
Starts flying up and they just keep shooting him back down. He's like,
Stop it.
Ow. Oh no. Kind of tickles though, just a little bit.
So Nancy rescues Holly. They all run inside for a big hug. Nancy rescues Holly, and the mind flayer gas, that's still a thing, because that expels from her lungs, just like all the other kids that they
You must be
rescued.
mistaken, because the mind flayer is dead.
Well, that's what I'm told, but it's not. My lying eyes are deceiving me, evidently, because I keep seeing this mind flayer gas leave them, and I know that that's what the mind flayer is. So, who knows? They rescue all the kids in any case. And more hugs. Derek hugs Steve for some reason, and it's great. And then we have to finish this off. Well, sort of, because Vecna, he's looking a bit sad. He's looking a bit sorry for himself. He's still impaled on this big old tooth. And in the writers' room and on set, probably a big debate who, if anyone, should get to deal the killing blow. And he's sort of just, because he's just stuck there. He's not able to move. He can't get himself off it. He's
so much pain. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Kill me.
I do like the idea they're all figuring that out. He's just there like, you could not kill me.
He doesn't say anything, does he? He doesn't have a final thing
awkward.
To say, or
they toyed with the idea of having him say please before he is beheaded, and they decided that would be too tonally inconsistent.
Mm-hmm. They should have him go, when I was 8 years old, I went into a cave and, there's like a very bad rock there. And I'm sorry. It's just like this rock. It's
some ominous
I haven't been the same since Hopper's daughter died.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
What he needs to say is, okay, everyone, let me explain something. And he gets his Atari out and slaps it on the ground. Gets his whiteboard.
Yeah, or he says like Heil Hitler or something. Just get over.
It's like, wait, you know who Hitler is? And he's like, no, I just thought it was funny.
He grew up in the 60s. Of course I fucking know who Hitler is. Do you not have Hitler in your universe? I just think he's a cool guy. He reminds me of spiders.
So anyway, they have to deal with him eventually. He needs to deal with Hitler.
Dude, Hitler actually didn't kill himself. He was sent to fucking Dimension X.
I think
it's here the entire time.
It is just awful that they get all the kids out. They even have a montage cut because they know it would take ages, and then Vecna just starts going, and they're like, "Oh right."
And then you go to the commentary about it. Like when he was going, he was actually saying, "Please don't kill me, please."
Spare me. I'm innocent.
You couldn't hear it because of all the blood in his throat, but he's actually like, "Please, I would really not like to die."
So Dimension X here is a place where all of your physical bodies exist and are moving around. This isn't like a mental universe.
Nope, this is a
truly
real place.
This is Vecna's actual body.
No, they walk through like the ceiling tiles of the Upside Down, and they're here.
Well, yeah.
So it's like it's just like they're still there. That's them.
Yeah, the real physical body. So this is the real physical death of the real physical mind flayer. maybe, and the real physical Vecna, and the camera sort
I mean, if
slowly pans around the
if
objects.
you're a sheep and you don't want to believe the conformity theory,
Yeah.
True.
Wake up,
Dude, wouldn't it have been fucking great if Vecna had said, like, finally, I'm released from the Mind Flayer, thank you. Help me up. Like, we did it, everyone.
But yes, it's just like the camera's like, oh, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be 11? Because that would make sense given their past relationship. Will it be Mike? Because he's the leader of the group. Will it be literally anybody else? No, it's gonna be Joyce Byers.
Right.
Great choice.
Yeah.
She has an axe that she gets from somewhere. And even though just a few minutes ago there was a scene where her son told him that, oh, you're just like me. Then Joyce beheads him brutally, and it takes several blows. And she says, "You picked with the wrong fucking family."
I feel like she should have messed it up a bit more. It should have been really awkward. Like she kept missing, and it was really like, not clean at all.
Bring you to tears, right? Is the way you do this. But the other problem is, like, we can draw on the trauma she's been through thanks to this fella, but you kind of probably needed a scene where they recognized each other as being almost nemesis, if you will. Like,
yeah.
But they haven't met. She barely even understood what a Vecna was until recently.
No. And it was just because they were like, we got to give her something. She's had nothing this season. I was like, oh, well, yeah. Because again, the idea, because I've seen people like argue that this is the correct choice. It's like, well, I mean, what are we talking about? Really, like every single... They kind of illustrate here by cutting to all of the people that they killed off so callously throughout this show. That there are many people here who have grievances with Vecna if we are to conclude that he was the author of all of their pain all along. The idea that, like, Joyce is the most entitled to it is just not true.
I feel like it'd be... I mean, Max is a decently strong claim, considering
I'd say so.
Well, I guess...
And then she got trapped in that memory dimension for like 2 years. Yeah. It's weird that they wouldn't include Max.
It should have been
actually,
Steve. He could just be like, I don't like you, from what I've heard.
Yeah. Word on the street is you're a real jerk and you like Hitler. So I don't like you at all.
They do have this cut after showing everybody's stories. They cut to Steve and Robin, who are both like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, because neither of them suffered too much.
we don't like him.
Yeah.
Let's be real, right? Like, if it had to be a mom killing, like, final blow to Vecna, it should be Steve. He was the best mom in that.
True.
It's not a room. It's in the... Well...
I did. I just double checked it because I thought I saw this visual and I wasn't entirely sure. But like, so you have this bunch of flashbacks, and most of these characters, as we mentioned, they have real past trauma associated with it. Joyce has got Bob's death and the son's capture, and Jonathan's got Will's capture, and they go, and Lucas has Max, who's like had her eyes burst out. Nancy has like a 0.5-second shot of Barb. And then Nancy dreams of herself crying in a bathroom. So
yes, of course.
Everyone else is sad about what Vecna's done to people they love, and Nancy's kind of, well, he made me upset. So
typical.
That's great.
Typical.
Yeah, she's like a textbook narcissist.
Yep.
Whether they her or not to be, she's terrible. If I was in that group, I would be side-eyeing her the whole time.
But that's it, you might be thinking, because that's what everything's been leading up to. Joyce beheads Vecna, Vecna is dead, Mind Flayer is dead, done. Cut to black. The end. But there's still like an hour of episode left. What could we possibly be doing? Hooray. So, we pick up, and they have somehow, I don't know how, got back to the Upside Down. I guess they all climbed down through the radio tower or something. I don't know. It's the signal is given. Blow up the Upside Down. And Murray activates the timer on the C4 at Hawkins' lab. It's rigged to a record player, so a song gets to play because 80s music, it's great.
They made a whole thing about this song, and I was like, I feel absolutely nothing as this plays.
Yeah.
It was like they were like teasing it. We finally got access to 2 huge songs for the finale. I don't even remember it.
I actually don't either. Purple Rain is one of them, I think.
Yeah.
I don't remember the other one. Because I was principally distracted by watching all of these people sitting really happily, driving back through the Upside Down, celebrating and cheering, thinking, yeah, but you all know that you're driving back into a military base. What do you expect to happen? And, like, it's not done. Everyone knows it's not done. What are you celebrating for? But that is what they're doing. But then it's an annoying thing because, like, so they're all, like, even 11 seems to be celebrating. And Harper particularly should not be celebrating because he is the one who was having to try and talk her down about, like, you have to come back with this because we can deal with the military later. But he seems to have forgotten that too. He's just joking around with Murray in the cab. And he says he feels like he needs a smoke. And then they turn off, they go through the rift, and oh no, look, it's the military after all. Turns out they were waiting for you. Who could have seen that coming? And then they drag everybody out of the van, so everything's gone to shit again. It's exactly everybody knew it would have done.
Pretty much.
And yeah, and, like, you could have gone through any of the other rifts through the plate floor. Like, you didn't have to go back this way. Why didn't you go back through the Hawkins Lab one? But never mind. So they drag everyone out of the van, and it is sort of worth paying attention to the visuals as they do so, keeping an eye on 11 in particular. Because there's going to be a bit of a bait and switch thing go on here, which is very important to understand, or not understand, as the case may be. So they drag them all out of the van. I'm pretty sure you can actually see them, one of the soldiers grabbing 11, and all the Humvees turn up, and they're surrounded by kryptonite, but when Dr. K goes to look for 11, she's not there, she's gone. Even though I'm quite sure you do see a soldier grabbing her. But she's just disappeared. And Dustin says, oh, she must have escaped. And then they look back at the rift, and there she is. She's standing on the other side. And you might think, well, the obvious response is the soldiers are now going to turn all the kryptonite guns to face her, because why would they not do that? That would make the most sense. But they don't do that, no. Everyone just sort of looks at her, and then Mike lunges toward her, and then he falls into her mind space. And here is where some acting is supposed to happen.
You are correct, by the way. There's a soldier that grabs her arm right here. Unfortunate, since she's not even real.
Or is she? Or isn't she? Or is she? Who knows? So 11 tells Mike, and the Duffers. So the Duffers. It's hard to know whether they actually realize they shot this scene. So we'll run with the assumption they did. 11 tells Mike, none of this will end. I need you to talk to the others and thank them for me and for being so kind to me. You need to help them understand my choice. And Mike says, well, I don't understand your choice. And she says, well, you will, because you always understood me better than anyone. Flashbacks, flashbacks, flashbacks. She says, you see me, you see the real me. Purple, this is where Purple Rain plays. Mike says, no, please don't leave me. And she says, I will always be with you. I love you. And then they kiss. And then she says goodbye. And she throws him out of the mind space. And after the fact, it's going to be kind of important to note the Duffer brothers have said, importantly for a later scene, that at no point during any of this sequence did 11 talk to Mike. So that everything you've just seen, did it happen? I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe they forgot they filmed it. And then everyone else just sort of stands around at this point, including the military. Nobody makes any attempt to get her, to stop her, to bring her back. And the C4 goes off and everything explodes. The wall is destroyed. The Upside Down disappears as well. Hopper yells no, and everything goes in slow motion. And 11 just stands there and closes her eyes. And then she gets swept up in the general nonsense and disappears. The rift closes. She's gone. And that seems to be it.
Wouldn't it be really awkward if one ending was to be interpreted as true and Mike broke free and started running? It's just like, oh fuck, like no, don't run don't run into the portal. But it's too late, and then he dives through, discovers the horrible truth, and gets sucked up into, I guess, just permanent like outer space forever.
But that's what I thought was going to happen anyway if they destroyed the rift. But now,
which, by the way, it feels like another trope of presenting like a horrible death as peaceful. Like, if we are to conclude that this is real, this is a horrible. This would be like getting sucked up into a tornado. It would be grim.
Worse. Yeah, terrible.
Shrapnel, all sorts of stuff. The fact that if you're getting thrown, if the whole universe is falling apart, I assume that means there's no more oxygen. It'd be a horrible death, but it's like, no, it's all good. She just sort of gets. I mean, it reminds me again of a death by tornado that is presented as peaceful when it would be anything but a movie that's already been referenced. Well, no, referenced last episode.
Well remembered.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, I love the I don't know, theme, narrative, I don't know, lessons that we learned from her demise. It's just wonderful.
Don't keep fighting, kill yourself. Like,
Yep.
I don't know what. Why are there
It's
so
a
many?
bizarre message.
There are
You
so
should.
many shows
By the
and
way-
movies that come up with these weird, like these. Sorts
Arcane
of
season
things. That's
2
insane.
has the same ending for
Arcane
Jinx.
season 2 did it as well.
Yeah.
Well, and that's right.
Kill yourself and escape all culpability for your.
Well, and remember, it did
horrific
another one
crimes.
like incite somebody to kill herself basically for nothing.
Yeah.
You-
I mean, if
in,
someone
in the
tells
Fire
you,
arc. It's
yo,
crazy.
if someone tells you to kill yourself, go do it. Okay?
That does seem to be the lesson. Yeah.
You know
Well,
what's
you're-
crazy is they probably don't even realize that anybody could come away with these interpretations. They'd be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And it's like, "This is what you wrote, guys." Like, what you, I don't know what, I don't know. Like, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of like the heroic sacrifice, and usually the way that the heroic sacrifice is developed. Like here, it is like a heroic sacrifice instead of dealing with like kind of an abstract, long-term, general, lingering problem. Compared to like the heroic sacrifice that is required at this very moment to save absolutely everybody. It's a notable difference, and I don't know why they don't realize that. Like, she doesn't need to do it is not essential that she do this in order to save all of their lives.
But she's a burden. You wouldn't want that.
Damn, like I legitimately think, and you know, like a lot of people exaggerate, or we can like speculate on how damaging in real life this kinds of narratives can be, but I can truly see this being like damaging and someone really taking the wrong lesson from this.
Well, there
They
isn't
need to make a
adaptation.
scary.
To be
They
left
need to make a
alive.
fucking scary movie parody of this scene where like the guy who plays Mike is fucking screaming, and then Hopper goes, "Yeah, that's my daughter." And she fucking dies.
Like she's getting shredded by Crocodile, he's just grinning.
Really takes after her, old man.
He opens up this thing. He's got a bomb vest on. He's like, "I'm coming with you."
Jumps through, detonates, and
You shouldn't have to go through that alone.
But yeah, yeah, I mean, there are genuinely some depressed and like suicidal people out there that might be watching this, and I can't even imagine this is like highly triggering.
11.
Well,
Like
there's one in the
Would be better
show.
without
There's
me.
fucking Hopper is watching this happen.
Yep.
And he's been prepared to blow himself up and kill himself basically once every season, and now he's got every cause to do so.
His second
Yeah.
daughter has died as a result of actions he could have stopped, or rather, no, it's not the same situation, of course, but like the same feeling. He's failed, you know.
But he has failed, because if he had taken them through literally any other rift, this wouldn't have happened and it wouldn't have been necessary. So he did fail.
Mr. Sheriff, a second daughter has died.
He never
Or
has that.
shame.
Yeah, as far as he's concerned at this point, he's like, yeah, I am the curse. The curse continues. Yeah, people just fucking die.
But
Yeah,
Bob was like,
like-
"I'm a burden. What do burdens do?" Like, exactly.
If there's a single time I would think that like suicidal tendencies were justified in the show, it would be Hopper right now, right here. Like
Mhm.
this is the only time they have the sort of foundation for it, and they do the opposite narratively. Like the Hopper's just fine. He's
What do you
good.
think
goes to
Mr.
grad-
Clark
he goes
was
to the
thinking after all
graduation.
this?
I'm sure Mr. Clark's like,
Was it
"One of you guys are
suicide
gonna have to
rats?
lay this all out." I don't understand.
He's like, "Wow, that was really well, a lot has happened in the last 24 hours, guys, but I think I'm gonna go home now."
Mhm.
Shouldn't they be like all of them arrested for like many?
Well, yes, they probably should. And so I
They
suppose
should be. They
that's
will
now
all be
time.
killed.
Well, yeah, they probably all would have received multiple death sentences. At least the ones who used the gun. So rip Nancy. Good riddance as
No,
well.
gun girl.
So
love- yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, we do pick up after this. So like sad piano music, and then everyone just looks dumbstruck, and some people don't act particularly well. But then we return to Hawkins sometime later. It's all being rebuilt. And this is the consequences part of the show, and by that I mean this is the part where nobody suffers any consequences whatsoever. So Robin, she's just back on the radio, wondering what to talk about after all this time, because all the soldiers, the fences, the cameras, they're all gone. All the people, they're just happy and smiling. They're going to movies. Steve doesn't work here anymore. Steve now coaches Little League, and already I'm thinking, this problem's mounting sentence by sentence here. What do you mean the military disappeared? What do you mean you're back on the radio? What do you mean Steve's coaching Little League? No, this can't have happened. None of this can have happened.
Exactly. Conformity gate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, I know. I can see the force of the theory. Robin says, "Oh, maybe the curse of Hawkins has been lifted, but it's not the Hawkins I remember. Maybe I've changed.
God, she's
maybe
so
it's
annoying.
changed."
Yeah.
She's so
Just
annoying.
shut the fuck up,
annoying.
Robin.
Like, as you're reading these lines and not even doing it in the way that she talks, I'm just like getting annoyed just thinking about it. She's such an annoying character.
Mm-hmm.
She is, and she tells, "Oh, well, I spare a thought for my friends because they're all graduating today. The class of 80, whatever the fuck we're in."
How could they all be graduating though?
Well,
'Cause
good
Max
question.
missed, like 2 years of high school.
She got a degree in coma, or maybe it's a pretty easy course. Max. Speaking of Max is just skateboarding, and Lucas comes, so they're a thing together now. So it's great. Dustin's mum's taking pictures of him. Remember, he has a mum. Yep, she's great. She's upset because he's going to college, a day's drive away. Jonathan is taking pictures of Will, and Joyce and Hopper have got together. And this again. Wait, sorry. Hopper is fine. He seems pretty happy. He's shaved and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, he's been unshackled from his burdens, so now he's living his best life.
He's
Dude, it's
joking
fucking-
What the
and
show is
everything.
Yeah, now he's
conveying.
like, you know what? 11 was right. Her killing herself really did kind of fix everything. She was a bit of a psycho with crazy powers.
His hair is fake as shit, though. When you see
Yeah.
him.
Yeah,
And it's just,
Yeah.
it's just so funny to be like, he's back as sheriff, boys. You're like, what do you mean?
Yep.
Why would you ever want to work for the government ever again?
Why would the
There's-
government ever want him to work
Why
for
would he
them?
do
ever?
that?
How come all of these people
Are
aren't
dead?
Killed?
He was dead. Ugh. And it's just like funny because the last time we saw them, it's not like they somehow escaped the military and they left. Like the military got them. What happened? I don't care about this. I want to see what happened right after. Weren't they questioned? Weren't they like held? Weren't they? I don't know. Fucking sentences. It's just crazy.
By the way, he's the town hero that died to save everybody.
Yes,
And he's just
that's the
back,
story
which
after
would then be
season
like,
3.
Wait, but you concocted lots of stories, and you were part of that story about that big fire that killed a bunch. So if you're alive, was that all bullshit? And then of course that unravels everything.
It
It's
have
like
to
so
be
the
like,
earthquake,
we had to come up with the story to make it seem
and
like
Hopper
I was
participated in it
dead.
to
and-
deny people the truth about what happened to their family members when the truth was that they got melted and absorbed by a Lovecraftian monster,
Yeah.
among other casualties that have been sustained. But
30
no, it's all
people.
good. Nobody cares.
30 people died
Yeah.
in that mall
Died in season
fire.
3.
That's a lot of families. That's a lot of people. And then, of course, you can. There's many more questions you can ask about the consequences of season 3. It's like, well, okay, you're telling me that this is all over, but the Russians can build lasers to open the Upside Down now. They've done it once. They kept the fucking mind
Upside
flayer
Down
as a
doesn't
pet in
exist
Russia.
anymore.
Well,
So
why they
they're
just
just
make
gonna
another
go-
one then?
I mean, you figure they
because it
could.
requires a wait. Doesn't it take 11 doing that? How did the Upside Down get created again? It's legitimately hard to keep it all like,
Well,
track.
so the problem
they
is
only
now
need a
we've got a loose end of where the fuck did that rock come from?
That's the series or whatever they're doing. That's the
That's
spin-off.
what I'm guessing. Where Rags is going is that is forever a potential to recreate the Upside Down, whatever
Yes.
that was.
As is
There's the
Dr.
Russian
Brenner's notebook.
laser, unless they need 11 specifically or another experiment person. Because I guess a sufficiently powerful enough psychic can make another Upside Down right?
I think so. So the rules they've tried to establish in this is so like it all comes from Henry's blood. 11 had Henry's blood.
Yeah.
And because Henry's gone and 11 is gone, there's no more access to the blood, so they can't possibly recreate someone with the powers that 11
unless
had,
they give another
I think.
child a rock.
Yeah,
unless they had like
yeah.
a shitload of
With another
blood
batch
just
of
sitting
kids.
somewhere, and they forgot about it, and they
Well,
found
yeah, you
it in
think they
some
never
bad
sent
writing.
any of that blood off site to anyone else
Dude,
from the government?
here's what actually happened. I think this is totally reasonable. So somebody was eating a Kit Kat in the year 2003. Okay.
Okay.
And unfortunately, a big fan blew the wrapper, and that like flew into some sort of like machine, and the machine exploded. And it showed that there was like a locker on the side that had been like stuck for a while. Nobody could open it, and it was filled with vials of 11's blood. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's gonna prompt I imagine the next series.
Someone judge the Jurassic things. Stranger Park.
Stranger Park is yeah.
So of
Stranger
the
World.
people we've mentioned, one has not yet been mentioned. That will be Mike himself, and Karen calls Hopper because she can't find Mike, but Hopper knows exactly where he is, so he goes to find him at the Hawkins Earthquake Memorial. And Mike's having a flashback to 11's death, but then that gets interrupted by Hopper, and Hopper says, "Oh, I thought I'd find you here. Your mum's freaking out. We do have a history of kids going missing in this town." Ah, Hopper, so well adjusted. And Mike says, Mum will never understand why I can't do it. I can never walk the stage. It'd be like a lie. It's like I'm okay with moving on, and I'm not. I'm not okay with it. He tells Hopper about the plan that he had with 11 and 3 waterfalls, going somewhere no one would find them. And he says it was stupid and childish, and he should have had a real plan. That plan was better than the plan they actually had, so that's one thing. But he never thought she would actually go through with it and kill herself. But Hopper says it's not your fault. She made her choice. Now it's time for you to make yours. There's 2 roads. There's one where you keep blaming yourself for what happened and push people away and suffer because you think you deserve it. And there's another road, which is where you find a way to accept that it was her choice and that this is fine. You don't have to like or understand it, but just accept it. And he says he's been down the first road and it's not fun, so he should go down the second road, go down the one of acceptance. Except that she felt she was too great a burden, so she killed herself because she didn't want to put you in. There's not really much distinction in the difference between these 2 roads, I don't think. But it
How did he get his job back?
I don't know.
He was dead for years.
Yeah. So
he's just like the chief of police.
That's even more reason to give it to him. It's like, wow, you can resurrect? That's amazing.
He's at a memorial for his place. Oh no, I guess the earthquake is something else. So are they just gonna say, hey, he just didn't die in that fire. He actually survived the entire time.
He got better.
He's fireproof. I mean, come on.
So Mike in the end does show up at the graduation. Dustin is the valedictorian. I think because in season 4, his girlfriend, who we forgot existed, cheated and changed his grades, which is something I think we've forgotten also happened. But anyway, he's giving the speech because he gets a chance to do the thing Eddie said he was going to do, flip off the principal and all the rest of that stuff. He gives a speech about, childhood was stolen from everyone. Notably, like everyone, all the jocks, the people who hate the Hellfire Club, they're all together. They're all happy at graduation.
Yay, Hellfire Club, woo.
Yeah, Hellfire Club's fine now. Everyone's learned to accept it in the intervening months, I suppose.
Off screen.
Off screen, yeah. No lasting consequences. The town used to be divided between jocks and nerds, he says, but then in all of the chaos, all the walls came down. They didn't. And you made new friends. He didn't. And you grow and you become a better person because of those new friends. So he's no longer angry. He's just, he's at peace with himself. And he rips off the gown, reveals the Hellfire shirt, flips off the principal, takes his degree, and has his mic drop moment. And that's what Eddie said he was going to do. So that's all very nice. Conformity gate people were paying particular attention to his use of the word conformity. And the weird way, everyone in the audience seems to be sitting exactly in the manner that Vecna would sit and staring directly at the camera, which is true if you don't count all of the people who aren't doing that. But, I mean, it does look a little bit odd, right? There's a couple of shots where they are staring directly at camera. It's the ones, where, I'm trying to remember exactly where in the thing it is.
Really not that much of it, because we've seen a lot, and they're not really doing it very much.
Of it.
I think it's like the end, right?
I think it is. There's a shot from the stage POV, which explains why they're all looking at it. And you see a bunch of people in. I think it's all the parents. I can't remember exactly.
You keep showing like every single screen they're not doing it. Like every single thing that we've seen so far, they haven't been doing it.
Here's how conformity gate is still a thing.
Here's how this can still happen, guys. This is so bad. What the fuck?
Oh man!
Somewhere in all of this, someone is looking at the camera. That's all the evidence you need.
I just see it.
By the way, as we're watching this, I just saw what the fuck is her name again? There's the last scene in the show, right? This Lucas's sister.
Oh, Erica.
They're saying Erica didn't really have her plot resolved. Like, what did she?
What plot?
She was just an annoying bitch who'd show up too many times.
She had no arc. She had no
I'm
story.
here too. Like, that's her plot.
There's funny things.
So,
the lengths that they go to make this 20-year-old woman appear to be 8. It's just very funny.
some people have asked where Derek's family are. Dead skeletons. That's what that is. Which is the same fate for a certain doctor as well. Unfortunately, would have been nice to have had him back.
No.
He's just handcuffed to the wall in some fucking off-site location in the middle of the desert. They never even looked for him. He's just been down. He didn't even get killed. They left him alive.
That's just such
I left
a
him to
fuck up.
starve to death.
Oh.
Oh dear. So at the end of the graduation, Mike hears static on the radio speakers, and this gives him a quick little flashback to the kryptonite, and he seems to look confused. But then in the very next shot, he's the first person running up to hug Dustin, so he evidently wasn't confused for very long. But this will be important later. Before we get to that scene, though,
Shouldn't you recognize the grand return of Ted Wheeler?
Oh, we actually should, because the show didn't. So we should give him his due. Ted is back. Ted is fine. Ted is recovered. He's a picture of health. He will be he is the ultimate form of masculinity and male beauty. He's just amazing in every conceivable way. And it's nice to see him get his 2 seconds to shine.
It's so fucking fast, I've lost it. Ted, where are you, buddy?
It's right near the beginning, isn't it? Isn't it before? Because Joyce leaves him to go and say hi to Mike, I think. And then also he says language when Dustin swears at the podium.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
And you can see Karen's wounds have healed, but they're still so extreme. But whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about it, sort of thing. But yeah, no, it's cool to see he returned. Obviously, the show cares deeply about Ted, so thank goodness.
They're so unfair to Ted. Also, the actor, I don't know if you guys have seen him on Premiere. He's so handsome. He's unbelievably handsome. He has this beard and he's all gray and long, luscious hair. And here they just make him look so lame.
He's the lame meme dad that no one cares about.
So obviously Karen Wheeler told every single one she knows that she was attacked by a gigantic monster, right? It's that cat's out of the bag. Gigantic monsters in Hawkins, right?
You said it was a bear or something.
I'm thinking Karen Wheeler cut herself.
Bears are pretty deadly.
What? Look, you can't get away with a neck scar, right? There's no way to explain that.
Wear a scarf.
Bear.
Well, I wouldn't say she has any incentive to protect that knowledge either, because nobody's really told her anything, at least during the plot. For all she knows, the first monster that's ever been here.
Well, she killed all the ones with the dryer.
Does she have?
Yeah, and then
she
they
has the
say,
highest
hey,
kill
there are
count, right?
monsters.
She's got possibly a higher kill count in individual units than even Will.
No, the highest kill count is Murray.
That's true.
The flamethrower in season 4.
Who would have thought by the end of Stranger Things the highest kill counts goes to Karen Wheeler and Murray?
And you can't forget Joyce with the kill on the big bad.
Nah, that's just one unit.
From Murray, that we know of, I'm sure that guy has been up to. I don't know what that guy is a creep. Oh my gosh, I don't trust him one bit. Ew.
He's probably in prison for other reasons at this point. But I'd forgotten the end of the graduation of that girl comes up and sort of flirts with Dustin a bit and invites him to a party, and he's absolutely fine with this. And so this was another one of those. The Duffer Brothers explained There's some evidence, I guess, that maybe he broke up with his girlfriend off screen, but we wanted to leave it open to interpretation.
They
Who
forgot.
that girl was?
That's the girl from like that made fun of him in earlier season, right?
Yeah, season 2. He's like, "Would you like to go to a dance?" And she's like, "No," and she walked away.
He's cool
And the
now,
Duffer Brothers,
even though he's
yeah.
more hated than ever. That was like the whole point of this season.
Also, the Duffer Brothers said there was no happy ending for Eddie, and he was always going to jail. So then, why is the Hellfire Club T-shirt super cool now? Wouldn't he still be wearing a murderous psychopath merchandise?
That was cope and bullshit. There's no, as if they can't. They write anything, as if they couldn't. They wrote these guys out of murdering like members of the fucking government. You'll be fine.
They literally just disappeared the government. They said the government just sort of disappears from the story.
Yeah.
They just don't exist anymore.
They've got nothing else to do now.
The transition from all of the characters being apprehended by the U.S. government, and then it's just 18 months later or whatever, and they're just gone. Like, y'all, yeah, you cheated and you gave up, and you're cowards and you suck, and you should never write anything again, and maybe you should die.
Gosh.
That's a little hardcore, but you know
harsh
what?
but true. They're too dangerous to be left alive.
Dangerous is
they
not
might
the word I choose.
Again.
Yeah. But so we now get to the rooftop. This is the wrap-up scene for the teenagers who are in their 30s. So you've got...
They're up on the iconic rooftop.
The iconic rooftop, yeah.
Well, so this was kind of cool because this calls back to they usually had like 1 or 2 scenes here every season, this group.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
it's saying goodbye because obviously we've had loads of iconic moments here.
I love this roof.
The iconic radio
Even
power
through the
roof.
filter, looking at this on the stream, there's just like there's no one. They're not in the place.
No, this was crazy too. It was like a choice for because they knew they had to do something, but they had to split people up into groups, and it's just like so. This is the adults group, sort of, if you know what I mean. Is like because they can't be the D&D group or else. There's like
they're like the middle.
They're adults now, but like they were teens. So it's like what have we got here? It's like the connections of the 4 of them together. It's like, well, absolutely not. The 4 of them didn't spend any time together at all, other than when they were going after monsters sometimes, and that's pretty much only this season. Like, okay,
I mean, Jonathan and Robin haven't even talked. I think. Do they have a line of?
That's why I start with the 4 of them, right? So now we'll go for like groups of any groups of 3 here that work. It's like, do we have a love triangle?
Yeah, that's the one that works.
But that's
you could maybe.
Because we want to have them together. That'd be kind of awkward to have the love triangle.
Well, it's not even.
They're not even. Yeah.
The love
triangle's
over, but it's not like they gained an appreciation for each other personally as a result of all of that. They just said like, yeah, Nancy's awesome. Okay, cool. There's
they're
no
all bonding over their shared love for Nancy.
There's no 3s, but you have Steve and Robin on the 2s. It's like, yeah, they spent some time together, so this is kind of meaningful for them. You're like, okay, so what about Robin and Nancy? No, I mean, you had the thing in season 4 briefly, but Nancy was annoyed as hell by Robin.
The whole point of that was like trying to get over Nancy being a complete bitch to Robin, who was trying to help and in fact was the only useful person there. They didn't like each other very much.
Nope, they didn't have a connection beyond that. They've never talked to each other outside of plot. So it's like, okay, what about Robin and Jonathan? It's like nothing.
Nope,
nothing.
Clearly, this is like designed to be the first
Jonathan and anybody.
Jonathan and Nancy. It's like, well, I guess the show would try and argue there's a lot there, but there hasn't.
Allegedly, Jonathan had a mother that he had a relationship with in season 1.
No, I don't
once
think
upon
so.
A time,
I think that was a dream.
Long ago.
That never happened. So
it does feel like a dream. Season 1.
So the most meaningful connections, of course, would be Steve with Robin and then Nancy with Jonathan. But they're both like the strongest thing is probably from a character relationship level that actually means something. Steve and Robin, but they haven't really banked on it beyond what they got in season 3. But it's like, okay, well, just Steve and Nancy. It's like, no, they haven't had anything meaningful for ages. They usually only talk about whether or not they're dating or whether or not there's awkwardness there. That's it. It's like, so what is this scene? You're just forcing it that these guys are like, we're all pretty good friends. We've all been through a lot. You're like, you guys barely know each other.
Nah, not really. You're strangers for the most part.
Treating this like the end of Friends.
In the vicinity of one another.
So awful. And they knew it. They had to. The only emotions here that are happening is because it's the end. They could have just tossed Murray in here and have been like, yeah, I guess. Fuck it.
Hey guys, are you talking about sex?
Joey, it would be so funny if we all had sex right now. They're all just like,
because I haven't had it, but I would really like it if you all did have it.
And like the content is pretty empty as well, partly because they have nothing to say to each other.
Yep.
But like the lives they're moving into, there's not. Steve gets off pretty well from all of this because Steve's the one, like, he's not just coaching Little League, he's also coaching sex ed because it's Steve. Why not? It's funny. But with like just this salary, he's now very, very close to buying his first house with his long-term girlfriend and setting himself up to have the 6 kids that he wants. And say, well, okay. That's good. He's also
Steve
the only
wins.
person who actually still wants to stay in Hawkins because the others
Who's
have
his
decided that
girlfriend?
we don't. I think she has a name, but I don't know who she is.
Oh,
I don't think she's a character.
Well, all right.
Back now.
But like, it's interesting because what they're sort of going for is like the Duffers have said, you know, it's the death of magic and growing up and moving away from childhood and all that kind of stuff. And it's like that's the vibe. But the only one who's kind of happy as a result of all of this is Steve, who doesn't leave town because actually he's quite happy with the way things are. So like he's in a way had the least growth and the most reward from all of this. Because after him, you get Jonathan. Jonathan's at NYU because that was the thing from season 1. He always wanted to go. He's a stoner and he's making a movie about an anti-capitalist cannibal. I think great. That's going to be adding a lot to culture and your own life. Robin's at Smith College because lesbians go to Smith. Nancy, though, she's dropped out of Emerson.
Yeah, she's
dropped
heading
out
to
of
military
university.
school.
She's
so
accomplished.
She's so accomplished. Her one
she's
thing.
Killed
she's
more
bright.
soldiers than anyone else, so she goes to military school.
She's not even going to military school. She's got a job at a local newspaper as a trainee.
Whatever.
She was sick of school.
So she's back where she started in season
exactly.
3.
But at least she's got her independence. So hooray for Nancy. Well done.
Yay.
Like, I just don't understand that whole. Maybe I misunderstand journalism, but if she wants to be, I mean, that's all she talked about, right? Before, like, she wants to be a proper journalist. It's crazy to me. How do you even become a successful journalist without a degree? I don't think that's it, especially in the 80s. Like, who will hire her? Seriously.
Well, journalists didn't used to have degrees, and that's when journalism was good. It's when they introduced journalism degrees that it all went to shit. So I can believe that she graduated. I don't know. They're recent in the UK. I think they've only been like the last sort of roughly 30 years. They sort of corresponded with the rise generally of university placements for everyone. America, I think, had it before the UK, but I don't know how big they were even in the 80s because you got like a load of the biggest American journalists never got journalism degrees because it doesn't actually teach you how to be a journalist, funnily enough.
That's pretty.
They suck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just for me, for her character. I mean, she was, especially with the characterization of season 1. I don't think that she ever changed. She was always like such a school. What do you call it? Like nerd. You know, she was very
bookworm, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, she was all about getting like good grades and stuff. Why would she drop out? It just does not make sense for me. And for
what she needs to do is she needs to buy the hat. You know, like the hat with the little press thing sticking out.
Yeah, a
little
trilby that says press on it. Yeah.
I love that. I don't know
name.
why. I love that as like a trope. The sort of 1930s, 40s journalist with a trilby with press sticking out of his hat. She should get that, and then she'll be imbued with all the skills she needs. Well, then again, not really.
Well, I realized like it wouldn't make sense for her to go to military school. She's learned all of it, right? So it would be journalism. She's got to get.
That's right. They'd have nothing to teach her. She'd show the drill sergeant. You know, he'd say, "You got to do this. This is how you disassemble a rifle." And then she'd be like, actually, it's like this." And then he'd go, "Wow, Nancy, you're awesome. First prize," like when Bart wins the
where can I do the most damage to the world around me? It's probably not the military. Journalism is probably the place you would go to do that because that's who she is. She's horrible. But I mean, it's come up before as well. It is just interesting to compare her story arc generally from season 1, where like obviously she fears becoming her mother. That was the whole thing. To season 5, where Karen Wheeler gets the hero moment saving kids, and Nancy's on a roof as an intern, and it's like it's one of these is obviously more fulfilling than the other one, and I don't really understand how the writers dropped that plot line. I mean, the natural thing to do with that character is to have her mature and grow and realize that actually her mother isn't this unbearably cringe person that she should fear becoming like, that she's still a very strong, independent person who also has a family to care about, which is more important than certain other material concerns. That's the kind of more natural conclusion to your storyline for a character like this. On top of which is a more natural conclusion to all of these characters if at least two of them were in a relationship that worked. But it's like you're at the only storyline here which has an actual functioning love triangle at all during any season is the storyline that ends with nobody in a relationship. And it's all kind of bleak. It's like, oh, we're all moving away. I guess we should meet back here once a month for drinks or something. Yeah. Oh, that's really fulfilling. It's so encouraging. It makes me think that sticking through this story all the way from the beginning to the end with all of these characters, that was lovely and so worthwhile. I'm so happy to see how happy they are together. No, it's empty and bleak and boring and pointless. But at least none of them have been traumatized into hallucinogenic schizophrenia, and that's where we're going next. So
yeah, no, everyone's totally fine mentally.
They sure are.
They sure are. But we go to the kids' wrap up in the Wheelers' basement. They did not go to the party that the girl invited them to. They are now playing Dungeons and Dragons. The campaign, it's not going well. It seems like
they're not moving forward. They're staying where they were.
Well,
they haven't changed in that regard.
They are moving forward in a moment. Once they walk up the stairs and they close the door behind them, that is the moving forward. This is the last gasp of childhood and happiness before they enter the real world.
You certainly can't play Dungeons and Dragons as an adult.
No, that would make you a loser.
Yeah, you can't do that. People are more accepting of gay people in interracial relationships in the Midwest town in the 80s than they are of Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, that is.
I wonder if they actually, because that is what I feel like I saw a statistic that showed like that, like an almost like holy shit, like number of people were not okay with that, like in the 80s.
Very rapid change, 80s
with
through 90s.
Dungeons and Dragons,
with like interracial marriage, like that.
Yeah, it was
because
like
it consistently goes up over, but then it's like holy shit, really? Like it's like, but I imagine, but again, it's kind of what we were talking about. Like again, presenting it doesn't mean an endorsement of it. Like, but if you're setting it in this time and you want it to be sort of, to actually have the texture of that time, it does mean that you have to be delving into these aspects. And they did it in season 1, but they stopped because, I mean, It's kind of funny, right? Talking about how like, they don't really understand Dungeons and Dragons. Like, well, they don't really understand the 80s, right? I mean, how old are the Duffer Brothers? Aren't they like 40?
I think they're in their 40s now.
They're
so like,
have we?
Yeah,
I know you mentioned something about Hopper, but his
I just realized I've skipped it because it's there's nothing there. But we'll do that. We'll do it in order. Hopper and Joyce's ending. They're at Enzo's.
Yeah, they're at Enzo's, man. That's a huge pay. They've been setting that up since season.
Not for years. Season 3.
Finally
man,
went to the
crazy.
place.
Finally, they get to Enzo's,
and it's the only nice restaurant in the whole town because that's where Robin wanted to take Vicky on a date twice, but it didn't go through. They couldn't go to the one restaurant in town that's nice.
Did you mention Vicky? Where is she, do you think? Because she wasn't on the date.
She got Thanos snapped.
She got skeletoned with the rest of the characters.
She went to the Dr. Brennan realm of characters. And Anton and Argyle, and who was Dustin's girlfriend on the radio that one time that they visited, who disappeared.
Never-ending story girl.
Up again. Yeah, never-ending story girl. She went to the realm of disappeared characters that they don't give a fuck about anymore.
Broke up off screen.
Max's mom.
And they could have put her on that rooftop with them. It would have made as much sense as all of them being there anyway.
Yeah, would have been a nice happy ending for Robin. She's got a nice, stable, long-term relationship, but never mind. Hopper and Joyce, though, they do, to give the show its due, they get a nice, happy, long-term relationship, because they're at Enzo's. Hopper proposes, and then he says, wait, we don't need to stay here anymore, because the kids are all grown up, so how about we move, because I've just been given a better paid position in a place called Montauk, which is a reference to the story Bible from which this show grew, and to the pitch from which they allegedly stole all of season 1, allegedly. But I'm sure there's no evidence for that.
Where is that? Or is that
it's an island. No, it's a real place. I think it's Long Island, right? It's because originally the show was going to be set there.
And Montauk was like the name of their original name of the pilot.
Yeah, the Montauk Project. And it was good. It was going to be set on Long Island and everything at the military base there, because that is the site of real life conspiracy theories. I think there's a naval base there. But that's their ending. Hopper and Joyce finally get together. Isn't it nice? I don't think there's anything I've missed from that scene.
It's just what an incredible ending. That's super important. He's moved on. He's dating Joyce, and he's gotten over. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I never even felt like those two should be together. I was just like, okay.
I mean,
they
it felt
never
really
committed.
Bob died horribly, and it's like, all right.
Well, time to move in. Yeah.
He got like one little flashback to remember Bob, and then he completely disappeared from the story's existence. And then we're back to those two, but they never really committed leading into Hopper and Nancy. I feel like they would chat every once in a while.
Hopper and Nancy.
Hopper and Joyce.
Hopper and Joyce.
Oh no!
It was a different time. All right.
Oh my god!
But like it just never felt like they were. They just didn't commit to that being a relationship. There's too much time spent in between them, like interacting in romantic ways.
No, this felt like a very safe sort of, I don't know, Hopper and Joyce are together. Yeah, there we go. Enzo's, yeah, Sheriff. Shut up.
Was it the season 1 thing or season 2 thing, or when was it introduced, like that they had like a thing when they were younger before Joyce got married or something?
Yeah, they allude to that in season 1, I think. But the relationship in season 1, it just, I don't know, it just felt a lot more like old flame, but working together instead of needing to do any of this.
Yeah, that's a very cute story, much cuter than this. I mean, you have these two characters that seemed to be kind of very aligned, but they grow up to be, mature friends, It's just sweet. This is just fairy tale.
Okay, yeah, season 3 really revived it. Because even season 2, like he's staying around out of loyalty and friendship and helping out with Will. And then you get the end scene of season 2 when they're outside the school while the dance is going on, and it's like season 1. It's like we've been through a lot together, not we're gonna shag. Because Bob has just died. Then season 3 forgets that Bob has just died, so he starts pressuring her into dates, which is not a very nice thing for Hopper to do. But then he's not a very nice man in lots of strange things.
Oh, he sucks in season 3, but then I don't like him in season 2 as well. So.
Nope, he sucks because this show is predominantly bad guys from season 2 onward. It was shit.
Yep, it was. People just started noticing. But we get now this is the wrap up scene for the kids. And they are playing Dungeons and Dragons. The Dungeons and Dragons campaign they run is structured a bit like a Stranger Things episode in the sense that they're losing to the big bad guy, and then someone remembers that hey, back like 10 hours ago, we met a random mage. Can we spawn her in? Oh, yeah, we can. And then she saves the day.
Yay.
Which is very Stranger Things.
Mike's just a shitty DM. These games sound like they suck, and I would never want to play them.
But he's a master storyteller. That's what the show tells us. He's called a master storyteller.
No, he sucks, man. Any person who plays D&D or these kinds of games listens in on this, and they're like, wow, like this is what they're excited for? This actually sounds like it is no fun at all. And takes no real advantage of the, of the medium. This stinks.
As Max says, the game is bullshit.
I also find it cringe as fuck that they're like, remember the team, the 5 of them? It's like,
No.
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 And they're like, oh, and Max is getting all mad and throwing shit, but she doesn't like the way I guess the game is going, which again is just like, can you leave? Like, this is you're just so obviously fucking stapled on.
Yeah, they never. I mean, you could have introduced someone, especially the idea of introducing a girl into the dynamic when they're that age group in the 80s could have been interesting because they're young kids in school and they have their boy thing going with the D&D games and all the technology and adventures. So that could have been a dynamic that could have been fun and interesting, having the girl in the group. But they just never executed it.
They never got her in properly.
They never leaned into it. They never gave her the time. They never had her interacting with the others a lot. They never gave her, I guess, especially early on, they never gave Max a personality that I felt like would really gel enough with the others to make a friendship sort of happen. They just didn't. They didn't do it. They just didn't do it. They didn't do the work for it.
Mentioned as well that not only is she obviously kind of just glomped on and stable, like I said, because she is the small moo of the team. Come on, Fringy, you remember Small Moo?
I don't.
Oh my god, you don't? Okay, Nick, you remember Small Moo?
This cannot be undone.
Yeah, yes, you do. You voted. Small Moo is the 5th smiling friend.
I can't. That's that is like gone.
It's the shrimp episode.
He does the dance, right? He does the little dance.
Yep, the Small Moo dance.
Yeah, that's. Oh my god. This is like. Holy shit.
Mormu, not to be confused with Snrub, right?
Why did you do that? That's Mr. Burns backwards.
I know.
Mr. Snrub.
That's why you can't not to be confused with him.
Your brain is fascinated. I'm Mr. Snrub.
I don't know why that's making me, because I'm thinking of the different one. Hello, I am Mr. Bird. Like,
okay, Mr. Burns, and what's your first name?
I don't know. I don't know. And then cuts to them sitting out on the steps.
Yeah.
And Homer is mad at Bond.
I don't know. His fake person voice. Like,
yeah.
Hello.
Well, that's like his the voice with Guy Incognito.
Yeah.
Remember?
The Guy Incognito wasn't him.
Yeah, it wasn't Homer.
This man is my exact double. Simpsons is pretty cool. You guys should watch it.
I'm totally down for watching Simpsons. I would definitely like to. It sounds all right.
It's
you
okay.
guys make it seem okay. So I'd rather watch it than Smiling or Stranger Things. Oh, I almost had a terrible.
Shit, yeah.
Almost had a. I was on the verge, but I pulled back at the last second.
If you said you'd rather watch The Simpsons than Smiling Friends, that's fair. It was just that your tone was more derisive than would be warranted.
Exactly.
I would never
that comparison.
Oh no.
What if you'd said Stranger Friends or Smiling Things?
Stranger Friends.
Ooh, yes,
I don't know why I would want.
Be really confusing, wouldn't it?
It would.
Stranger Friends would be a fitting title for the show, actually.
Make more sense than Stranger Things.
There's just a bunch of friends who are actually like strangers and don't have lines between them, you know?
Yeah.
So the party is generally dissatisfied because the happy conclusion to the campaign is just trite. And Mike, aren't you supposed to be a master storyteller, Mike? Evidence for this is somewhere, I guess. I don't know.
The show told us that he is, so
Yes.
you're just gonna have to accept that he is.
Right.
And the following story is very creative, to be sure. Whether it's true and accurate, I don't know. So he says there it's true, comfort and happiness is great, but it can be found in many places. He says Max and Lucas retire from fighting, and they settle down together in a small village, and you see little clips of them in the cinema together, and they're madly in love, and it's nice. Dustin goes to university, but he takes time out to go adventuring with Steve from time to time, which is nice, because those two are cool. We like them. Will goes to college, where he finds himself again, and goes to bars and gets a boyfriend, and is generally accepted, as people are in colleges in
But only
America,
in
I
gay
guess, in the 80s.
spaces, it seems. He's only accepted for being gay by other gay people around him.
I don't really know how that works. I mean, I just know the 80s wasn't a very good time to be gay generally for multiple
that's his
reasons.
character. He's gay.
Yep, that is the
His
extent of
character
his
he's
character.
gay. The resolution to his story is that, yep, still gay.
Well done. Yeah, but at least he's happy and fulfilled in being
He
gay.
is a gay.
He's a gay. Yes, much gaiety in the gay. So he's nice and
They've
he's happy.
reduced
And...
him to the one trait that they essentially committed to him having in season 5. His one trait is now gay.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even
That's
get to
so
have a gay
empowering.
beam. I was looking for the gay beam against Vecna and stuff, but no gay beam. Nothing.
Well, the closest, I think gay multiplies the range of his
Like a
psychic
Care
powers.
Bear?
Yeah. I think you should get a gay beam, right? If you're really gay in a fantasy show, come on.
Well,
think
wasn't that
his,
the meme that people showed where he's shooting it? It's like a rainbow, like beam?
Yeah, I think it was.
It would have to be. I don't think any of the colors wouldn't match, right? It would have to be a rainbow.
Well, any
The
other
gay
color,
might have
it
been
has to be
maybe the
multiple
reason
colors,
that the gay protected him from harm when the mind flare died, when he was connected to it, when he should have died too but didn't. Maybe that was the gay.
Mm.
When
Yeah.
it was burning and he didn't feel anything. Maybe the gay protected him.
Oh, but it's like a shield that dissipates as a result, so he gets ungayed by. It's like a protective
Like it
shield.
aided him?
Yeah. It aided him. Ironically,
Oh, no.
the gay prevented him from being penetrated
It
by
is the
damage.
80s.
Well,
It is, yeah. So have fun in college, Will, because it's a bleak time. But yeah, and then who else have we not accounted for? We got up to Will, and that's everyone except for Mike, I think. Mike is the last one, and Mike says of himself that he keeps telling stories that are inspired by his friends, hoping to become a writer. But the story he can never tell is the story of the mage who came and bailed them out, which is the real story, he says. So, time to recontextualize Eleven's apparent death. He says, when the mage disappeared, how did she cast her spell when she was surrounded by the kryptonite stuff? Nobody noticed at the time, but this is actually because it was Callie. Callie, back in Hawkins' lab, she was casting an illusion spell from long range because they planned it together to stage 11's death. Even though the lab exploded, never mind. And this illusion tricked everyone.
I mean, it's just imagine a lot of things. Imagine, like, so as she's there having to cast the 11 illusion, she's getting swept up in a tornado, like, Wah! And while she's doing that, she's still able to cast this illusion. You know, she's getting disintegrated by all this debris, getting flung around.
The problem is,
I don't know about
it's
that.
Like impossible to tell the difference between so this is a clue as to this definitely didn't happen, or no, that's just shitty writing from the Duffers. Like I don't know the difference. Hard to tell.
Yeah.
It is hard to tell.
Mike says that while she was invisible, she managed to escape the soldiers, presumably including the one we saw grabbing her, go down into the tunnels and out. But the death was an illusion. Not only did she manage to get out of the military base, she managed to get out of Hawkins, out of fucking the state, and then out of the country. Because Max then says they're all crying about this because it's very emotional, and most of the story, I think most of the emotion, having seen the behind-the-scenes stuff, is entirely just the actor's story. It's not the story they're a part of. I got more emotional watching behind the scenes than I got watching this scene.
Yeah.
Max asks where 11 went, and Mike says no one will ever know, but he likes to imagine she's in a beautiful land far away with 3 waterfalls, which she calls a place she calls home, where she's safe and she finds peace and happiness. And Will asks, how do we know this is true? And Mike says, we don't, but I choose to believe that it is. And they all say, I believe. But,
okay.
Now that's gay.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry, it's just that is really funny. I believe. Yeah, I believe. Okay, guys.
We're not maybe the Hellfire Club really is a cult. They make it seem that way. Now we all go around in a circle and you'll each say, I believe.
Yeah.
The Duffer Brothers are so
But they all teared up. So it's got to be meaningful.
They did.
How could you
it was
laugh?
all real tears.
They're crying and you're laughing.
The suicidal girl might not have killed herself after all.
Mike is so clearly traumatized that this had all happened, that he's invented this elaborate fiction in his head, and they're all too scared to tell him it's untrue because of what he might do to himself. So, like, yeah, we believe. And they're mourning the mental death of one of their other friends. But Karen calls them up for dinner. One by one, they go and they put their Dungeons and Dragons books on the shelf. Not much acting was required here because it was all quite genuine emotions, saying goodbye and all the rest of that stuff. And then Mike is the last one to leave. And as he does so, Holly leads all of her friends down into the basement to play Dungeons and Dragons. And he smiles at them and he closes.
We're gonna play our girl game too. We're cool.
Yeah.
We play Dungeons and Dragons.
The friends. The last line spoken in Stranger Things is a nameless girl character who says something like, "Girls don't fart, and if they do, it smells like roses." And Mike shuts the basement door, and that's the end of Stranger Things. And
that ain't a bad summary of the show. Like at this point, you know, it's got all like the performative bullshit, and it's nonsense and crap. It's a fart. It's like, yep, good stuff. Get me out of here, you know.
Do we believe? Are we believers in fairies or whatever the fuck that all was about? Did 11 really die?
Well,
no,
so it's not possible mechanically, but I don't know if the Duffers want me to think that or not. I don't know.
Whatever they want me to think,
I don't want to play your game, Duffers. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care whether she's alive or dead. It means nothing to me.
Well, there's that too, yeah.
She's dead.
I believe in fart
Yeah.
Fart him good. I like a little. Who doesn't like a little lady fart now and then?
I like a fart, you know.
Little
You know,
pooter.
when it's gone, it's relieving.
Smile
Yeah.
because it happened.
Yeah, that's how it feels right now.
So the risk of we've obviously all spent lots and lots of time with this show now over the last few weeks, and
Boy,
much
have
has
we.
been said about it. I mean, do we want to give quick, summarizing, concluding thoughts on what we have witnessed and what it all means? Bad.
Yeah,
That's a
I
good
guess
one.
we could do that. I mean,
Yeah.
this show is terrible, like in its totality, and it was it. It's not that it was never good, but it certainly wasn't as good for as long as most people seem to think that it was. Like this show has just generally been bad, and it's funny because Nick is here, and I don't want to be like, yeah, that show that you invested a considerable amount of time into, that was a bad idea.
Don't forget money.
Don't forget money.
Pinball machine and your action figures. It's what got Nick into Dungeons and Dragons. Now he's addicted and he worships Satan.
Like it is just. It is an
Dark Lord.
unfortunate thing to have gotten invested in. All I would say is like you gotta. I don't know. It's just like you gotta find stuff other than this. Like this shit is worthless. This is not. This.
Oh, I have good news. Good news, Frankie. I just started Game of Thrones.
No.
Oh no! Oh no!
Really?
Oh no!
Interesting.
4 really good seasons ahead of you.
It's
Oh man.
Man, it's crazy that show
really-
ended on season 4, episode 9. That it didn't go any further than that. It's nuts.
not even episode 10.
Nope.
This is
Strange ending, but it happens.
It's just there's a finite amount of time to watch movies, play video games, TV shows, partake in extracurricular activities, watch sports or any number of things. Like there's a finite amount of time, and getting like investing all that time into something like Stranger Things when it was so bad pretty early on, it's just like it's really a sort of an unfortunate use of time. You should value your time more than that. Go seek out like real stories.
Well, and it's a pity that the first season was strong enough to literally just fucking ground everyone into watching this whole thing,
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
And it wasn't even. It's good, but I mean, it's not like amazing. Like again, if you're looking for one season that's worth watching, I mean, fuck, like Pluribus isn't done yet, but I mean, you can watch that. You get more out of that first season than you will out of even the first season of Stranger Things, probably. In terms,
I'm
of,
not
like,
sure I
making
agree
you
with
think.
that.
Whoever actually wrote the first season of Stranger Things is probably like decomposing in an unmarked grave in the middle of the woods right now.
True. It's just it's not just season 1, it's just the concepts attached to it. They just like it was a gold mine that they accidentally stumbled on that is like 80s nostalgia, and it just all of this like upside down Demogorgon, all these kinds of like concepts that I wouldn't go as far as to say like invented, but it just kind of evoke very like I don't know, the aesthetic of it was very appealing to people at the time, and it just really, it really caught on for a long time.
Well, it could have been really fucking cool if they had bothered to try in these 5 seasons.
Yeah, the idea that the actual writers of the first season are dead somewhere and it's an unsolved mystery kind of gives the Duffers the undue credit of thinking that they could pull off a murder and have it go unsolved, which I don't think they have the mental capacity to do.
They're dumb as fuck.
It's just that Stranger Things is like we talked about it. I can't even remember which episode we talked about it of these many this odyssey that we've been on covering it. But like Stranger Things is it's childish overall as a show. Like it doesn't really have much to say, which is like pretty unfortunate. And I think it's like worth seeking out those stories that aren't just like, oh well, I'm just sort of having fun here, but like kind of giving you something. And like this show just doesn't have anything. Like what I don't know what this show has to offer. Season 1 has got more to it for sure. Even though you could say that there are a lot of pretty fundamental ideas, like family. That's pretty important. It's like, yeah, I'll take that. Like I'll take like a simple and relatively common theme executed decently well compared to what this show became, which was just complete slop.
I think earlier seasons kind of had like themes, which This season had none, but at least there was that.
You had the suicide
I mean,
theme.
Yeah.
I mean, you had narratives about like friendship and I don't know. I don't remember. You had things.
But there was stuff, yeah, exactly, and it's kind of makes it especially galling, I think, about season 5 to be told by the Duffer Brothers. So yeah, we had to make 11 do this because she symbolizes magic, and like to grow up, you need to get rid of magic, essentially. I don't think A, that's true, and B, that I'm going to be taking lessons on growing up from two people who have regressed season by season until this. Like the first season was way more mature and more adult than this was. Now you're telling me that we had to make these decisions to symbolize characters letting go of childish things while you've grabbed hold of all of your childish things and thrown them at the screen. It's kind of insulting. Do better. And like I don't know, Fringy began by saying like you've got limited time to watch stuff. You've got limited time to make stuff too. And not many people get opportunities like the Duffers got with Stranger Things.
Very few people in the history of human civilization have had the ability and the technology and the money to be able to create something that is this extensive and broadcast to this many human souls out there. Very few. There have been more kings and emperors than there are people who have this kind of
chance because
over human culture.
We're gonna be watching it soon. The way they'll vomit random crap onto a page and it will be represented by countless thousands hours of work and money is insanity. Like, you don't deserve this.
Yeah, it's tragic. It's like giving a magic wand to a toddler. It's so sad. But like, it's arguable, debatable whether or not they will have more work, after this. They probably will do something, but never of this scale. Even Duffer Brothers won't ever get to do this ever again. I don't think in their career they won't be given something as big of a scale and big of a budget. I highly doubt that. So it's crazy to have this and just be so bullshit about it and just irresponsible. Because a lot of this is just, I mean, they were incompetent to begin with, but they were definitely, at least in this season, it's just the amount of carelessness and irresponsibility on display here is just frustrating, and at least.
It's kind of when you've got the Duffer Brothers here. Who were the two who did Game of Thrones, the writers?
D&D.
D&D.
Dan and Dave.
Dan and Dave. And then we have the two who wrote Rings of Power. So we're having like 3 shows utterly collapse or fail to even take off in Rings of Power's case, written by two guys. I wonder if there's like a curse to that, or maybe it's just who knows what it means. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. If given the opportunity, at least show us you give a shit. That would be nice. Just as a minimum requirement. I can take, errors made in good faith. What I struggle to take is total lack of effort, which this season seemingly put into it. But we'll be covering more of that shortly, as I understand it, with some of the behind the scenes stuff and what actually went into the making of season 5. It is just a little bit insulting to use that opportunity and to take something that people really did like quite a lot in season 1 and turn it into this.
Position you have, and you just sort of squander it and you don't treat it seriously, and you have like this kind of power. What people would do to be able to have a show that gets 5 seasons and a play and all kind of supporting, info and marketing and merchandising and stuff, and just to imagine all the cool ideas that you have if you could project them with this kind of budget. This is the budget, which means you could make anything you want to. It's just you've reached the point money-wise. Whatever you can think of in your head, you can do. And this is what they did with it. This is what they did with their chance. I mean, I feel kind of the same way about, James Cameron and the Avatar stuff, and how just shitty the characters and the story is, within that. And all kind, I feel it with Bethesda and Starfield and all kinds of stuff. So many better people deserve that level of, privileged positioning, but oh well.
Mm-hmm.
No justice in this world.
No siree, Bab. Which I suppose takes us the next level, the next episode. Episode 9.
Ooh. Yay,
Yes.
Confirmity Gate.
Yeah. A lot of people were like, that's not going to happen.
Is the crazy lady coming back?
No, but I'm sure she watched this, what we're about to watch, and she was like, see, they filmed so much. There must be more.
All right.
So, I have done my best to protect this from copyright. However, we're on a stream now that's been going for near 9 hours, so the rules are going to be pretty mean to us. Which means the subtitles are baked in, so if we're talking over the people, I'm typically going to opt for us not even, not really rewinding, if you know what I mean. As in, like, just that's fine. The main goal is not to engage with it that way. It's like to try and cover any problems we may end up with, because it's that kind of thing.
Sure.
I've like I said, I've baked in copyright. It's pretty solid. I think we'll be okay. But at the same time, you don't want to risk anything. It's only 20 minutes and 20 minutes and 30 seconds. So not bad. I think we should be just fine. But just so we're not confused here, they released a behind the scenes for season 5. How they made it, and we're gonna watch
How
it.
the sausage is made.
And I've chopped out the mundane stuff and even some of the good stuff, as in the people who actually tried and did their work properly, and I appreciate all of those people.
I see. You mean good as in, like, actually good, not the good stuff, ironically.
Yeah, I've mostly kept everything to do with the duffers, because they don't have anything to do with the good stuff.
I think all the good stuff, ironically, will be things that we'll be watching, potentially.
Yeah, and so we gift you today with this wonderful vid, and I suppose, like I said, I'm a little worried things could go bad, because this is probably the most risk we've taken with copyright, I think, or one of them, doing it live. This is the kind of thing we usually do offline, so I can sort it out. But if the stream goes down, God forbid, I think the worst thing that happens usually is it goes down temporarily.
Yeah,
that has been what happens in the past, I think. I think once or twice in our history, it's happened when we're covering something and then it pops back up.
I don't know how long you're planning on going tonight, but I'm pretty sure
3
you
hours.
should keep it under 12 hours.
It's 11:45 is the cap.
Yeah.
So yeah, we should be fine. I think we'll be fine. How long is this? Oh, yeah, we're at 3 hours and 10 minutes on this quote unquote episode right now. Jesus.
Dude, it's so long. Oh my god.
So yeah, like I said, context, this is the behind the scenes, but I've chopped it up to take us into the things, and I may have included a meme here and there. Just one or two. See, it's a Netflix documentary.
Season.
Okay, just make sure I get the volume right here.
Dude, immediately season 1 feels tiny in comparison to where we are
like,
now.
That's not how I wouldn't describe it as tiny. I describe it as focused, intimate, close,
good,
relatable,
Good.
personable, good, yeah, of quality.
Of quality would be a way.
Not repulsive.
One
I love these
feels
old houses.
so tiny in comparison to where we are now. We like the idea of slowly scaling up the show.
Yeah, well,
Scaling up.
an idea.
Yeah, that's an idea that didn't quite make it into the physical realm.
I don't think anyone imagined the scaling up of season 1 looks like season 5. That's no.
Not even season 2. I mean, I'm trying to think. Even if you watch the end of season 4, I don't think you'd imagine the end of season 5. It's such a sudden jump in style and in scale. Because it's not until almost the end of season 5 it's like, oh, by the way, everything we knew was wrong, and there's an entirely new dimension out there that we have to go and explore, and a big spider to kill. It's like, I wouldn't have got that from the end of season 4. Season 4 was bigger than 3, and 3 was bigger than 2, but like it's not comparable as a jump to 4 to 5.
Yeah, season 3's big boss fight was a monster in a mall.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that's definitely like a scale up, but it's still like contained to the atrium of a mall.
It is,
That's
and
not
in
so bad.
a more important way, it's a scale down, I think, because it was always like the threat of what the Mind Flayer was and the weird, mysterious gas monster, which looked ominous and cool, and you knew it had plans, but not what they were. And then, in a weird way, by making it real and bigger and staging a massively more
stomps around
expensive
going,
mall fight,
"Blarg."
it's just it's actually feels smaller, even though I know from every other perspective it's bigger. It's way more confined and silly and pointless.
Just like you would a movie sequel. Each episode is its own movie in terms of the amount of time.
He's not wrong about that. They just don't spend their time that way.
No.
Yeah. Reminder, Chernobyl is 5 episodes. Just 5. That whole show. Think of all the stuff that they're able to accomplish in doing that. How many people we meet. How many segments of the story there are.
Pages we're shooting every day, the complexities of the visual effects, the stunts, the various locations.
And all that work all those people do.
Yeah.
To get it looking as good as they
your
can.
vision.
Yeah.
For your vision. And you let them
shitty
down,
fucking
man.
vision.
It's so funny because we was watching the behind the scenes and just thinking how bad and awful I feel for all of these really talented people who did work on this show.
The thing that killed me the most is
of
that they all have to wait for the Duffers before they can even do anything, and they are on a deadline that is controlled by information they get from the Duffers. So they have to sit there being like, "I'm ready to work," and the Duffers like, "Hang on, I haven't decided if we're having 10 vines or 16 yet." It's like, cool, man, cool. I think they even say at the documentary at some point, like, they'll just start working, and hopefully they can incorporate whatever the Duffers come up with.
It's terrifying because you see these shows that people love and adore, and the ending falters.
Now, I will say, you will not miss because the ending doesn't falter dramatically compared to how shit most of the show is. It's relatively consistently downhill.
You could still say the ending falters, and it was a beloved show.
For sure.
That was a huge, like, public fuck up. The whole world hates the ending, so.
And they just discard the rest of the show.
You should discard most of the show.
At least D&D probably knew how bad they didn't give a fuck at the end, right? They were just
they said Daddy forgot about the Iron Fleet. They
pooped that season out and went into hiding. These guys released a documentary saying this. Like, they literally thought they got it. Like, they made it. They did it. They successfully made a successful last season of the show, which is embarrassing. How stupid are you? In the first place, for making this season, and in second place, thinking it was good. Like, they legitimately thought they, like, succeeded on this front, which is so embarrassing. Oh.
You can't leave anything dangling. You have to wrap everything up.
Are you fucking kidding?
Here's the 78 things that needed a resolution and didn't get one.
It's become a meme how much they forgot. It's insane.
They forgot important stuff and then brought in totally random things that didn't need answering and answered those instead. They brought Callie back for some reason.
They forgot things they introduced in season 5. Like, fucking what happened to Derek's family, bro?
What happened to the family?
We went into production without having a finished script for the finale.
The classic.
So
how is that? That's like the death knell for a TV show.
What's funny is this statement got pushed around, and a lot of people said this is absolutely normal. And it's like not in the way that these fuckers have had their time. They've had an insane amount of time.
Care. I
back that too. I don't care if everyone's doing this. It's a bad idea. It's a bad way to do it.
I mean, the fact that so many shows have a bad ending. The fact that it happens so often.
The thing I hear so commonly was like, "Oh, well, Breaking Bad didn't know exactly what they were doing with the ending when they started."
Yeah, well, Vince Gilligan's a way more talented writer. That's probably why that ends up better.
My response is like, "That's Breaking Bad." Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're the Duffer Brothers. You're Gilligan, okay?
Yeah, when a good show's writer says they don't quite know where it's going, I think, because they're weighing it up. They're still thinking about it. They're trying to gauge the results of the show.
In their defense, that was a different era of television. That was like the old era of television where shows would sort of just generally keep getting renewed, and it was like you're sort of in this general motion, but not necessarily like we're gonna do 5 seasons, you know, and this is how it's compared to now where you can plan out like that. You can essentially know that you've got
what
years
the fuck
and years and
were the
years
Duffers
ahead.
doing with their time?
Times have like really changed. Times have really changed, to be clear. I mean, I remember there used to be a lot more casual usage of the hard R.
Exactly, yeah, retard, yeah.
I mean, at the time you had like deadlines and you actually had a strict schedule. You might not have had enough time to develop your scripts fully and
Well, no,
completely.
you're making a season a year.
Yeah. And here they just had and for sure they sat around for 3 years and then decided to write the script as they were shooting it last minute. That's just simply unacceptable.
And as they've told us, every single episode is basically a movie, so it's not even comparable to older television shows on older episodic scales, writing as they went along. Every one of these is a movie.
It's
you have to the bigger the scale, the more CGI, the more complex effects, the more of all of this stuff that you used to see in movies and now you frequently see in TV because of streaming. The more you have to plan it in advance. We didn't know what the ending was going to be when we started writing the show. This is we started producing the final episode without knowing what the script was going to be in the final 2-hour episode. It's more comparable to Multiverse of Madness filming without a finished script than it is to older TV shows running without finished scripts. It's insane.
Yeah, and it annoys me because this is the thing that defined their lives, like as work, and they're ending it. They had all the time in the fucking world, and they just sat back and let the clocks just tick away. They didn't care, and then they're like, "Oh shit." I guess the production started. And what bothers me is it goes well beyond just them or the audience, like, failing them, I mean. It's like, you've got loads of people who can't work until you've written shit down.
Mm-hmm.
They're all waiting for you guys.
And this is not like I mean, people came to know about this because of this documentary, so people started criticizing. They've done this every season. Like, even first season, actors talked about when they started shooting season 1, there was no script for episode 8 and 9. So it's like they probably do this every season.
Well, and any notion of it being normal, again, it's just like they are not talented enough.
It's not normal.
I mean, the reality is they barely even have a draft, let alone ever consider a redraft. I'm sure these guys consider they work gold the second they finish a script.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that they sort of... I don't know why they think this is like a bragging thing, like... brag-worthy thing to admit to. It's
I think the brag is look at how we pulled it all together in the end when we were under such pressure.
Because they're under the high of season 4 right now when they're doing this. They're like, we're so fucking good at this. And so, like, by the way, you guys think we're so fucking good at this when we're actually under a lot of restrictions, like not even going in with a script when we do the finale. How's that? Yeah. You're gonna love it. Oh boy.
The whole episode has to be building towards 11 is gonna kill herself.
What the fuck?
Good job, Ross Duffer.
All right.
What an insane statement.
Like, if we're trying to
really
sell this, she's gonna kill herself, and then she kills herself.
Yeah.
I think that it's like, is she still deciding?
This is the conversation they're having.
I can't believe
and they
it.
think it's profound. You know that they think they're like really fucking clever while they're having this conversation. Like they're really thinking deeply about storytelling. And the conversation is, so 11's gonna kill herself, yeah? Yeah. It's like,
the
holy shit.
I get through a lot of this stuff is that Dictor is usually the one who's trying to, like, he presents it as though he's yes-anding, but what he's kind of trying to do is to salvage some of their terrible ideas. This happens more than once. This is one of those examples.
It was like she kills herself. It's like, great idea. What if she doesn't?
Maybe she's still deciding whether to do that. And it's the same thing as saying no, but it sounds nicer. And he does that a couple more times as well. He's also, I think, the one saying it would be crazy not to have like monsters.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Has she already decided?
You have to keep toying with the.
That reaction is pretty like
it's useful.
It's good stuff. Like talking about how she's definitely gonna kill herself. It feels like, even though this lady has bad contributions as well in this documentary, I still imagine there's enough going on in there that she's like, wow, that's cringeworthy. That 11 would just kill herself while they're just sitting there like, yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, we're good at this.
This is the unfortunate woman they sent to make the play. So like she was seconded for part of season 4, I think, to do that. Like she had never written a play before. She had never produced a play before. She had never been anywhere near a play before. Like they do the equivalent of table reads for plays. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a slightly different process. She didn't even know it existed. So they put her through hell, and she stuck around. I don't know that it's necessarily to the benefit of the show, but you know, well done her.
That is kind
She's
of a
still
fair
there.
observation because that is you are dealing with a different medium. You know, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I can't remember the name of the guy that they teamed up with for Book of Mormon. Plus, they had also written music for the South Park movie, so like they had the experience, and even that would have been an incredibly difficult task. It's like, hey, you go right. Holy shit.
7 is this, like, oh my god, like, is she really going to go through with this? And it's what everyone's going to keep expecting.
We think she's made the choice to live.
Gonna pause for the sake of carefulness here. He's setting up his genius idea, starting with we think
she's made the choice to live, but no, that's a lie.
I don't know. Just kidding. She hasn't. Just kidding. She did. Like that's where I don't know if we have to play it like that.
I don't know if we have to play it like that.
I don't know that you have to do this at all.
Well, they're just casually discussing, like, is she gonna kill herself? Is she suicide? No, suicide. No.
Is that really? Because I wasn't entirely sure from this clip, but I got the impression that's like he's like, well, steel manning is the wrong word, but like he's trying to run through it, and he doesn't actually think this is going to play.
No, I'm saying yeah, you're right. I'm saying that is the conversation right now. They're all bobbing between whether or not she's killing herself, and just like, guys. The answer is no. How do you not know this? I will be using this clip a bunch.
That is how I don't know if we have to play that. How would we play it? We keep it ambiguous. We keep it ambiguous up to the moment.
Why did they include this? Why did they include anything in this?
If she comes back and has in a moment with Hopper. If she comes back and has this moment with Hopper and gets in the van, I feel she has clearly made a choice to live.
Yes.
So maybe just follow through on that.
Well, what's interesting about this is like his brain is almost working. You're like, why would she choose to kill herself, you moron?
Yeah.
Unless Callie has really gotten into her suicidal tendrils into her that deeply, that quickly, after like one conversation.
It's so cruel and
that she's
stupid.
Gonna forsake everything with Hopper and the rest of the gang, that she'll do that in this way.
This girl lives this horrible life, desperately trying to find, people to belong with, and it's like, yeah, and then she kills herself.
It was a fool's gambit in the first place. It was silly to ever think that she could have a normal life.
No, not necessarily.
If you show me those images, she's made a choice to live.
Get feet off the table, you barbarian.
Just chilling down. Yeah, you'll be all right, right? You'll make it.
Calm the fuck down.
You'll make it. I believe in you.
Absolutely
you can put your feet on a table if you want to.
No, I don't think that you.
If it's her table, she can.
Yeah.
This is the writer's room table.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I'm sure it's
she's a co-owner
with some regularity.
First off, no one's using the tape. No one's using it for writing. Clearly, they're just sort of like talking aloud.
Exactly.
Into the
they use it for feet.
Into the empty void. Their feet are doing more work desecrating that piece of furniture than anything else.
Desecrating
because their brains are working.
Don't
do the 100% thing. If you have an 100%.
She's killing herself 100%. Happening.
What's the other option?
What's the other option?
Not killing yourself, I guess.
For 1 second. What's the other option?
What is the alternative to killing yourself? I don't know.
The average Hopper discussion.
Wakes up in the morning. Why wouldn't I kill myself? Like, what's the point?
Here's the sad part. Here's the really sad part. This kind of conversation probably happens in a lot of writers' rooms for a lot of really expensive films and TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
And we would be embarrassed to listen to them.
Stupid conversations.
I mean, lots and lots of conversations in writers' rooms are stupid. I mean, and it's fine because like, up to a point, you have a bit of leeway for it because some sort of like you want to kick as many ideas around as you possibly can, and there's always going to be like early stages where the complete wrong thing is suggested. You kind of hope though, as production moves along, there are fewer wild, manic, crazy suggestions like, oh, how about if the protagonist kills herself? They'll still occasionally happen, but the ultimately the thing is, either it makes it into the show or the production or whatever, or it doesn't. And obviously you can only fight your corner and say, I hope that it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess the moronic I prefer is like in The Simpsons, where they're like, come up with a name, but not Poochie, and then they all leave. It's like, so is Poochie? We happy with that? Yeah, it's good. Like, that's what I want to see.
100%. Yeah, I'm feeling Poochie.
What else would there be?
It's good.
What's the other option?
There's a lot of good jokes in that episode. Good stuff.
I don't know how to play this. Ross and I had no interest in.
Well, like it's like your job to find out how to play this. That's your job. So yeah,
just what they're saying here.
I'll play. I play it twice. Don't worry.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
Yeah.
Really?
You know what? You should have followed your dreams to wherever else they led and not writing.
Really?
Yeah. Funny to me. Like, they've always been very, very honest about this, about not wanting to be writers and not being primarily interested in writing. And I'm like, you sat around for 3 years, leaving all these people jobless for that amount of time. Just what about any other writer in that room? Just if you're not interested, you can let other people
you don't have to do it
for you.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Like, you could have done this. Why? Their egos are just fascinating.
Just like Chris Stuckman, you can realize that you don't have to write. That might not be your strong suit.
No interest in writing at all.
Do you know he did a 12-minute review of Fellowship of the Ring?
There's a ad in that for like a fucking load thing again or something. Rocket Money, yeah. Because of course there is.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all. We wanted to direct.
Oh, he looks.
We realized that the best way in was probably writing.
Nice.
Oh, you just hate this. Hate this.
Well, all right.
This is like Chris Stuckman saying, the best way to directing was reviewing shit on YouTube, so I had to get it out of the way.
Oh, Lord.
Writing bad script after bad script and just going, why is this not working?
They don't write bad scripts anymore.
No, they're well past writing bad scripts.
Yes, good old Sean Levy, the man who said that Taika Waititi was riffing on a level that was freaking sublime.
Yeah. This part was pretty egregious, and I make sure to understand this is him talking.
Rules of movies and TV back then said you can't make a show about kids that isn't for kids.
What are we talking about?
You cannot make a show
not true.
about kids that isn't for kids. It's weird
because
it's
not true. It's just unbelievable. That's common, yeah. But I mean, even if you wanted to move past South Park, I mean, The Simpsons is about kids as well, and that is not a show for kids.
A lot of kids weren't allowed to watch Simpsons.
Nope. Well, it makes sense that you wouldn't. I mean, Itchy and Scratchy is pretty violent. Of course, it's a great television show. I love it.
How many Stephen King adaptations have there been where there's always going to be creepy children elements in Stephen King because it's Stephen King and he's creepy? But they get made. They're not for kids. He's like one of the most adapted authors. He is the most adapted author, I think, in history. Like so many of Spielberg's movies feature kids quite prominently, but they're not made for kids. It's just, but somehow they get made nonetheless.
He continues. He doesn't just stop saying stupid shit there.
A show about kids that isn't for kids. You can't combine horror genre and coming of age.
What the
like,
fuck?
Come on, bro. Come on.
I don't think a sentence has ever been this incorrect and ever. Holy shit.
Catastrophically wrong. What the fuck are you talking about? The amount of examples you could fill this page with. Good lord.
I mean, Buffy is enough.
Yeah, it's what Buffy's all about.
Some of you guys thought this guy did a great job with Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm just going to keep reminding you of that. Some of you guys thought this guy did a fantastic job.
He's a genius. He's a steward of story.
See, the difference between us and High Top Films is that he pretends like he doesn't dislike Sean Levy. I do dislike his movies. I do. I don't respect the work that he does. Like he's bad at this. He's good at making money, but he's certainly bad at creating stories that are worthwhile.
I've been seeing more posts about how ugly that movie is. It's, you know, among other things.
It only took what 2 years? It only took 2 years for us to realize that.
Who's us?
When are we going to do that with Superman? When's that happening? When are we going to realize that Superman?
Maybe around about the time we find out what the truth is on its budget and box office results and everything. Won't be long. We're getting there.
That's right.
It was that transgression that made it feel so fresh.
But yeah, that's why Stranger Things was working, because it was doing things that had never been done before, like having an adult show about children, or having a show that was about coming of age, but it was also kind of gory.
There's nothing about Stranger Things that is about coming of age. Nothing. Like, not a single theme, not a single narrative, not a single plotline, not a single character arc. Nothing about Stranger Things. There's no character growth. Maybe except for, like, Steve. There's nothing in the show at all. Especially not when it comes to young kids.
Well, what about when Hopper goes from being, like, suicidal to being, like, he's going to blow himself up? That's different. It's different.
That's different. True. But does that count as coming of age?
The age of life into the age of death.
What Sean did, which was so incredible because he was respected director and producer.
I just find it funny to say he's respected, but he probably is. Yeah, sure.
I guess the thing is that Hollywood probably does think he's awesome. I mean, he's getting to do a Star Wars. Wow, getting to do a Star Wars movie at this point. I mean, it is hard to get people to do a Star Wars, but he has worked his way up from Cheaper by the Dozen, and what else did he do? Date Night. These sort to getting to do a Star Wars movie. So, you know.
He's a one-trick pony. I can't wait for his downfall. It's coming. I can smell it.
Well, I would say doing a Star Wars movie at this point is like a bad idea.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I would say doing anything Star Wars is like I wouldn't do that if I
unless
were
you're
you.
making something really solid, like the Star Wars fandom are very fucking
Andor,
upset right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Oreo, Mr. Oreo, you excited for Deadpool Wolverine Star Wars movie?
I am going to watch it. That is the nicest thing I can say.
All right. Sweet.
I read an article recently saying that they're planning on doing another movie that has something to do with Thrawn and all the Mandoverse characters. And I thought that was going to be this movie.
Well,
what is this movie?
It's so exciting because all of them are probably that. They'll just multiverse everyone into everything. We might even
do we
get
know
Darth
anything
Vader
about this? Is it just Mandalorian
Doomsday.
and Grogu? Is there like any plot details?
I think they were. I remember someone saying something about it.
Synopsis, but the plot synopsis was the Mandalorian and Grogu go around helping the New Republic against pesky Imperial warlords and stuff.
It sounds so shit.
So it's just another season of the show, then.
Yes.
To describe them at this point. Those pesky.
There's no like big thing.
It sounds like a two-parter episode.
Shit. It's going to be absolutely shit, and it's probably not going to go over well.
No, and it's going to make them
even
more
when
scared.
3 was coming out, and they were like, "Hey, so the Mandalorian show. I mean, it's called the Mandalorian, but it's not about
it'll come out.
Din Djarin. It's about Mandalorians."
Yeah.
I reckon. I reckon it probably makes like $500 million at best, and then they're like, "Oh fucking hell!" Because it's probably not cheap to make this one. It's like at least $100 million for sure. Probably $200 million.
So they release those 2 Star Wars movies, and then they go back into hiding. Like, God.
The thing is that the Levy one, unfortunately, he seems to.
He knows how to make money.
He seems to essentially know what shit you do to make money. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say this is a ton of people. Probably should continue off.
Oh my God!
2,000
Probably should have killed some of you off.
Oh my God!
Well, look at that, because Millie Bobby Brown is the one that's pushed for it the most. Look at her reaction.
But they keep bringing more and more people in. They keep adding people. It's like they're like a hoarder, but the writing equivalent of a hoarder.
Yeah,
they just can't throw away anything.
It's going to be annoying for the studio as well, because you're missing out on major payoffs, but then you're also just costing everyone more money, because everyone who stays on costs more the more they're on. So that's how agents negotiate and shit. So Yeah. Why? Kill them.
Millie's right.
Kill them. Do it.
Oh my god. Oh.
Papa wanted to die. It's just so funny to me. And look at it. This expression to me is like, what the fuck are you saying now? It's too late, motherfuckers. Like, it's already the end season.
So you probably should have killed
And then him just being casually like, I didn't need to be here, so could just killed me.
We fell in love with Tim Burton really early on.
I find this fascinating because if you had told me after seeing Stranger Things, what's the major influences? Like, obviously Stephen King. You'd be like, Tim Burton? I'd be like, no. What?
No. I guess Winona Ryder's in it.
That's
like,
really not enough.
That's not enough to say you're inspired by Tim Burton.
His art direction is so distinct.
Especially not his art direction. I don't see any of that in their work.
Tim Burton is very unique, and theirs is not nearly as unique.
It felt like magic to us.
Movies like Batman, Beetlejuice.
It's a really funny set of movies to reference for Tim Burton. Like, Batman, Beetlejuice, and Edward Scissorhands, some of his most iconic. They should have said Nightmare Before Christmas after this, and then it would have just been the Tim Burton set.
In Edward Scissorhands.
That's right, yeah.
We love these stories of the ordinary, the extraordinary, because I think we had a lovely childhood, but it was a fairly safe one. It was.
I don't mean to be a dick, but they come across as people who have not experienced anything crazy. like just they've had very normal lives, very
writers
safe.
Who seem terrified to kill any of their characters. Yeah, I mean it's all the pieces, all the puzzle pieces are starting to fit together. I'm starting to see the pattern here.
Well, and to them, watching a Tim Burton movie is like, whoa, that's crazy, wacky, supernaturally out of this world. When it's like he was pretty mainstream, you know. Like, same obviously because they reference Spielberg soon. It's again like, yep, another solid choice.
All the most boring conventional choices that you could make, right? It's like,
Well, in a sense, right, you can pick them, but I hope that you contextualize it in a way that tells me something about like you personally, what you took from them, instead of saying, I like Tim Burton, I like his art. Like,
I like Steven Spielberg, I like his summer blockbusters.
His directing, thumbs up.
I'm wondering if this may be a stretch, but like I'm wondering if this was recorded around the time when Wednesday came out, you know, and they're kind of like it is in a similar genre as I guess Stranger Things, and it's by Netflix and probably like the same target audience. Were they kind of inspired by that?
Yeah, but like I don't know what I would pick in Stranger Things that makes me think like, oh, they really got inspired by Tim Burton.
I would pick nothing. I can't see it.
Meanwhile, Wednesday, it's like, well, that's easy. There's lots of stuff in there. And obviously he's like a producer, right? So he's very much connected to it, but you can tell.
I think he directed some of it, if not all of it.
Yeah,
he directed a few episodes.
Very much involved. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, if you said Tim Burton directed and produced Stranger Things, I'd be like, what?
Yeah.
I didn't realize, because why would I?
A bit of a bubble in suburban North Carolina. We had grown up on Spielberg. His movies allowed us to travel and go on these journeys and adventures.
Yep. Just
pretty boring.
Real places, fictional places, anything.
Real places, fictional places, you know.
How boring.
Like, well, I mean, that does encompass all things.
Real and fictional. I mean, they like stories with the ordinary and the extraordinary. So
yes,
they are covering their bases here.
And
He's
so
just like E.T.
to develop a little bit as filmmakers. It was Sam Raimi, John Woo.
Oh my god.
It's like watching
Sam Raimi, John Woo,
and
M. Night Shyamalan.
This is a Chris Stuckman video.
Yeah.
You guys do understand what we're getting at, right? These are all, like, there's nothing wrong with any of these choices. There isn't even necessarily something wrong with citing all of these as, like, your top inspirations. But holy shit, is this a really boring selection?
Also,
like I said,
I know every single one of these people. That's how I know this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All I want is to Have them contextualize it in an interesting way, please. Tell me what you got out of it that other people maybe didn't, or
I love
what it
Sam
means to you.
Raimi's wacky shots. I love Shyamalan's crazy ideas.
John Woo's
love
action.
John Woo's stylistic action.
Yeah.
I can tell you what they got out of Shyamalan. It was a job. Like, they have to like him because he gave them their first TV gig.
True, yeah.
Their movie flopped, but he liked it, and so he employed them on their what's it thingy? Can't remember the name of it now. It's escaped me. But he hired them, so obviously they like him.
He even invited them on over to his mansion for 2 weeks straight. So yeah.
Yeah, they are friends.
Do you guys want French shit-ass direct references? Nope. We just want someone who's not entirely mainstream that would have inspired them because they're so obsessed with film. It just would have given you in a sense that they've really gotten an interest in the art form or whatever. But
again, if somebody says that their favorite movie of all time is, it's funny. I'm trying to think of the safe choice. If they said Citizen Kane, that isn't a problem. That's a great movie. That's a really fine movie to pick as your favorite. But man. You know what? I mean, Chris, it's Chris Stuckman, right? It's Citizen Kane. That's the greatest movie of all time sort of citation. I'm not saying that he necessarily said it, but it reminds you of a type of person, right? Whereas if somebody said that their favorite movie of all time was, I'm trying to think of a good example that isn't as much of a conventional choice, or maybe even one that people would debate about. Really? You'd say that's your favorite movie of all time? Well, actually, God damn it! Now I'm on the spot, and I'm trying to think what would be an example.
So you want an example of a movie that would surprise you as a pick of best or whatever?
It would surprise me in part because it's actually, I don't think it's that great. I think it's good, but if you thought it was the best, it'd be okay.
Truman Show.
That's
I know that one.
I don't know if it's hitting what you're looking for. Where you're that's your favorite.
Well, I think that film. I think it's a fair choice for a favorite film. I think Truman Show is great. I wonder if it might be a little bit too. It might be a little bit too safe as a choice in and of itself.
The type of movie that hints that a person has a personality, basically, right?
Someone said Groundhog Day. That would be a good one. If someone said Groundhog Day, because that is a great film, but it's a surprising one for somebody to say that is their number one. That'd be oh shit, okay. Please tell me why.
That's interesting. I would have found Truman Show's number one more surprising than Groundhog Day.
Than Groundhog Day? I wouldn't. I think Truman Show is in the realm of the more conventional sort of picks that someone might go for, but maybe I'm overstating how much people think about the Truman Show.
Whenever Groundhog Day is referenced, usually people just say it's great, unequivocally. Truman Show, everyone's just yeah, it's really good, it's a really cool idea, it's executed well. And that's if they've seen it.
If someone said RoboCop was their favorite movie, that would be interesting. Not because it isn't a great movie, it is, but because I think that would surprise people. Fucking RoboCop? Be yeah, sure.
Because it's RoboCop's fucking awesome, but it's not surprising here as the favorite pick. Yeah,
I've met a lot of people who love RoboCop to that point. It's in the top 5.
Okay, all right. We need to expand then a bit more what we're.
Well, it depends, right? We got tiers of notability. The main thing for me is always going to be how it's contextualized. You could literally choose Lord of the Rings as the trilogy is these are my favorite movies. That's a fantastic pick. I just care about how you talk about them. That's all. More so instead of you just going, because they're really good and they're really awesome and they're really awesome and cool and good and really great and awesome. I love them.
Master and Commander, that would actually be kind of a surprising one. If somebody said Master and Commander, that film is really good.
Tiers of surprising too. Some surprising.
There are
Shelby Oaks. That would be surprising. Yes.
That would be shocking. That would be that wouldn't be surprising. That would be a lie.
Maybe that is part of the criteria. Is the film kind of does need to be good, in order for me to accept it as an answer to some extent.
There's a single person who agrees with Shelby Oaks, and his name is Chris Stuckman.
Hell yeah. If he remembers it, at this point, it's been a few months, he might have moved on in life.
To bring it back, though, the point is, man, these choices. Okay, sure.
I saw someone mention Remains of the Day, and I was yeah, that's an interesting choice.
That would be a good shout, because that is one that a lot of people haven't heard of. Well, yeah, maybe that'd be because I don't know why. And now I'm thinking of Silence. If somebody said Silence of the Lambs, you'd be like, yeah, okay, yeah. Like, it's like, of course, right? That's like not an unusual choice at all. But What Remains of the Day, it's like, well, that is also a similarly great film, but not many people have heard about it.
Yeah,
so
it's
like
an
it
awesome
me
movie,
like
but that's in the pleasant surprising category. Like, oh, that's not
Agreed.
what I would ever
Yeah.
expect people to say. But I'm very pleasantly surprised to hear that because it's an unusual yet, it's a neat pick for favorite movie.
Compared to, someone point out, 2001 is like one of the most conventional
That's up
choices
there,
that you
yeah.
can go for.
That's
Even
pretty good,
though again, that is a fantastic film.
Yeah, all this speaks to, right, because if you're speaking to someone you have great respect for and they say, my favorite films are 2001, Blade Runner, Citizen Kane, and Alien, you'd be like, at first you're like, oh wow, that's all very, but I want to hear why, because you're interesting.
Exactly. But when you hear it from the Duffer Brothers, like, of course, those are the movies you were supposed to like.
And then vice versa, the funny
thing has dinosaurs.
The funny thing does happen of like, so the respected person, if they say like, I like, Enfants Jouants from 1919. If it's someone you truly believe has a lot, like they're an amazing director, you'd be like, all right, tell me about it. What was it? Meanwhile, if it is the Duffers that say that, you'd be like, fuck off.
My favorite film is called. It's a 3-minute film that was in like one theater at a location that YMS sent me to in the middle of the forest.
Yeah, it was in the outskirts of a French village. Yeah.
You just sneeze. That's the name of the film.
It wasn't even in a theater. You have to see it in the director's bedroom, and he projects it onto a sheet.
He projects it onto the screen while someone fucks his wife in front of you. And
yeah.
So
at the theater I see movies at, all the people who work there, I don't know what they're called, but all the people who work there, they have like under their name tag, they have favorite movie, and it says their favorite movie. And today, when I was seeing The Two Towers Extended Edition, tomorrow I'm seeing Return of the King. The guy who got me and I will say this, I did get the popcorn bucket for the Lord of the Rings, his 25th anniversary, and it was just a nice, tasteful metal popcorn bucket. It's just nice and simple, wasn't very expensive. I'm like, oh, this is like a big thing, it's Lord of the Rings. So I went ahead and got it. But the guy who was there, his favorite movie on his name tag was Wicked.
What?
Yeah, that's his favorite
Man, that
movie.
is Wicked.
My new favorite
he's like
movie is
not the
Everyone I
stereotype, but he was like a big chunky black guy.
Oh my god!
And so he didn't seem like the type. Not to stereotype.
Well, see, that would have been really
people,
interesting. What do you love about Wicked?
That
He's like, mother that.
I would,
the
I
character
should have
work.
asked him. I really should have. Yeah.
The only popcorn bucket I have is the new Jurassic World one. I don't even
know. No, fuck off.
Do they give you a Snickers wrapper with that?
Oh,
actually, wait. I have that, and then I have the Stranger Things popcorn bucket.
Also, you would
it was a nice, tasteful Lord of the Rings one. Yeah.
If they were like being smart, the Duffers here, they would mention Denis Villeneuve. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but yeah, him. Because as they say, which I don't trust them, actually, I don't believe them, but as they say, his Prisoners movie inspired them on Stranger Things' plot about like a child that gets kidnapped and a parent searching for them. So, you'd think they would give a shout out.
Yeah.
But no.
Prisoners is another more like spicy example.
I would not want them to shout out my movie if
if
I'd made a movie. I hope that they wouldn't say that I had inspired them to write Stranger Things, but
why don't we because that question just come in quickly for everybody from left to right. If I guess I can say the names we need to, but what is everyone's favorite film here?
Don't put me on the spot.
The problem is it really does cycle between on any given day it'll be either Saving Private Ryan, Hot Fuzz, or Wally.
What is it today?
It really cycles between those three.
Yeah, if you gun to your head had to pick one right now, what is it today?
What is it today?
Today it's Hot Fuzz.
All right. I would pick The Prestige. It's not a secret though. It's a clear winner for me. Nutsa, what about you?
Ooh, I usually go for 12 Angry Men, just because, for the sake of it. Right now, today, I never say this. I've never stated this movie, but I will say just
an EFAP exclusive.
For the sake of it, like before sunrise right now, like right at this moment.
All right, fair. All right,
Before
Nick.
sunrise?
Yeah.
It's probably just Jurassic Park, like the original one.
Good
It's a
choice.
really good movie.
Yes. Ragu.
Fellowship of the Ring.
And Platoon.
I was going to say Fellowship, but that would only have been true for 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, it would have been Two Towers, and then 30 seconds later, it would have been Empire Strikes Back, and then 30 seconds after that, it would have been something else completely. But I'll say Two Towers for the sake of variety.
Oh, there you go.
Hooray.
And hey, you know what? Getting everyone here to speak on exactly why I'm sure will be wonderfully interesting, but instead, we're listening to the Duffers.
We want to be here for 15 hours, because...
I like dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs are
I like
cool.
trains.
Imagine a dinosaur riding a train.
That's a reference.
We spent a long time trying to figure out their style, and in that way, learning filmmaking through their eyes.
You really didn't show that off at all.
You didn't.
But, yeah, sure.
Let's go, Evil Dead.
See, you know this is what it means. I'm going to do Sam Raimi. Here I go. And I'm running with the camera and I'm chasing him POV style. Oh, that's being inspired. It's just like, I don't want to be too harsh. There's plenty of great things that can be made as a result of this kind of inspiration, but you just wish there's more to it than that.
I mean, 10 years? That kind of chemistry, you can't really fake that.
It's your job, isn't it?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's your professional liar is basically what you are.
I just thought that was a really funny comment. It's like, you can't fake that. It's like, that's precisely what you do. You're like the sister to Billy for many years. You had to fake it.
If you're not faking it, you're not acting, because it's just true.
For us,
What you guys didn't realize is the actor for Billy was actually incredibly racist. That was like one of the things.
That was authentic, yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, they let the characters write themselves, so.
The heart and soul of season 5.
Yeah, you're right. What you know, they say.
After season 2, we had put the brakes on his storyline a little bit.
What do you mean? Brakes on you didn't have a story for it.
This is another one of those Reddit examples where like, oh shit, yeah, we probably should do something.
Kidnapped, and then you didn't decide what to do with that.
I mean, the reality is a lot of characters don't have any story post season 1. It's just that there's ones that are more noticeable, I suppose. Or people who get less spontaneous, fantastical moments that everyone like, oh, I enjoyed that moment, therefore that character's had a story.
He had not come of age in the same way some of the other characters had.
Kind of learning the foundation of how to be a human within 5 seasons has been...
What?
You don't say that part, reptilian.
What?
Been, yeah, the biggest growth of all.
And I guess he's describing 11.
Of course, I'm saying what to the notion that 11 learned how to be human over the 5 seasons.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think she. Yeah, no.
I promise. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that scene.
That Bill bit there, I think, is super important because he seems to just sort of blarg through that, like, unconvincingly, and then he just looks up and he's like, is that okay? And then the Duffer's just like, yeah. That seems to be part of the way that this works, which is a little bit
Maybe
sad.
we do a second take just for curiosity's sake. Let's do a second take and
well, this might be rehearsal. What I'm saying is, like, there's no input on his performance, so why would he change it or improve
what's
it?
he meant to do? If we're unhappy with his performance, it's not even really his fault. In a sense,
the most one. Well, I think is he the most notably bad of the main cast in season 5? There's more of his scenes I can point to and say that's not very good than I can for most other characters.
I think I agree. Yeah.
The boys were really aware of how much they didn't know and how much they had to learn, and they were never afraid of failing.
Sure.
That's great in the learning process before you start writing the $400 million show.
So she, if I'm
That's
right,
good for the student mentality.
She's a drama teacher.
She was their drama teacher at school, and they brought her in to play the part of this teacher. So here she's talking about how they were when she was teaching them at school, I think. Now, she seems to be under the impression they've learned a lot in school. I'm not sure I would agree, but I didn't teach them.
It's good they didn't fear failing.
Yeah.
They never, ever did. They never learned to fear failing. Why would they?
You know what? Like, when they say about anxiety, it's actually like a good thing that we have anxiety because it's this basic survival instinct. If we didn't have anxiety or sort of, we would die, we would perish because, if you're not anxious about stuff, you're not protecting yourself, basically.
It's just a moderation thing, right? Like, you don't want it to paralyze you forever, but you simultaneously, it's like, maybe you should worry a little bit about doing it wrong, Duffus, so you can figure out, like, why you're doing any particular thing instead of just doing what you did.
Yeah, for sure.
The greatest teacher failure is.
Yeah.
That ain't Yoda. That's some gooba gremlin pretending to be Yoda.
Hey, do your Yoda.
No, I mean, you're quoting Lost Jedi, retard.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you're retarded. I thought that you were talking about my accent skills.
You fucked up.
What? What was the fuck up? What was the fuck up?
You quote it as if it's Yoda. It's a bad quote from a bad movie with a bad fake Yoda.
It is. Yeah, I know it's a bad quote from a bad movie.
That's what I'm saying. So what are you struggling with right now? Are you okay?
There is no struggle.
you sound very convincing.
Are you asking about my struggle? Do you want to know about my struggle?
You should write a book about it.
Maybe I will. I'll ask Vecna to help me.
Here's the Duffers asking if these children have been watching Stranger Things. And they all say they have.
I sure hope not.
I sure hope not too, especially because I have, on good authority, a well-respected and successful director said this is not for kids.
I'm in the middle of season 3.
A show about kids that isn't for kids.
Oh, man.
Have you guys all seen the show? Or no?
Oh yeah, I watched all. Oh yeah, I love it.
Whoops.
I'm in the middle of season 3.
I'm also like, if I'm a director, right, or like, a producer or some kind of like authority figure on set, I won't, because it's so intimidating, right? Because it's your boss basically coming up to you, and you're like 5 years old.
You're basically asking, do I do a shitty job?
Yeah, it's just like, are you competent enough to be here? Like, have you done your research? It's kind of intimidating as a little kid. It just, you can tell it from their tone. They're kind of terrified. They're like, yeah, we love it so much.
One of those kids, though, like doesn't have that. He's quite funny. I don't know if the clip's in this compilation order, but it's the bit where one of the Duffers says, I should have been an actor. Did you get that clip?
Yeah, well, I don't think that's in here, but the guy...
Oh, what's it? There's one of the kids in that scene is like, there's a couple of clips of him where he's like, he just basically has no check on his personality, so he just says stuff. So I think it's Matt Duffer does an impression, and the kid's like, oh, that's really good. And Matt Duffer says, yeah, I should have been an actor. And the kid's like, well, just be proud of what you are. And it's like, that's great. I like that line. That's good.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, for the record, I probably would have been watching this at their age. I would have been fine with it, but not everyone is. And it's just funny that in the same documentary, they say that kids should not be watching this.
Yeah,
I mean, of course, Holly was always there, but nobody was really minding her. Nobody was really minding her.
This is a commentary on Holly. She was always there, but no one was minding it.
They're so beautifully, all the actors are so beautifully passive-aggressive. It's wonderful to watch.
Don't blame them.
Except for
I would just be
Jamie.
aggressive.
Who could have thought Holly would end up becoming one of, if not the most important character of the whole series? You never would have thought.
If you look at Sigourney Weaver, Linda Hamilton, and Terminator.
Oh my God!
Uh-oh, you're not supposed to say those.
You know what's so crazy about these references? We've had now, 2 full decades of incredibly strong female characters throughout all of media. Why aren't you referencing them?
And yet they keep just going back to those specific two.
Is it because a lot of them are cringe and terrible and you don't remember any of them? Could that be it? Could it be that those two have still not yet been dethroned as the top, like, fucking badass females ever? But I guess, it's tough. I will admit. They're really good. It's just funny. Like, we will perpetually have shows claiming they're, like, breaking new ground with this sort of stuff, and they will reference these characters specifically. It's like, Can't keep doing this. You have to own that you've... yeah, reference Rey Skywalker. Talk about how badass she is.
Yeah, especially now that she's got that movie
Mom?
coming up. So it'll be really impressive.
Rey's mom from the famous masterpiece, The Rise of Skywalker.
Yes.
How about her? Oh my gosh.
Palpatine's daughter, you mean?
Yes.
Hell
Or
yeah.
the other one.
Rey
Palpatine
Palpatine.
was out there shagging.
he was creaming. Getting creamy.
he was creamy sheeving.
It's so funny though, because I think everyone knows the truth. If you're interviewing someone and they say like, "Yeah, I wanted to be a badass female character, kind of like Linda Hamilton, Intimidator, or Daisy Ridley," and you just stop yourself and be like, "Nah, that doesn't. Nah."
Kick-ass mom. Season 1, she's the mom, and then she starts to evolve.
That's a
The
lie.
evolution to being an action hero.
Since fucking
There is
when?
no such evolution.
That's just made up.
Season 1, she's the mum.
Okay.
Season 3, she tries to shag Billy but decides not to. And then season 5, she's action hero.
That's
like,
the evolution,
it's
yeah.
not- yeah, it's change. I don't think I'd call it evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Is the natural progression for me. I think maybe that's all I ever wanted to do.
Audiences are getting increasingly savvy to lots of cuts.
I hate this line.
Yep. But it's so useful.
This is again an example of how I don't believe he's learned anything from any of these people that he's actually watched movies from. Audiences are getting savvy to cuts. Is like, do you understand the purpose of cuts? Do you know what they do or why one would use them? It's not just because you gave up every time you end a shot. You're like, oh well, that's as far as we could get. Next one. Hopefully the audience don't notice.
I think
This
that
clip-
single, yeah.
After you.
I think that single like scene from Bohemian Rhapsody and then winning an Oscar. I think it did an irreparable damage to the conversation around editing.
That
like
and the
it just-
Taken fans.
Since then, people have been obnoxious about it, and everyone is like talking like they're like so. It's just yeah.
But they do it themselves. Like at the moment, this clip lives after the 11 training scene in my Stranger Things video. It's because like that's the one that just is like cut. Because they kept changing from stunt person to Millie Bobby Brown to stunt person to Millie Bobby Brown. Like, and it's like a cut. I think it averages every 0.7 seconds at one point in that. And it's like, yeah, audience are getting pretty savvy to cuts. You just didn't remember that when you filmed that sequence.
The one people were posting to counter, which I enjoyed, was from Hot Fuzz, where he kicks the old woman in the face. There's like a bazillion cuts in that motion. There's no mistakes, though. It's all deliberate. It creates a flow. It's very, very much purposeful.
Yeah, this just gives the mentality that he's a slave to what audiences
yeah.
might say or think, instead of, no, this is my vision, this is my, and here are the creative justifications I give for it. Some people might not like it. It might be a little bit divisive, but I have a strong, desire to have this. I think it fits thematically, or there's some kind of a reason for it, or it's an homage to something else, and he stands by it, and at least he has that backbone to, to do something, to make a commitment.
And it seems that Nick will not be joining us for the rest of this video. Tragedy.
I'm sorry.
There's no
Thank
amount
you
of
for having
apologies
me
you can
on,
make.
though.
You only stayed for 9.5 hours. That sucks. What is this, Nick?
Listen, all right. I signed up for an EFAP. I got 3 of them. I've had a great time.
Not
covering
bad. Not bad at
this
all.
entire show. Can you believe from the very beginning of this, you were like, "Oh, I think we can cover the entire thing in like 6 hours." And that's seasons 1 through this.
I suppose we could have. We just said, yeah, the first one's pretty good, but the rest was shit. Anyway, just end the stream.
We could have done it in under 10 minutes.
Yeah, but we went the long route. It happens.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Well, do you want to mention where they can find you if you want to?
Oh, I stream on the channel, the Nicholas Diorio channel.
You sure does.
I'm live every other day, except tomorrow because I'm taking the day off.
And you've recently been having a bit of a just drought. Nothing's happened. Nothing at all.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty light. It's been
Yep,
pretty light.
pretty
Hopefully, things start to heat up here.
Oh, all right. Well, link in the description. You can check out Dick
No
Zioria.
controversies.
Mr.
Thank you.
Oreo. All right, toodle pip.
Bye.
Bye.
Go, 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 go,
Go, go, go! right? For her to go out, actually.
I love this bit. So they just realized while filming, and certainly Karen Wheeler did, wait a minute, I would obviously tell my daughter to get out of the house, right? And they're like, well, no, because she needs to not leave because she's going to be kidnapped by the Demogorgon. So they're on the fly like, wait.
I don't stay back is what you said.
Yeah, you just stay back. You wouldn't say leave, even though obviously you'd say run the fuck away, get out of here.
Holly, stay back.
Like, you think you can fight this thing off, maybe? Because, like...
Hell yeah. I'm gonna save your life.
You are. Right. Thank you, Mom.
Well, and I think...
So that is them awkwardly trying to patch what is obviously a stupid moment. They're like, why would she be motivated to say, like, stay here, stay behind me, as opposed to run away? It's like, because she thinks she can kill the Demogorgon. Right.
There's no way.
That is brave.
It's insane.
That's the kind of courageous spirit of the 1980s suburban wine mom.
Hell yeah.
I think that was that. Yeah, I dig it. I like the Stranger Things more now. She's been drinking a bit.
The blood from your mom.
Normally I would
just gonna hit you in the face. I'm sorry, it's not funny.
It's just what the fuck.
It's so weird. They include these little bits.
Well, sometimes when I think about, like, when I see a kid in a movie, and they're doing something that's, crazy, scary, violent, or whatever. Like a lot of the times, like horror movies and stuff, there is that part of my brain that wonders, how are they directed to do this? Like as a kid, like how is it explained to them what's going to happen when the blood splashes on them, or when they scream, or what they're supposed to be seeing, or when they're like looking at the monsters and stuff, or when the people in the costumes are hanging around. Like I heard in the original I forget the actor's name who played
Bill Skarsgård.
Pennywise. Yeah, he he constantly stayed in character and stuff between shots, and all the kids are like afraid of him and everything. So sometimes I wonder, like, I guess it's kind of part of the awkward behind the scenes aspect of directing kids, is telling them to do just weird stuff in movies, and it's not stuff I've been curious to see. I've just been thinking, like that must be kind of awkward to direct them to do some of these things.
Wait, are you talking about the old It or the new It?
The old one.
Oh, that's Tim Curry.
Tim Curry. That's it. That's Tim Curry. Yeah.
And
And he keeps laughing too. What's funny? Can someone explain?
He's nervous talking to girls. Some guys are like that.
The reason why I find this off is multiple reasons, but one of them as well is like, don't you want to get the actress in the notion, like the tone of like, yeah, your mother's about to get splattered in front of you by this Demogorgon, and it's going to be in defense of you. I don't know. It just feels
it's like awkward, jokey, like it's nervous laughter, which is one of my least favorite things in the cosmos. Is people like laugh nervously.
In the face. I'm sorry, it's not funny.
We had always wanted to have a Wheeler house attack sequence, and
you always wanted to have one. Why?
Why?
Such a weird.
Why is that worth saying?
Well, he'll tell us in the rest of the sentence. That's a comma. So he's going to explain why, like the creative decision-making process behind it. Like it's an invasion of the, the sanctum of the home and its safety, and it's a disruption of the family. And all of the emotions that could come into the young people having their protector figures be potentially killed, and the terror that can cause. This will all be explained in just a second. All right.
I doubt it, but I also don't care because it's such a weird statement to have. It's just I don't know. I've always wanted this lamp, and you'd be like, why? And you're like, I just like the light that it produces, and I've always wanted to see that on screen. You're like, okay. I wish you'd talk about things that matter more in a way. You wanted a long-term goal of a particular character going through something in particular, as opposed to just an attack sequence in the house.
Attack sequence, and they've held back on that for the last 7 years.
She shares so many qualities with Nancy.
Does she? Have you felt like they've had anything more than one scene?
They insist upon that being the case, but yeah, they only have the one scene where they talk about something serious in like season 3.
There is one in season 3 when she's talking about how evil, sexist men are in the office, and her mother's like, stand up for yourself.
Alcoholism from chat.
Alcohol. Well, that's one thing, I suppose. beyond that, like she's a supportive mother. There's beats in season 1 after Barb's death, I think it is, and after Nancy sleeps with Steve. I want to say there's a beat where they sort of reconcile because they fight first, and then I think they reconcile.
Well, she was more of a character back then, though.
Yeah, she was. And that was back in the days when actually maybe Nancy becoming more like her mother was probably going to be quite a good thing in the long run, something that she overcame the fear of.
But now Nancy's becoming more of her daughter. Sorry, Karen is becoming her daughter. That's what's happening here.
Yes.
Because her daughter's the gun girl, and she's going to be the wine bottle girl.
The wine woman.
Wine mom.
There's so many qualities with Nancy. So we wanted to see that ferocity within her unleashed.
It's so strange.
Was that a character trait of hers that had ever been established?
Well, she's Nancy's mum, so she's got to have that. That's how that works. It's hereditary. Where else would Nancy have gotten it from? Fucking the dad?
Her Ted?
Ted is ferocious.
He is
a golfer.
He's ferocious. He just keeps it. He keeps it inside. He's just waiting. He lets it out at the golf course. That's where the animal comes out. That's when the beast is unleashed.
They could have written it like she's screaming and she's running away and she's cowering, right? But she's in her wet nightgown coming out to kick ass, transforming into a warrior.
I mean, it's just so, like, it's exactly what you'd expect. It's like, they could have written her as pathetic and running away like some loser. Who would do that against a Demogorgon? No, she's a warrior. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Couldn't even break a bottle.
Well, I guess that makes some sense.
Yeah, but you cut it as if that shot, you could do that shot independently of all the other shots.
Yeah, but you don't want shards flicking into her eye.
Yeah. Well, she can put on goggles because her face isn't going to be on screen.
Yes.
You know what? I think that bleed for art maybe a little bit.
Or if you bleed from your eyes.
Maybe get hurt. Yeah, maybe lose an eye for Stranger
Well, take it up with the
Things.
law, Rags. That's what they got to do.
The law would side with losing an eye for Stranger Things. They'd make it. She signed a waiver. She knew that flying glass shards could happen on set.
Afraid. Just how it's got to be.
Stay away from my daughter.
So forced,
Shut
man.
up.
Yeah.
It's a bit cringe and.
I feel like if my mom would be like assisting me in fleeing the household together.
I mean, there's that, which
trying to take one-on-one this otherworldly monster creature.
And that's the thing. It's like they already referenced Ripley. It's like, we know what you're doing, and you've just invented your character out of, like, this is what she does now. Like, since fucking when? You haven't earned this.
Yeah, let's cut.
They've always written strong women, 100%, like Bob.
I'm so bored. I'm bored of this.
I know, it's so boring.
My favorite woman in this show is Benny.
Hell yeah.
I always love what they've given me
Justice
to do.
for Benny.
Justice for Benny. I would have liked some more Benny content, for sure.
Yeah.
Girls don't play video games.
When I was younger, I didn't really understand the impact of playing a female character like this. Yeah, Max is a good role model for girls out.
Nope.
So, I don't even know what this compulsion is to, like, have all characters be described as role models. Sometimes, like, a character's role in the story isn't to be that. It's to be, interesting, first and foremost. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know why they would say that's the case, really.
I mean, obviously, it doesn't accord with anything that she does in the show, given that the one thing she does with small children is abandon them. But it does tend to be more of a phenomenon with, like, female characters in particular. There is always this temptation, like, how do they somehow represent the sisterhood in a good light? It's this weird notion that they're still somehow underrepresented, and so they all have to do something quite good. The epitome of it was Gwendolyn Christie for Captain Phasma. Like, we relate to her for her character and her actions. Like, yeah, she's on the screen and she does stuff. What else is she good at?
What the fuck is her character?
I don't even know, but I was like trying to say, like, isn't it great to have like a female role model? It's like, really?
Well, and again, we're well past establishing the ceiling getting fucking smashed, the glass ceiling now. It's like, where are your references to all the great female characters of the 2020s already? Come on, let's get going. I want to see if you believe this shit for real, huh? I mean, these people, not us. We've actually got a couple of references, because there are some awesome female characters that have actually been made.
I can't even remember the lame ones. Like, they're just...
There's too many.
Wiped from my brain. Like, Ray is kind of a meme now, but aside from that, I know there are hundreds of them, but I can't recall.
You can pick. You do it by IP, right? So Star Wars, you've still got Jyn Erso, you've got Sabine, and you've got Ahsoka at this point. I'd say, like, if you just count the TV show, they all suck.
Right.
If you go Marvel, we'll be here forever.
Yes.
And then you can move into other, like Star Trek. You'll be here forever.
Yeah.
Out there.
He impales, right?
Yeah. Did you see the previs? In the previs, it kind of went up through your back.
That's what I saw.
And they were like, I don't think that's going to be a thing because she'd be dead.
You would die.
You would die.
That's correct.
This is not a problem they fix.
No, well, we got confirmation of that. I will say, like, you can argue this. It's like, well, they said the previs, not the current makeup, and it's like, wait.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
It shouldn't be you would die.
Look at her.
You should die.
Look at that.
Such a joke.
Right? Had a little accident. Now I feel like I don't know how I survived.
You should be dead.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you say that?
Yeah, they knew. They just moved on.
Like, what? But you could just give her wounds that aren't on her neck.
Yeah, you're right. Like, if you had avoided the
all
neck,
you got to do, just change the location of the wounds.
I mean, yeah, even if like some organs get stabbed or like, I don't know, scratched, people can survive that shit.
and of course, if it had been a chest wound, we know from Lucas that those heal instantly, so she'd be all right. She would have survived.
You sure do.
No.
Is it too much? I think
it's a miracle.
Is it too much?
Too late.
Early on, when we were breaking the season, we knew that it was going to be split in the middle. And so we wanted to build to a big climax before the break, because we knew the audience was going to have to wait for the next episode.
I love this logic. I love it.
It's like,
so...
It's so devoid of
you know?
insight. It's such a, like, there's gonna be a time between two episodes where the audience have to wait.
So something big should happen.
Yeah, so that when they leave, it's on a big thing. Yeah.
Because we knew the audience was...
It's a really clever thing you said there, Duff Man.
Gonna have to wait for the next episode.
An action sequence this enormous could have very easily been taken over by visual effects.
I said as if that's not the case. There's a substantial amount of visual effects in this sequence. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
you got guys on wires getting thrown around, but you got Demogorgons. They're not real. You don't have guys flooping around in Demogorgon
Well, they
suits.
got CG fire, CG bullets, CG lighting all over the place, CG goo just slathered all over
It's
it.
the marketing now. There's no visual effects, even though there obviously fucking is.
Yeah.
But the
It's
Duffer
not even
Brothers-
a problem that there is. But like, it is
Duffers
part of
do
the
it
marketing now
practically.
was to essentially... Yeah, okay. Sure.
They sure did.
Say, yeah, do it practically. We want to see it in actuality rather than computer generated.
Even though all of the hardest and riskiest stuff is all computer generated, so.
Oh yeah.
It's all computer, and even though there wouldn't necessarily be a problem with it being computer generated, like animated films are computer generated, and nobody
you've hit
has
on
a
the
problem
problem.
with that.
We've gotten to a point culturally now where it's like bad to have CG. It's like, no, the CG
It's
is not
to
bad
have
at all.
CG, and you should lie about how much CG is
Yeah.
actually in your project.
Ew, we don't use that stinky post-processing shit. You're like, what do you mean? Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Unfortunately,
and it's,
sometimes you do it
valid
badly.
In plenty of instances to do it.
Oh, these
That's what
poor
people don't understand when we're not killing people off, because we were always like, oh, we have to maintain this sense of fun.
Yeah. You don't have to.
I mean, number one, you are a
Oh
horror
my
show, which
God.
means that there are going to be times when you abandon the sense of fun.
You know-
and you do. It's just with the minor characters you don't care about, like Barbara and Bob.
This is broken in every way possible. You can start any direction you want. The one I wouldn't mind starting with them is like, yeah, you kind of ruined the fun with Bob and Russian Man and Eddie. Like, it was no fun when you did that. Why did you do that? Why did you ruin the fun, Duffers?
Why? And also, you should say to Spielberg, why did you ruin the fun of Jurassic Park by having people get eaten by dinosaurs?
Because when you ruined the fun of Schindler's List, I was like, freaking no.
No. We'll go with Jurassic Park.
But, no, yeah, this is really stupid, even for them. I don't know why you'd create a dichotomy of fun is when not people die. Like, oh. Should we say engaging? What is a sense of fun?
It's just, what are they even talking about?
Is it fun when there's no stakes?
Like whimsical and...
Well, what's whimsical about the Demogorgon attack that they were just talking about?
A lot of people died in that one, but none of the main characters, mysteriously.
Yeah, it's okay for them to die.
What's fun about Hopper wanting to kill himself for 3 seasons? What's fun about 11 actually killing himself?
Yeah, what's fun about that?
That's funny. That's funny. That's fun.
It's whimsical.
What's fun about pregnant women?
We injected pregnant women with cancerous blood, and now they're all dead, and then they got exploded just in case they weren't. That's fun.
I wonder, this is what I mean about, like, the writer's room you want to be a part of is surely the one where you say something like that and someone else goes, what?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, like, listen, I have some respect for you, so, you know, I'll be chill with this, but what the fuck are you talking about? As opposed to, Interesting.
Like, oh, we have to maintain this sense of fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
in the show, or it doesn't become the show anymore.
Yeah, nobody died on Stranger Things before. Even though Eddie's death, when it happened, was considered like one of the like strongest payoffs, and his story was like fucking great as a reaction to the show. Obviously, the Bob Newby shit was done for the shock value, so I don't know what this is as a thought. So weird.
I mean, remember when they like fake killed off when like did the cotton or something, and then the kids saw his like fake dead body being taken out of the fucking water.
The quarry lake.
Oh yeah.
So much fun in the show. It's just so much fun.
so much fun times, yeah.
Or you know, it just becomes depressing. Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
That's part of the
Oh my god! There he is.
He's a little shot in the arm as you listen to sink into the abyss listening to these people.
I feel energized.
I know we all talked about the trauma that she's experienced, and I think that you have to be able to move on.
Wait, trauma? I thought we were having fun.
You have to be able to move on from that by killing yourself. It's like, what the fuck, guys?
She has to leave.
Yeah.
She has to be gone in order for them to move on.
Like, why?
This is the bit where they start talking about, well, she represents magic, and everyone knows that magic dies with childhood. And it's like, how fucking bleak an outlook that is. And
it's
yet
just
people, like, seemingly sensible adults will tell you this in a straight face. It's like, no, absolutely. Like, I'm too mature for magic. Like,
I can't even.
No, you're not.
I can't even call this an intuitive rule. What is it? There's nothing intuitive about this.
I hope they don't have children, and I hope they never have.
Oh, well, there is. Is that clip in here, Mola?
Oh, I can't remember if I know I wanted it in here, but I don't know if it made my first pass or not. But if
imagine, like,
you can just talk about it, and if we come up to it, it doesn't matter then.
There is a bit, I don't know if it is in it, but like, so one of them, I can't, Rostaffer, is it? I think he has 2 kids, and there's a bit where it's just like a quick behind the scenes little chat with another person who's working on set, an older guy. And he's like, oh yeah, back when like we started Stranger Things, you know, I used to be able to work 7 days a week, but I just can't do that anymore because, you know, I've got 2 kids, and it's just so tiring. You've got kids, don't you, other guy? And he's like, yeah, I've got 4. It's like, yeah, how did you find that? It's like, well, I worked when they were growing up, so it's
the guy is clearly like, yeah, I dealt with it, I did the job.
Yep.
And then the duffer is like, oh, okay. I don't know if that clip is in here or not. I don't know if I rescued it, but I did want it in here. I remember thinking like, oh shit. But, yeah.
It's a tiny thing, but it's just, you can't use your kids as an excuse for you becoming a lazy hack. That's not allowed.
Yeah.
Also, like, you know, it's funny to me because imagine that kid growing up and maybe like having a tough time. I mean, every kid goes through some kind of like, you know, adolescence and stuff like that, and just like not cursing them with depression, but what if one of their kid has a depression? Is like, daddy, I feel like a burden, worthless. I'm pretty sure they'll go, yeah.
Well, time for you to go, bud.
We need to move on.
But would that be fun, though? It's a fun ruiner, so you gotta be careful with that, you know?
Yeah.
You don't want to be a burden, but you don't want to be a fun ruiner either.
It's not fun for me that you're depressed.
Yeah, you're ruining my fun, son.
The door to Narnia closes for you, and then some other kids are going to find another door
Shut
to Narnia
up.
later, but you're
There's a
never
bit of a
going back.
difference in this, right? Because when the door to Narnia closes, Mr. Tumnus doesn't explode. He doesn't die.
Why is this half goat, half Chris
No, Mr.
McAvoy
Tumnus.
chasing me through the furniture?
Yeah, I will say this is a fucking balked reference, because, like, he's talking about the Upside Down as Narnia. I really don't think that's appropriate. It's like a horrifying eldritch dimension that was created out of pure, like, pain and horrifying experiments that you
And the
need
other's
to
just-
close.
yeah.
Narnia's
It's just
not
like
really
a happy
that.
fun time land.
Yeah,
It's like whimsical fantasy, and sometimes evil Kate Blanchett shows up. And
Mhm.
who did the voice of Aslan? Who was that?
It's Liam Neeson.
Wait, do you mean
It's
I think.
Liam Neeson, isn't it?
I thought it was
It
Tilda.
is.
Are you talking about
Liam
Tilda
Neeson,
Swinton?
yeah.
Was the
Did you say Kate
Oh,
Blanchett?
Tilda Swinton. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
on a
I'm
Mel
sorry.
Gibson
Sorry.
moment again?
Sorry, white people all look the same. It's not my fault.
Yeah,
They do not. Okay.
Yeah, oh, yeah, they do.
You will
Don't-
respect Tilda Swinton, sir.
They
What
do
a-
not
I
look
do.
the same at all.
No. What a
Tilda Swinton's got very sharp features. I would not say Kate Blanchett's got softer.
Yeah,
like,
she's way
features.
softer.
I guess it's not the
Well,
look.
I in
it's her-
my defense, I'm operating off of a long memory. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie.
They have I would say the similar presence as actresses. They can have like sort of aura and dominance, sense of authority, maybe.
I don't know if it's because I've seen so much work from both of them. I just don't associate them at all. Like, I feel like they achieve very different things. Tilda Swinton's a fucking wacky actress. She is all over the place, like extremely
She was so
talented.
good in The Killer. She's only
Oh,
in it
I
for,
loved
like,
her in The
5
Killer.
minutes.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah.
You never lose this piece of you, but you have to grow
Right.
and move on from it. Why is this not working?
But they do lose that piece of them.
Oh,
like, that's the whole point.
I put this in because the whiteboard was scanned in the background. This is an actual description of what the whiteboard says. So, Vecna haunts Hopper, as you guys remember. Hopper smashes tank. Hopper knows Cully, L plan to commit suicide. L, Cully, and Max pulled out of Vecna's mind. What the fuck, Hopper? Hopper and L emotional fight. Cully overhears. Worlds start to move again. Something is wrong. On the roof, L is going to jump into Rift. See you later. No time to resolve the argument. I hate their notes. I hate their notes so
Why are there
much.
parentheses?
Yeah, this is
for the argument.
just so
instead
everyone
of saying no
understands.
time to resolve the argument.
This is how the duffers wrote it on a whiteboard. It's just been reflected in it.
This is schizophrenic rambling.
Military show up, choppers with sonic weapons, firefight. But Hopper must shoot Sphere, the exotic matter. Sphere goes crazy, so no Murray bomb. Hopper messes with the exotic matter to destroy the heli. L jumps into storm clouds to the abyss. Hopper stays back. Everyone dead of the military.
Question marks for an outline.
Yes, there are.
We're safe. But Kay and Akers show up. Carly gets shot here. Kay and Akers kill each other? What? Wait, when was... What? You could have Kay and Akers kill each other. That definitely didn't happen. Hopper tends to Carly, heart to heart, a new plan. Hopper knows about the fake out now. What?
Yes.
Everyone
The fake
returns
out.
from Abyss. L and Hopper lost in translation moment at Max Z. Hopper gets out of Hummer alone. What the fuck? Mike is freaking out. See L on other side of Rift. She is not coming. L says goodbye to everyone in happy memory. Upside down destroyed. L is gone. Not dead.
Oh.
They're like writing like 5th graders on Twitter.
Well, yeah, basically. This is hell to me. If I saw this as the notes, I'd be like, do you mind getting me some actual notes once you've figured out what the hell is going on?
There is a reason that most people have moved on to word processors instead of whiteboards to do this kind of shit. But like, there's a few bits in there that I think I called out at the time. So that it was always weird how well adjusted Hopper is at the end of the show. But in an earlier part, as is represented here on the whiteboard they took this from, there is an earlier version of the script where Hopper, or the outline for the script, where Hopper is aware of the plan. So obviously that gives him a reason not to be massively manically depressed. But then they got rid of that, but they kept him not being manically depressed. And it's like, so what you've really done here is you've taken bits from one outline, then you've changed a bunch of shit, and then you've kept bits of a different part of the outline, and now those two things just don't gel together at all. But both the ideas were present. And like there's other ideas in there, like the idea of Kay and Akers killing each other, because I think we discussed it earlier. Like one of the options for his character is, well, his mind has been broken. Does this make him psychotic? Does this make him a Vecna puppet? Like there's so much stuff you could do with that. And it sounds from the outline here that they might have done something like that. Then they got rid of that, but they just kept him as a generically slightly psychopathic villain for no particular reason. It's a mess, a complete mess.
And yeah, for reference, I'm not judging this as a first draft. I'm judging it as notes. I hate this format of notes. They are very experienced writers. This is very difficult to read.
I mean, experienced.
Well, they're supposed to be. Okay, they're supposed to be. Damn it.
I can fathom this.
No,
I don't understand. And even if, like, I don't disqualify the idea that probably some writers, especially throughout, like, writing and planning out and sketching out such, huge scale shows, you probably have some wacky ideas that you have to, like, jot down really quickly, and it's like everyone is throwing ideas around, and there are probably a lot of, like, wacky kind of stuff that you can write down, and there's probably a lot of stuff, but there's one thing, this is absurd, even on that level, but sure, but there's another level to this of not being embarrassed. I know it's like in the background, but still, I think you are aware of the fact that there's a shooting a documentary. You must be aware that this is.
Well, yeah. So
these are the ones. I would be too embarrassed to have this anywhere near me. I would be like, hide this.
And this goes on the whiteboard, as in the thing everyone can look to as the guideline. Like, can you write it a bit better, please?
We use like full sentences and not. What's with all the question marks? Are you asking me? Or asking me? I don't know. I was here to be the.
At this point in the plot, they have not figured out what the giant floating ball of red death is, so they put exotic matter question mark as though it might just be something else. It's like, why is that even? Evidently, they never figured this out either. But then that's a problem. And the fact that as soon as you stick question marks after anything in an outline, that thing needs another writers' meeting to get rid of the question mark. Or you need to commit to something and turn in your outline without a question mark. But if I were turning in an outline with a question mark in it over an important beat or in any important information, that would be thrown back at me.
Well, nothing I would show to other people still has the question marks in it, because I need to be the one who's providing all the answers. I don't need to be asking my actors like questions about how this should resolve or what's really happening. The only time that I would have a question mark is maybe if I'm trying to say, like, oh, from the point of view of the audience, they might be asking this question, but we have an answer to that, which is this. Or if
it's also
I
just,
don't know, maybe
it's so horribly written, right? But also this got released on Twitter and everyone said, like, is this not the better ending? How did that happen? How did you have your garbled nonsense glim-glam writing is better than your refined completed writing? Like Hopper helping Elle secretly, like, fake her death so that she can live in peace, and probably in a way that communicates with him and potentially with the boys once, enough is quieted down. That's the obvious better ending.
It is. I mean, I would imagine they cut it because it's very, like, I was trying to think back at, like, where does that conversation happen and how often and over what period of time and where can you possibly fit it in alongside everything else they tried to do? And I wouldn't be entirely surprised if they cut that, just because though it would make the better outcome, you would have to do the work to get you there. And I can't envision them writing that conversation between Hopper and 11. I don't know where that goes and how it plays.
I guess
especially
they would
when
have to
they've so much
by, like,
other to do.
The conversation starts, as in, like, he walks into the room, Carly and her are still talking, and then, you just have a line, like Elle says, we need to talk, and then you cut away, and then that's the setup.
Yeah, you could leave it. That could work.
The Rings of Power strategy.
I mean, it's not a bad strategy, because you're right, it's hard to write that conversation, so it's like, you know what, I'll leave it to the audience imagination, I'll just show you the consequences of it instead.
And it's like, in what world would Hopper accept it is the other question as well. Like
I said,
you ever, even off screen, write yourself away, because even if you do it off screen, you have to present it in a way that the audience can read that and say, believably, Hopper would have gone along with it. And it's, I mean, I completely agree that if they could find a way to do it, it makes for a better ending. I just wouldn't be surprised if they dropped it because they couldn't.
It's very likely.
Frank Darabont is a real personal hero
no.
of ours.
Yeah.
Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile.
Shut up.
So with those 3 references,
Yep,
like
those
keep naming them.
movies he
Come
made.
on, come on. What else has he done? You gonna say The Blob? Yeah, come on, keep going.
You don't want to be fighting at all. What you're trying to do is you're trying to talk them down.
It was sad to see this moment because it's a director talking to their actors about their motivations and how that's going to affect their actions. You don't see that from the Duffers like at all in this whole thing.
And he's just a guest director.
Yep.
What you're gonna hear from Duffers is like, "Oh, we're gonna throw blood in your face. Haha, that's not funny. Haha."
Isn't that awkward,
Or you'll have
but sort of amusing?
Finn Wolfhard being like, "Hey, was that take like good?" Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good little contrast clip as well when there's one where Darabont's filming. It's the camera zooming in on Holly at the table, and they have to pull the
that's
wall
in
apart.
you. That's in you.
Okay, I'll
Creating a
save
real
that.
environment for the crew to work in and for the cast to
I love
work
him.
in. There's just a difference to it.
There's just a difference to the way he talks about filmmaking compared to anything
Yes,
the Duffers have
there
said.
is.
That's kind of wacky, huh?
Interesting.
This is a very early Orson Welles trick.
He's the
He
kind of
knows-
fella
it's
that
just-
you could talk to forever, probably, because he'll have all of his.
He knows so much.
Yeah.
You know he knows so much.
Compare it
And
to
he
one of the
loves
Duffers
it. He
running
loves
with like
movies.
a camera in his hand and say, "Yeah, let's go do Evil Dead or whatever it was," and he's just like,
Yeah. Oh
running
my
through.
god. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, the magic of filmmaking through creating this like difficult to imagine shot, but you can do it with invention basically, and then the magic it comes through on the final end of the screen versus I'm doing Evil Dead.
Look at me go.
Very innovative stuff back in its day.
What's going on in the Abyss?
There's such a promise of some sort of battle. I mean, the thing that's cool is the giant monster.
Kill me.
Ooh,
Is it?
no.
Kill me.
Is it?
Well, I don't know, guys. Giant monsters are pretty cool.
They sure are, man.
I mean, maybe
Gotta slay that dragon.
before you
Name
poo-poo them.
single giant monster that is cool.
Godzilla,
Rufus.
Clifford.
big red dog. Yeah.
I mean, the thing that's cool
I think
is
that's
that
all of them. I
giant-
think that's all of them.
This is one of those things where I'm just like, oh man, you've got to go. Remember you left. You gotta go, man. We'll take care of this. You go. He's like, huh?
Yeah.
He's like, we'll go. We'll do it. You go.
Yeah,
Oh.
take the day off.
Yeah.
We'll do the writing and directing, and we'll talk to the press. And you could just go lay down and
take it easy.
Just-
Man. You seem hurt, like exhausted and tired, and just out of battery. You just not
Yeah,
long.
we
You know.
got this for you, man.
Yeah,
we're
we
a
got this.
team, you know?
Go
we're
get
a team. We're
divorced.
watching out for
Whatever.
you.
I'm open to loads of different
That's-
ideas, and I think if I were running a writer's room, I'd be pretty liberal with the ideas people can bring. But like, that's one
Yeah.
just sentence that is just you're
it's-
out.
Well, it's
The thing that's
Good idea can
cool.
come
it's
from anywhere.
borderline
Giant
disqualification, and you'd be like, "What? It is cool to have a big monster." And you're like, if that's all you have to say about like the big, cool, best thing we're achieving here, it's like, the sensibilities are not matching, man. Like that's supposed to be the text, you know. What have you got about like what it is for the journeys? What's
Yeah.
happening to the characters in this
I'd
scene?
love to know, like, to ask him, what does he think made season 1 so popular? Like,
Giant
what was the
monster.
really giant monster?
Giant
what was the
monster.
cool
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
in
it had a
season
giant
1? Like,
monster in it.
what
Get
do they
fucked.
understand about their success? Because it seems like nothing.
It was that moment where the big Demogorgon killed the people. That was what everyone loved. We got to do more of that, but bigger and more and bigger.
But no Demogorgons because Demogorgon fatigue.
Fatigue. Yeah.
Or just that you guys are just mad you didn't think of a giant spider. It's like, damn it.
Oh, that's true.
What's funny is he's saying that's what's new, and it's like you guys did do a huge monster battle in season 3. I don't know if you
Season
remember.
3.
What's new?
I don't even know what a chase looks like. It'll outrun them so quickly.
Oh,
You know,
right?
that's kind of like a writing problem that
Whoops.
you have to account for, right?
Not if it's retarded and slow for no reason, you know.
Ooh,
Yeah.
writing is easy, actually.
There we go.
They've all expressed to me, Mike and Lou, and I think they do have a point that they would like to take part in the fight. Don't give me a candlestick, please. Which is fair.
So this is what we were referencing earlier. Finn Wolfhard was like, "Can I have a weapon in the final fight, please? Not a candlestick."
He really wants a gun, and I'm just like, I don't think so.
Why?
Why not?
Yeah,
why? Because obviously you would. Obviously you would bring a gun to a monster fight. Obviously, why the fuck wouldn't you?
I mean, it's already a pretty big red flag that the idea had to come from the kids in the first place. It's
Everything
like maybe the main
does.
characters should be involved in the final battle. Yeah, that's a good idea. Now they want weapons to be involved in the final battle. No, I don't know if that's a good idea.
It makes sense that Nancy is shooting every gun known to man, but we can't be having guns for anyone else. We've said it. She took up all the guns. She's a gun girl.
No. Also, like,
there have to be some.
We talk about Finn Wolfhard, but it's obvious that there are other sort of actors implied there too, because he goes Mike, which is Finn Wolfhard's, and he almost says Lucas, which I'm guessing is Caleb McLaughlin's character.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a bit awkward in that moment. He refers to them by their character names, like
yes,
actor names, bro.
Yeah, but it's obvious like it was more than one of them who.
There have to be some monsters in the abyss.
I agree.
There has to be Demogorgon, bat, dog, like something.
Those are the three.
Well, so what happened?
Well,
yeah.
Ripperooty.
So what did what did happen? What?
And you can tell like he's nervous about like sort of bringing this up. He's like, should we have like?
Then they'll kill the kids, and we can't have that, so they won't be there.
I mean, it is difficult for them to actually justify how they would win, because the Demobats were really effective, especially if you're dealing with a giant, like an army of them, I mean, right? A swarm, they'd be dead.
Yeah.
The Demo Dogs, they're even more difficult. And then Demogorgons, you guys are dead. You're just dead.
There was another whiteboard outline, I think, which actually included a mid-stage battle. So at some point, they did try to accommodate this. And I know there was another idea at one point where some of the characters would be walking through like a field of eggs that the Mind Flayer have been laying, like Demogorgon eggs, I guess just for an alien reference, really. But they did at some stage plan to address this problem, and then at some point during that process said, nah, doesn't matter.
So this has to be fake. They wouldn't be this retarded. Like that's what the conformity gate people are dealing with. They're like, there's no way it could just be this stupid. It's not possible.
Now we have the behind the scenes of them being retarded. So it's like you can't really deny it anymore.
Maybe there'll be a real behind the scenes that we'll see. This is the fake one they put out to convince you that their show was real.
They're actually acting here. It's like it's all staged.
It's pretty clever.
It's crazy if there's nothing there, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Feel wonder about demo fatigue at the.
Demo fatigue.
I have bad writing fatigue. That's what will really wear your soul down.
Demo fatigue, man. What is that? You know for a fact that superhero fatigue has gotten around, like in writing circles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh gosh, these people are delusional. They're schizophrenic. Take them out of this writing room right now.
You have a cool monster that you've done a couple of things with. Like, you can use those in all sorts of ways. You could do it. It's your job to make it not fatiguing.
Yeah.
And ultimately as well, it's the logic of the plot that has to override it. Okay, let's say hypothetically you've already used every single Demogorgon scene you could ever use. There's nothing new you could do with them, and it might be a bit fatiguing. Still, if the logic of the plot requires them to be there, either write a new plot or put them there. Don't just say, well, the logic requires it, but the audience don't want it, so never mind.
Heading into Mordor, and it's like, all right, so what do Sam and Frodo encounter? It's like, would it be orcs? And like, we've seen too many orcs, it can't be orcs. Like, oh, well, but Mordor's like filled with orcs. It's like, yeah, but they've seen too many. Okay. What? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with that.
How's script writing?
Good. It's gonna be sweet. It's good stuff. Pretty epic shit.
You have another running scene?
That's his question for them. It's not like, what is my character going to go through, or what like kind of headspace am I going to be in, or anything. It's just, do I run? Yeah, sure do, bud.
There's definitely running. We're just gonna kind of step you through the big beats.
This part was particularly fucking funny.
I love big beats.
We got to sell this root system, interlocking and pulling, and then we have to sell that there's a rift directly over top.
What he's describing, of course, is the system of Hawkins, upside down abyss, like that series of, that's the map now.
So we have
We have the abyss with its mountains and floating boulders, and then we have an upside
Bear in mind, these are the people who are going to have to make this shit.
down version of the abyss with mountains and floating
See,
boulders.
they don't have the luxury of just getting to fuck around. They have to
Nope.
like make something real. They
Yeah,
have
we-
to
yeah,
create
they have
something
to
that's
construct the
tangible.
thing.
Yeah, and they have the double layer of I need to understand what you're doing storytelling-wise, and then I need to convert that into an actual practical problem to
I have
solve.
to move pixels and shit. I have to make something look like a thing.
The sky
I don't
of
get
the
to
upside
just
down.
esoterically describe
So
something.
so that if you went through the clouds in the upside down, you'd hit upside down boulders.
How fucking confusing and unnecessary this is.
Yep.
Why did you do this?
Yeah. And that when it moves, the boulders move with it.
What?
When what move? When what?
So
moves, the boulders move with
when the
it?
abyss upside down starts crashing down into the upside down of Hawkins, the boulders will move with it instead of staying where they are, if you know what I mean. So they wouldn't slam into the ground, they move. But even though it's like, well, but okay.
There's a problem here. Like, we've all seen the thing he's describing, and we're struggling to connect what he's describing to something we've seen in an episode. Those poor people haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, they didn't even have the
all
visual.
the
I mean, it's a
Make
fucking
the thing that
nightmare.
we see. They have to create the thing that we are going to see, and unlike the Duffers, where they can hide behind these vague, nebulous rules about what makes good or bad writing, they have the problem of you're dealing with something that people are going to look at with their eyes, and people will just respond in a certain way depending on what it looks. You have to convey real information.
The difference between Duffers and these people is that these people, unlike Duffers, can't go, well, it happened off screen.
No, they have to make it.
They have to make
They
it,
have
yeah,
to
which
create
sucks.
it.
They're like trapped in the Duffer's insane writing, and it's not fair because they don't even understand what the fuck they're supposed to be making, but they have to make it or they'll get fired. They'll get screwed over. And then, of course, they don't even get all the information they need, by the way. There's sequences, I think they're in here, of them being like, can you hurry up and tell us what you're doing, what's even happening? Because he has that complaint later. It's a famously quoted one on Twitter at this point, but you'll see it in context. It's just... Man, the Duffers' laziness, it doesn't just make it difficult for, like, them. As in, like, it's not like they're like, oh, God, this problem I gotta solve. It's like, everyone's waiting for you.
Yeah.
And
then you think to yourself, no wonder Marvel does what it does with its shitty writers. They're like, we're not waiting for you. We're gonna start making the movie. Like, you can catch up.
It's also, like, it's so jarring. I mean, as you guys mentioned, like, contrasting Duffers with these specific, like, people who actually, do their jobs. And there's, like, a moment before where we saw a stunt double. And to contextualize it, like, stunt doubles risk their fucking lives every day on the set.
Yeah.
And you contrast it with Duffers.
Cut them some slack. They don't care about
hired
writing.
some stunt writers.
The other thing as well is how they explained it, right? We get to see it in full. Obviously, I've cut this down to avoid copyright problems, but they're very bad at explaining things. They don't even encourage, like, the knowledge that the production designers understand the story element. Like, what I'm saying is, you start with, hey, so you have Hawkins, right? And the Upside Down is basically a mirror reflection locked in a particular timeline, right? And they're like, yeah. And then you can say to them, like, what's above? And they go, I guess sky. And it's like, so our idea is above, you could imagine like another Hawkins Upside Down set, but flipped again. And then you draw a picture. You're like, do you understand already where I'm going with this? And if not, we can start again. That's sort of like leading them in to learn it instead of just dropping the whole thing at once and just hoping for the best. Because they do this again with the actors. I'm not sure if the clip comes up soon, but it's very funny. Because nobody understands what the fuck they're saying.
A change as we keep writing it.
All right.
How do I express my dissatisfaction in a way that is not too conspicuous?
This guy, I love that he's just like, he has the laptop, he has the phone, right, to take notes, but at some point he just closed it, just gave up.
Like, yeah, what's the point of writing this down?
What the fuck is
what is the point?
We
What's
went
the
from having to design the Upside Down, which they've consistently done for the 4 seasons, to now you've got another 2 huge biomes to take care of that relate to the Upside Down in an Upside Down way. You're like, what? Why?
Also, kind of come up with all the visual details on that because we have nothing. It's just.
Well, by the way, all of it blanketed in a flesh wall. Since when? Since now. Cool, man.
I hate being alive! I hate being alive! I
His face. Oh my god.
That's bad when your internal monologue sounds like Boogie. You're in a bad place, man.
This is the abyss.
Yeah, here it is.
The abyss is. Hold on. Okay. Where?
It's like in the sky.
It's in the sky.
Let me use my phone.
But he showed all the actors, and they're just like, "What?"
It's all very.
Yeah, that's the face of reassurance. Like, you basing this on science, huh?
It's called interstellar science. All right, it totally checks out. Believe me.
Realistic.
Are you consulting somebody?
When you guys read 8, it will make more sense.
We can't explain it. You'll just read the script. Don't worry about it. Like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Script.
When you see the whole picture, like individual pixels don't make a lot of sense, but when you see the full image, one brush stroke does not a magnum opus make.
Well, you keep kicking the can down the road until there's no more road, and you're just like, fuck it, bye. You're like, what? Wait, what about what? You're just like, eh.
I mean, dude, the devil's in the screen direction. We're gonna get a script, and it's gonna be like, oh, there's the other like 70% of business that we couldn't account for.
There's the other 70% of business that we couldn't account for.
And that's got to be really...
What a depressing fucking number.
Yep.
They're having to work.
Half. A good amount more than half.
Like, what I'm guessing he's saying, right, is they've got concept art and they've got an outline, and they can start work, but once they get the specific script, they're either scrapping significant portions, or they have to make a shit ton more to contextualize what they have.
Mm-hmm.
That
and whose
sucks.
fault is that? There's one bottleneck.
We find out the Duffers make it clear that production and Netflix were annoyed at them for how long they took with the script, and I don't have any sympathy if they are literally waiting for you and you had 3 fucking years to make the script.
That's got to be how much a day or how much a month? It can't be that much a month for 3 years.
I say it's unacceptable to be given that kind of time and not doing anything.
They already, because of COVID, got delayed for season 4, and they said that they gave them time to plan out season 5. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, these guys can't appeal to any shit about, like, man, but the creative juices aren't flowing. That would not be considered acceptable for them. They have to produce, but you
like,
don't.
back in the
even though
day,
you're the guy who created the show and get paid the big bucks.
It used to be that there'd be like shows where there'd be 20 plus episodes a season.
Yeah,
you just had writers like they were just like powering through. They were just committed. I think like TNG had like 25, 26 episodes.
Well, yeah, and it was typical that these shows would be turned around in like 6, 7, or 8 days.
It's the problem we talked about before. If you're into one of these shows, by the time you've wrapped on watching like season 1, it'll be like season 2's starting in like 4 or 5 months. You're like, oh, cool. I'm still kind of into this, And it cycles then until the end of the show. Meanwhile, these days, it's like, ooh, those 8 episodes were cool. When do I see the next 8? It's like, 3 years from now. Okay. Like the...
I mean, in the case of Ahsoka, what's it going to be, like 4 years?
Well, a good example, unfortunately, is The Gentleman, right? When that next season comes out, and we're like, well, I got to rewatch, because I've forgotten a lot of The Gentleman at this point.
Yeah, that's true, because it's already been over a year.
I mean, they can take their time with Ahsoka. They can postpone it forever, and I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll be happy.
Fair point.
Definitely. It's also like, this is the only and the first time I will ever make this statement, but I think Netflix should have been stricter with this shit.
Yeah.
The thing is that it seems like Netflix isn't very strict at all. You can kind of do whatever you want.
Oh, and unfortunately, this would be the one they wouldn't be, because they're like, Duffers know what they're doing. They've made a super popular show. They know what they're doing.
It's just, I can't believe there was not a single like Netflix executive. Because when Duffers say like, oh, they bullied us, like they were like, we were under like strict conditions or whatever the fuck they said about like they had to hurry or something, which is very ironic. I'm sure they're like referring to like probably a few emails that Netflix sent them. Like, is it done? Is it done? Something like that. I can't believe there's not like a strict Netflix executive overlooking this and being like, this is...
Yeah, the Duffers have brought us so low, we're begging for studio interference. Please send a money man in. Tell them that they've got to actually do their job.
They have to be held accountable financially.
But why do we have to have them in the desert?
Because they run through the entire cave system.
So they're talking about the stupid mindscape inside the abyss, inside the upside down. And he's like, why are they in the desert? It's like, well, listen, the script fucking says so, okay? They run through a cave system.
Henry is chasing them now. They run out the upper exit and then down into the desert.
Oh my god, I would hate having to do this.
And then I don't know what the fuck happens to
him. That's one of my favorite ones. That's a great one.
I don't know what the fuck happens.
You're not going to get a final script in time for you to do this, so we're going to have to base it on conversations with them.
That's it.
God.
That's great, man.
That's gonna be great.
I'd be so fucking ashamed if I heard them say candidly, like, yep, they're not going to get it done for us, so we've got to compensate. You know, like, they've basically come to peace with the idea that it's like, you're incompetent and we have to make up for it. Cool, thank you.
And you can make, like, if you are going to fall back on relying on conversations with them, you can still make that work, but it means those conversations have to be really detailed, really useful, and really fruitful, and
they are
have to
useless.
be noted properly. And as we've seen already in this, they're so vague. Exotic matter, question mark? That's not a useful conversation.
They can't give you specific,
what are we talking about? Like,
you know, a specific idea of what they're thinking about, because they don't know. They're not sure. They haven't figured it out. Why did they release this? I don't know. They are that full of themselves. They thought that this would make them. For the record, they went through this whole thing and approved it.
And endearing or something.
The director of this documentary said that the Duffers approved all of this. They watched it and said, "Yep, put this out."
I'm pretty sure they probably didn't, or they did, but they scrolled on their phones the entire time and didn't pay attention.
Reddit says we should release the footage.
We're just gonna have to figure it out.
Ross and I had no interest in writing at all.
It has to be great.
Well, yeah, we're not gonna shit the bed at the end.
Obviously, they didn't, but you know, someone did.
No.
We're inside the ribs of this monster, basically. It's like what's the guy with the nose that grows?
Oh!
What's the guy? What's the guy with the nose that grows?
Yes, chat. He's talking about that fella. Yes, he is.
What's the guy with the nose that grows?
Cause like you can tell when someone knows what they're referring to, but is blanking on the name, and just like for some reason your brain just does not work for a moment. This is like he legitimately does not know what Pinocchio is.
Pagliacci, right?
Yeah, if it was in the context of, oh my god, my brain has just like erased the word from my head. I reference it all the time. What's going on? Is that versus?
Well, yeah, I mean,
hey,
we
what's
do
that?
all the time.
What's the dude in like the armor with the red sword? He's like in the space movie. Like, really?
Pinocchio. It's like when Pinocchio gets swallowed by the whale.
Like you have a melting office building. I don't know what to say.
I love that quote. You have a melting office building. I don't know what to say.
No, we gotta flood it. I think it's gonna be one of the more memorable things. Definitely. As crazy as it is.
I mean, yes,
man.
The cum room was one of the more memorable things.
It really
was.
was.
People kept calling it the cum room, and it's not.
They didn't anticipate that at all. They were just like, nah. Melted white creamy goo all over
white
everyone.
Viscous, yeah, goo.
It's like, why? What does it do? Where is it from? How come?
Where does
what's
it
up with all the
from?
melted soldiers? Did we learn anything about that? How come it didn't melt our characters? How come it hardened all of a sudden? What a weird little side plot with the goo.
And that's the thing.
goo room.
Imagine they
Goo
just
room.
cooked up pieces of this and they said, there's going to be a whole sequence where they're in a building that's melting. And you're like, oh, I've seen Stranger Things. How does that come to be? Well, there's like a chaotic sort of elemental shield generating, biome creating energy field that they disrupt. You know, I'm just gonna get started on the melting room. I don't really, you know what? You don't need to worry about me understanding it. And you know for a fact, if they had the benefit of seeing the show completed before planning this out, it wouldn't help.
Nope.
Like, what the fuck do you have to say about why there's melting rooms? We went over this. Like, I don't know. I don't know why there's melting rooms.
There's a bit, I don't know if it comes next in this even, but they do try and the Duffers try to pretend like this is in some way relevant to anything to do. Like they say something like, obviously, like, we need this to force Nancy and Jonathan to have this conversation. It's like, you don't need the cum room for that.
No.
There are so many ways of forcing that conversation. The cum room is just you being weird.
all the crew members would walk by and go, "Have you read it yet?" You know, it was like they knew. Ooh.
These people, oh god, all these people that always
I
the
know, this
production,
lady from Emerald
costume
City is like,
designers, visual
"These
effects
guys are messed
people.
up."
It's like the Simpsons.
I hope
thing.
that
Oh.
I hope that never dies either. That gesticulation where you take your collar and you kind of open it up a little bit, like you're letting air in or out. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you're nervous.
I love it.
We don't see that as much as we should. I
It
really
feels like
do
an oldie,
that.
but it's a goodie.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goldie.
You have to empathize with your characters and you have to be able to feel for them, to be able to fight for them, to be able to play them.
It's like, yes, correct. And of course he says that. The guy who's like the best actor on the show. Oh, well.
In his mind, he's gone back home. You could go anywhere. This is a choice. You could be anywhere, right? He's decided to go back home.
That's all he has to say. Yeah.
So yeah, to be clear,
that's the actor explaining it to.
Yeah, to be clear on what's happening, like this is the actor like creating the story based on what's being provided to him.
What's key, as far as I've gathered from Jamie Campbell Bower, is like I said, he treats what they've given him as gospel, and it's great. I think no matter what, it's probably his method. Like if I just absorb it 1-to-1 exactly, I can get focused and just go with it. What he's doing now, so he's discovered is like, so this whole set is in his house, his childhood house. You haven't told me why, so I assume this is why, blah, 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 blah. And then the Duff is just like, yeah.
How this clip leads in, he says, it's Jamie Campbell Bower says, I had some thoughts last night, I wonder what you think of them. And so like, he just spent one evening, basically, not even probably being paid to do it, coming up with a better backstory for Vecna than we get.
As long as it doesn't contradict anything the Duffers have, then he'll put it up. You know, it's like a.
I mean, what they've got is so vacuous that it
there's nothing there anyway. So,
you know,
and
so
by the way,
can do this.
I would fully encourage and love this for any actors. Go right ahead and stuff. I would almost want to poke him further and be like, "Do you think there's anything in the script that could change? That could maybe be fixed?"
Well, the problem is that unfortunately, he probably feels like it's not his place to do that.
Yeah. Well, and it probably makes you a very sought-after actor. If you don't, rock the boat.
Well, it just seems like there is this attitude of don't tread on like other people's, like you're an actor, you're not like the screenwriter, so like shut the fuck up. Like you don't really get to provide, you don't get to change the story. That sort of attitude. It's like, it's unfortunate here because I mean the dude's got good instincts.
Yeah, and there's just this sense that because I really to bounce on what you just said, right? Like each individual production element, everyone is like, we're a part of a major, enormous team. I'm going to do the best I can with what you've passed to me, and then pass that to the next person. And I believe they'll do the best they can. Everyone respects each other's integrity. You know, we make this; it's going to be great. Like that's a really good attitude for a cohesive team that gets the job done. Unfortunately, it doesn't, like, I'm sure it's worth a hell of a lot to them as a team, as artists that made this, but what's happened is you've pissed off, like, the whole world. So, like Game of Thrones, you look behind the scenes, they worked really hard. And you're like, yep. And I'm sure you had a team that, passed it, you worked, it's just like that. Obviously, what I'm trying to say is, like, it's really like, you wouldn't want to change any of this, would you? And it's like, yeah, I would. It's like, well, it's working so well. It's like, well, let's see how it goes when we replace the Duffers. How about we get them out and we shove some other people in? Let's just see what happens.
It's such a tragic story, too, because, like, Kit Harington came out, like, this week, I think. He said about Game of Thrones that he gets pissed off when people criticize the last season. And Emilia Clarke said something like that too recently, and it's just like it's sad because you see their perspective. You're like, you did really work hard on this probably, and you put your heart and soul in it, but also it's kind of shit.
But like nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody actually cares.
There's a bit of I don't want to call it ignorance. It's like narrow-sightedness as to, it's like you have a perfectly valid perspective. I know exactly why you're annoyed. You lived through the whole thing. You saw everyone working their asses off, and then you have a bunch of people who have no idea what it was like, shouting at you, saying like this pathetic, useless, blah, 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 what have you done? But you have to respect there are other people. Their perspective is that they got incredibly invested and they supported the hell out of this project, and that they felt betrayed by like the story that was told. And I know that sounds insane. But like this is the thing. Is like I'd love to try and bridge that gap if everyone's invested in actually try to understand each perspective. You'd be like, okay, let's calm down and think carefully. Like for Emilia Clarke, for example, it's like you've said the decisions were like crazy, out of this world in terms of like, oh god, can you imagine someone being so invested that kind of destroys their whole like perception of how they've spent their time invested in this show? And you could be like, well, that's sad. It's like, you can call it whatever you want. It's happening. It's
the benefactor of that, so.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, how do you think there's millions and millions of dollars involved? Why do you think that's happening? Why do you think people are so willing to spend that kind of time and money on it? And then, of course, it's like, the other seasons didn't have this effect. Do you ever wonder what the difference is? Did you work not hard on those, but hard on these ones? Or you worked hard on all of them, right? So,
yeah, it's kind of natural, and it's almost unavoidable. And like, some actors in particular, they have this weird. It is kind of a labor theory of value. They think work hard equals valuable, and it's like, and you can understand it. It's an innately sort of human impulse. I worked so hard on Jon Snow's 17 different variations of saying she's not my queen. So like, you know, it's offensive for people to be told that they should rewrite all of that because I worked really hard for it. But lots of people who just dig holes work really hard. It doesn't make it valuable. The value comes in the perceptions of the audience. Ultimately, it's a relative theory of value. You don't get to determine valuable to the stories because that's what you're making here. It's a story. You can work so hard, as all the people in this behind the scenes stuff do, and all the stuff that we haven't included. All the people making the sets, they work really hard. Some of their work is really good, but if it's in the context of something that isn't, then unfortunately that work will not go recognized. It perhaps the same degree as it should in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
It takes you, you know, you spend like an hour crafting a really awesome sandcastle, and then you spend a few minutes aggressively, but with lots of effort, destroying it. Then you spend another hour building it back up, and then another 10 seconds destroying it. That's a grand total of what, like 2 hours and 20 seconds work, and what do you have is just a pile of sand. It's actually not distinguishable from just nothing at all. Like, well, you still put a lot of work into that to make it what it is currently. And I'm describing something that could end up in a modern art museum, and I don't even say that 100% derogatorily. Okay, there's some modern art pieces that are really fucking cool. We often reference the robot that's trying to clean up its own leaking oil. Remember that one?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's a bit... I just don't know how else to say it. It's like a lot of effort can go into a thing, and that is completely appreciable, and we can see that in the behind the scenes. But you still created something that, you know, that's an ordinary, and they would agree with this. If someone worked really hard to cook them, you know, a shoe, you're not eating that. It's not happening. What if I season it really well? It's like it's a shoe, man. I'm not eating that.
The thing is,
why you don't like soul food?
Ooh, well done. That's nice. But the thing with that is, as well, the point of failure, though, is almost invariably it is the writing. That is the thing. It's the thing that Duffers are primarily responsible for on this season.
Yeah, it's the story.
It's arguably the cheapest thing to make. I've made this point in the context of like video games before. It is by far the cheapest thing to do because all you need is Microsoft Word, and that's it. It doesn't take you that long. No modeling, no prep, no animations, no keyframes, nothing. You just need a Word document. You don't even need a Word document. But it's the cheapest thing to do, and it's the thing that goes wrong. And if that thing goes wrong, everything else will tend to go wrong too, no matter how good the quality of the sets are. You are fucked if your writing is fucked. So get the writing right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, it's kind of random, but Finn Wolfhard just hosted SNL, and he brought out Gaten and Caleb on it. It's just so cute.
No.
In the same house, it's almost like it becomes this perfect vision of what he wanted it to be, what it never was. That makes it so human.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna steal that and tell everyone that I thought of it. Hey, cameraman, turn that off.
It's canon now. It's in my story.
And what you wanted your dad to be. And
Right.
Yeah.
And I had no friends. No one but Patty.
I like how his interjection of what you wanted your dad to be. His dad wasn't in that version.
That's why
at all. So the one thing he opens his mouth for, and it's not compatible at all with what he's being given. Like he couldn't just shut the fuck up. He had to just interject with something wrong in the middle of it.
Someone's talking to me about character. Does this mean daddy issues?
Yeah,
no,
I know about those.
Fuck.
I wish my dad taught me how to read.
Yeah. That's great. That's a great way. I love it.
Look at him moving his little hand, his little fingers down there.
Yeah, they show him putting on the mechanical glove, and then it's connected with the flesh. It's cool. But, you know, there's a lot of effort that goes into.
A lot of people work very hard.
Reality, right? It feels much more real.
It's sad.
And sad. And gives it a purpose.
and gives it a purpose. The
God
actor,
forbid
the actor
something
says
in
to
your
the
show has a
writer.
purpose.
It's
I
funny to
found
me
a way
because
for this to mean something.
that is
writer.
accidentally a backhanded sort of thing. It's like we could give this whole set piece that is going to be involved throughout the season a purpose. Then the writer's like, It's like, oh, okay.
Which is lovely.
We must have went through maybe 100 different looks, anywhere from like a person.
Probably be careful in the copyright, but I've left the thing open here because I don't want to be able to see these different designs.
See these nuts.
What I find by
It's
looking at
actually
these
fully clothed.
is a lot of them are like, obviously they're unfinished. But they feel a little bit more otherworldly than Vecna ended up, as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Yeah, like this one, it would depend on what like the little hood cowl thing sort of looks like in his, but the shape, like the skin is smoother. He's like taller. He doesn't have like a mouth, which would imply that if he speaks, he's not actually physically moving lips, but it's almost like the sound that just sort of comes out of him, like you hear it in your head.
Yeah, this is, for me, this is the problem. I wouldn't want to judge any of these before I know what is Vecna. And the thing is, you're like, well, it's a guy who got sent to the Abyss, who got zapped by Abyss lightning, and then he was infected already by the Mind Flayer. And you're like, what do you remember? Nick was commenting on it. It's like all the vines and stuff that Vecna's made of is part of like the Upside Down's design, but that's not where he was made.
No.
He was made in the Abyss, which doesn't really have vines. And it's like, so what's the idea with the design? It's hard. Like,
They're relying on you as an audience member to not know the thing you just said.
Because, like, he was a person. It's like, so we can go with humanoid. That's fair as like a baseline. But what is, like, the variables? And you're just like, Abyss. It's like, what is that? What do you mean? What's happening? He's like, stuff. Tentacles. Flesh. No nose.
With like a cloak to somebody.
And some of these then start to feel like they didn't know what Vecna was. They were just throwing stuff out.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I bet I wouldn't be surprised if the writers just gave a very, very, very vague description and then told the concept artist to come up with stuff, and then they just picked the one that they like. It's like, yeah, that's just what that's what I meant right there. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We're going with that. Absolutely, yeah.
And they probably changed the story halfway through as well, because Vecna's design philosophy is kind of tied to the Upside Down. It has nothing to do with the Abyss. Like, there aren't tentacles. There's no moist, weird, gooey root shit in the Abyss. I don't think they had a conception of what that was, so they basically said, make us the general of the Upside Down. And they did that.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. And the fact is, if you had made a rock man, that would have made borderline more sense. You were like, oh, because he's from the Abyss, he's a rock person. Just like, I don't know, fuck it.
As a writer, I mean, not that I am a writer, but from a perspective of a writer, it's impossible for me to imagine that you would come up with the character and not have any visual idea of what they look like in your mind's eye. Like, it's just like maybe a feeling, because these creatures like have nothing in common aside from like they're tall and skinny.
And flashy, kind of like
more
the
human.
connections are kind of just sort of, you can tell, because these artists are probably pretty good at doing shit. They were told something that's not very specific as to who or what Vecna is.
Who was
Super
really
vague.
diseased. And then finally we used some vines as kind of a disease for him.
Like, it seems so arbitrary. There's like, I don't know, vines.
Tentacles are alien-y.
Yeah, why not? And
So
that
give
seems to
them,
work, so
And that really made it click.
there you go.
There it is.
The Maxi in episode 4, that whole sequence with Vecna coming out of the gate, I think it'll be something iconic.
Oh, yeah.
If it does, it will be iconic in a way that the monkey's paw curls a finger. That's the best case scenario for you.
And I think,
but it's
wasn't it that they were trying to evoke Vader in Rogue One?
It's Vader in Rogue One, but it's not just that, because like, if you actually look at the individual beats, the entire thing is like, it's everything he does is just made up of visual references which are quite familiar. So him emerging from the thing, they've said that was Vader in Rogue One. Obviously, it usually ends up being Vader in Ahsoka, but nevertheless, the sort of the thing with the putting the pins out of the grenades always kind of struck me as Magneto.
Yeah,
and he raises his arms to revive the Demogorgons. Obviously, that is the Night King.
Yeah.
There's one other one as well. When he pulls Will toward him, it's Snoke. It's like I've seen all of these individual constituent parts. You're not making something iconic here, particularly. What you're doing is you're using a bunch of stuff you think is iconic and slapping it all together. It's not really the same thing.
It's funny you say Snoke, and then once he's got him, as Nick was posting, it'd be Voldemort and Harry.
Voldemort,
right?
yeah.
So yeah, it's just, and that's not the cool way of being inspired and amalgamation and creating a mix and then a new thing. It's the shit way. It's the I know that, and I know that, and I know that. Here they all are. Enjoy. Because, yeah, I guess we have to admit at this point, the Rogue One Darth Vader scene is iconic because loads of people copy it, including future Star Wars shit. And it's like, okay, well, I guess, that's got its reputation, even though Rogue One sucks. It's like that. But like this, I wonder if anyone... I mean, Rogue One does suck. Like, it's broadly.
The third act is not bad. It's not
There's
great,
an entertaining
I think
7-8 minutes in the third
what hit me
act
about
that's cool. Yeah.
the worst viewing for Rogue One was after Andor for me. Going from Andor and then watching Rogue One, I was like, oh.
It's like it is a notable step down.
The dialogue, man, it just crashes. It's not fair. But
the best thing Rogue One did is allow Andor to happen.
Yeah. But I wonder if anything will be created in future. They'll go, oh man, we're trying to sort of evoke a Vecna's arrival in the Max Z here. Everyone, the famous scene.
I just don't see it.
No, I don't either.
Also, it's amusing to me just how uncreative and unimaginative they are. They just can't think for themselves. They can't come up with anything. And that's what you guys just mentioned, like, this is a huge example of that. Also, like, even in smallest little things, like when they had Hopper and 11 seemingly, like, probably say farewell and they're, like, bored thing, they just say lost in translation moment instead of, like, they hug or, like, what specific thing that they're gonna do in the scene or say to each other. No, it's just lost in translation because they only function in reference to other movies and other pieces of fiction.
By the way, unfortunately, we only have about 50 minutes before we hit our cap, so...
There's no way we're doing the
15? Stuff, right? 50. So we'll probably be able to finish this video, but we will have to find an alternative route to sort out the KK stuff. I have an idea. We'll deal with that when we get to it, though.
Okay. These kids to hopefully not die, which is fun. Mike kind of gets to be a leader. It's been a long time, I feel like, since we've seen that.
Does he?
The one, Rags, kinda not. Like, it's for a few seconds he leads some kids away from danger, but the most important part is, oh yes, Mike Wheeler, the leader. That's how he's known. When has he done that? Basically season 1?
It's been a long time.
It's crazy how much work season 1 has done to, like, solidify everyone's view of what the story of Stranger Things is. They're mostly referencing season 1 whenever they reference something positive, like in a broad sense.
Resting on your laurels is, oh boy. That first season won a lot of weight.
I feel like you have to just, like, paint in people. Like, it's just so empty.
Thanks, kid. It's
Their
just that
response
easy.
to that, by the way, is, but there's going to be Demogorgons. You just can't see them yet.
There's going to be loads of stuff, don't worry. Fireworks.
Quite answering his point, and it's probably, I mean, I like it when an actor is able to, obviously show some talent beyond acting, especially when their acting talent is questionable, because it shows they have potential other career choices, but you should probably take that a little bit more seriously when someone is quite a new person to this field and saying, yeah, your shot composition basically sucks, which it does.
I don't know if we had the same intensity as that other tape. Like something felt
alive, or we're getting bored with it.
I have a feeling that they're getting bored with Stranger Things overall. It would explain a lot of how they've treated the creation of this season, but like, how are we feeling on the worst season? What does everyone here think?
I would say this one, yeah, 5, then 3, 2, 4, 1.
Yeah, well, I was just the question was just it's usually 5 versus 3, but it seems like most people are settled on 5 at this point.
Oh yeah,
5's too multifaceted. It's so complex, and they have so many new things that they've introduced, and I mean it has the potential to be the best, but it also has the potential to be the worst because it's the culmination of so many things.
It is.
Because so much is forgotten and so much stuff is bizarrely introduced and goes nowhere and nothing makes sense. It's too much. It's got to be the worst.
3 is almost completely ignorable as well now. Like, you don't really need it to have. Like,
I mean, true.
Billy dying, I think you kind of need to know that Billy dies. But beyond that, what in?
I mean, I get it. I don't like that as a sort of like. Don't worry, you just thought you could like as a positive point. It was meaningless anyway. It's like that should be a negative, really. If anything,
I guess in the sense, well, yeah, but by that I mean it does less damage to everything around it because it is now just you can quarantine it. It doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean it's anything other than really shit. But it does mean that the type of shit it isn't poisoning everything, which 5 unavoidably does. Even without that analysis, I'd still say 5 is worse. Just the amount of
I'm inclined to agree. I wonder if we would conclude the same if we did this sort of breakdown for 5, like for all seasons, but I'm pretty confident 5 would still come out the loser, I think.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We are shooting episode 8, which isn't completely written yet.
So there was a lot of people saying it's fine that they hadn't written season 8 when they'd started filming the series, and I was like, okay, but there's a quote where they say they're filming the 8th episode while they're writing it, so you going to defend that? I don't think you should. I think this is really bad. You understand? Well, hang on. They're about to say a thing.
We don't even fully know what's going on.
So there's that, right? They don't even fully know what's going on, which to me seems like you could maybe get away with it, as in like, wow, we're really.
What part you're doing.
Yeah. There's a chance, but like, why are you gambling so hard? And then, of course, just throwing that in because true.
Why is this not working?
You know.
I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
Us actors will get confused.
Are we gonna see the Bill Murray clip come in from Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania?
No,
That's what comes to mind.
I was trying to get this done fast, but there's so much you could do with this in a theoretical video I would encourage anyone to. But so yeah, see this? They haven't experienced certain events or had certain emotions, right? He's talking about. It's so stupid to me that you'd even have to say this. You know, it's hard to film an episode when we don't even have the script because there are certain expressions on actors' faces that might need to be there, but we won't know until it's too late. You know, like saying that as though it's like, hey, this is something to consider. It's like, how could that? How are we at this point where someone's pointing this out?
It is definitely a "how did we get here" moment.
And it's the problem, of course, as well is like they're not going to film all the scenes in sequence, and they don't necessarily. For example, they got 1 through 10. Like we're filming 3. You're like, okay, but does anything happen in 1 that should be represented in 3? And it's like, well, we're not done with 1 yet. Okay, but okay. I mean, we can just okay, we'll just film it, I guess.
As actors will get confused as to where they are. They haven't experienced certain events or had certain emotions, but the elements of summertime look.
And he's like, we gotta film this now because it's summer. And it's like, well, yeah, if only they had a completed script, man. That'd be great. That'd have been cool. Maybe even a redrafted one. Could you imagine?
Look, from episode 8 need to be shot now.
They need to be shot now? That's probably fair.
Well, if you don't have a script to shoot them now, that could be problematic. Could run into some issues.
Oh, I just meant out of context. They need to be shot now. It's just amusing.
Never read 8 through.
Killed him.
I've never read 8 through.
We're just shooting it.
Look at her, she's laughing. You're laughing. They're talking about a balked production and you're laughing.
You're laughing.
I've never done anything like this anymore.
They were never afraid of failing.
We were getting hammered
true.
Constantly by production and by Netflix for
bad too bad.
Hammered.
It is unreal.
Gave you 3
it is unreal.
How can you complain? Like how? We were getting hammered? Of course you were. You're failures.
They are paying $400 million. It literally an incomprehensibly large amount of money they are giving you. The human mind cannot fathom a number that large to make this season. Yeah, they're hounding you. They have every right to be hounding you. It's their money. It's $400 million.
You got a horde of people who can't do their work because of you. That's not the deal, bro. I love that he makes sure to mention Netflix are pissed off, and so are production. Production is basically the crew.
Yeah.
That's insane. What are you doing?
Back to you because you're gonna fire them, you bitch.
Fire.
Episode 8. Just being honest and truthful with the show has always worked out for us.
What?
I don't know.
I don't even know what that means. Honest
That's
and
the kind of
truthful
thing
with
you
the show.
say. That's like the pre-interview quote that you get as you sit down for one of these interviews where you say something completely mind-bogglingly retarded that everyone mocks you for. It's like, no, it's always
Like,
honesty is the best policy, really.
Worked for us. What do you mean worked for you? What does it mean to not work out with the crew? Like, did they like what, plan a coup? Like, what do you mean worked out for you? In what way?
It worked
I mean, your
out.
seasons have been shit.
Well, I guess you could say it has worked out up to this point, up to season 5, right? Like, it has kind of worked out for him.
Yeah, it has, in a sense.
I guess we got away with it, if that's what he means.
That's the way to put it, yeah.
I agree. It has worked out for you, bitches.
Very often, when you are directing, your job is to make the thing better than the script. But
that would be fairly easy. You think?
Problem is, it's the next
that's
bit
a complicated question. That's a complicated
Bit of a
statement,
shitty thing to say, isn't it, really?
Well, it's not what he
Yeah, my
feels.
job as the director is to, like, make your work, is to actually make it better than it is.
Well,
Like,
don't
it's a-
worry, Friggy.
yeah.
He'll say the nice thing. It's just not appropriate with these guys.
from beginning to end, from 2014 to now, they've always been so ridiculously good. That
They've always
my
been
job
so
is to do
ridiculously good. Fucking video essay voice here.
Yeah, he does the video essay voice, yeah.
Yeah.
justice to them.
Oh, yeah, you know.
Okay, he's sucking.
Good old Sean.
No one knows that we're dating. Yeah, I would like to do this.
Yeah, fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah. It says you take one another's hand, right?
We can.
Yeah.
That's what I would like. It would be here.
People were annoyed
have
at this because they realized they want points for representation, but they're having to argue to get even, like, body language in as expression of a relationship.
I think it's more than that as well. It's because like she's trying to express what this actually means to the character because they're trying to keep it secret. So rather than, it's not just like the scene is dialogue spoken out loud while holding hands. What she's arguing for is that they should be leaning in and whispering because Lucas and Max don't know they're together. So it's better understanding of the characters as well as a demand for actually more representation. In all, once again, the actors doing all of the work. It's quite impressive.
Well, and good old Sean is just like, I don't think that gets in the way of anything. So it's like, go for it. Yeah, well, sure.
So I immediately go into Jedi level, rigorous problem
Shut
solving
up.
mode.
Hate you.
I'm sure he's really nice to work with, but man, I would lose it with some of these quotes with him on set. I go
Nice
into
to
Jedi
meet you.
level, rigorous problem solving mode.
Need to chill the fuck out.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot this angle. I'm gonna hold
Why?
this so I can solve this problem.
You're directing a slop TV show.
This problem that is the goo is not thick enough. You fuck off.
We need thicker goo. Add more flour to the goo.
More
Less water, more
goo.
flour.
It was torture.
This is the table read for
I
episode
don't
8.
want cum, I want boom.
It was torture.
Reading that episode, it signifies an official goodbye to our childhood.
True. It lets you know that the world is full of mistakes and failures. It can't be as happy as you'd hope it would be.
Yeah, that's right.
Fresh.
You can never go to
Hot off
season
the
1
press.
again.
Speech? No, I know. We thought about it. I was like, I just feel like.
I was
everything we wanna
lazy. I didn't feel like writing it.
Say about
This
the
production
experience
would
in the
take
show,
one
the
more
characters
year.
and
If they had
This
to
is
write a
kind
speech.
of, I think, remarkably strange. It's the final table read that they have for the entire series. And they're like, do a speech. And he's just like, it's in the script.
Yeah, like, it's weirdly autistic.
I just want to go home.
Like, I know that I guess you don't want to do it, but maybe you, like, kind of owe it to all these people to put something into it, you know?
Can't you just do it off the cuff even? Like, guys, this
You
has
figure
been an
that you
incredible
could.
experience. And, you know, we've been
You
here
think that a
together now
writer-
since...
Thank you so much
would be
for,
able
you know,
to-
essentially providing us with 10 years of your life to craft this show. Like,
Means
you know,
everything to me,
We
you
love
know.
you. We appreciate you. You've made our dreams come true. Thank you. Something like that. But instead, they're like, everything it's in the script. So
There's a revealing difference because they do one right at the end after this has all been
Well, but
wrapped
that's a
up.
different
And,
speech.
well, It's a different. Well, what I'm saying is it's kind of revealing in that one is talking all about the friends they've made, the work they've done, relationships they've built, and also it's almost like the relief that this is all done. In this context, they're being asked give a speech to sum up, season 8 production, and they have nothing to say about it. It's just that's all in the script.
That's what I'm saying. I would expect several speeches, to be honest with you. Like, wrapping particular departments, for example, deserve speeches. Wrapping up particular actors deserve speeches.
Shooting day with every actor,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got. It's part of the job of directing. Surely, it's your responsibility to make everyone fit. You can't fuck up like Ryan Johnson and allow the actor portraying Admiral Akbar to be fucking killed and then just wander off set. He's like, whoops.
So rude.
The guy was tearing up talking about it. It's so sad.
Was it? Oh, fuck. I think it was Lord of the Rings, right? Elijah Woods. The fact that they couldn't wrap it up, they kept making him say the same line over and over again.
Right. Yeah.
Peter Jackson didn't want to call it the final one.
And the crew was telling him like, just stop.
He's definitely got it this time.
No, it was so sweet. It's just that entire thing is just such a sweet thing to watch.
It's the most moving part of this behind the scenes thing as well, is that there are genuinely lovely stories that happen, and you can tell that loads of these people, they've grown up together, they have these really close relationships. They are really sad that this project that's been their life for, in most cases, certainly the main cast case, more than half their life is coming to an end. But all the emotion is about the story of making the thing. It's not in the thing itself. Like, that would have happened regardless of how season 5 had turned out. The same emotions would have been evoked. And it is more emotional watching their reactions to the end of their life experience than it is watching the thing that is the end of this life experience.
Thing we want to say about the experience in the show and the characters and everything is in the script. And
also, it isn't. The script does not cover that at all.
It's what's so like. I would be pissed personally. Because either you're, like, if I was an actor at that table read, quote-unquote table read, it's, because either you're assuming I'm stupid, and I won't understand what the fuck you have written, or you're just, like, lying to me straight up. I would be pissed at them after this.
Ross and I are not as eloquent speaking as we are at writing, so. Ross and I had no interest in writing at all. Ross and I are not as eloquent speaking as we are at writing, so I think
no interest in writing, and they're even worth us speaking. Oh, directors.
We'd just rather read it. Henry snaps to find Eleven stepping into the living room. A tense moment here as Henry takes in his sister for the first time in a very long time. His voice quivers with anger.
Where are they?
The reason I was including that is look at this fucking Jamie Campbell Bower's face. I know it's kind of hard to see it because of the cover.
It's very intense.
He is this to him is so important. Like, I'm just like, God, he'd be good for any production, I think.
And his sister for the first time in a
also,
very long time.
At the beginning, before the scene or before I don't know this footage, you can see him like when they're like sitting down, and he's sort of cutely like he's so different. He's just like waving, "Hello, guys," and just transform into. Because when we saw this, I thought maybe it's just how he sits, and no, it's just he's just really committing to that level.
His voice quivers with anger.
Where are they?
I need you to help them understand. Help them understand my choice.
Will you spend the rest of your life with an old, tired, stubborn, grouchy son of a bitch?
Oh, the reason this I include, I think I remove it for a second here. You can just see it's kind of pained me. They're doing the somewhat romantic scene where two characters get to express something, like something has changed, something has happened. You can just see Linda Hamilton's between them, nearer to Winona Ryder. Look at her face. What do you see it?
Loves you very, very much.
Her eyes fill with tears.
She's like
really into it.
She's like so happy for them that they get to do a moment like that. It's like, what do you have to do, Linda? It's like, well, I'm mostly just evil, and I say go there, kill that person, be evil. That's kind of my thing.
She looks more happy and into it than Winona Ryder does, which is
she doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a shit.
That tracks.
Which, yeah, Winona seems to be the person who gave the least amount of fucks on this production from what we've gathered, like in a meta way. No interviews for the production, and then she's just gone Valia. People are starting to wonder if something's gone on, like between her and the Duffers or something.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, yes, I will.
He walks away.
Wow, very
And
enthusiastic.
closes the basement door. End series.
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh,
Sean Levy's fucking crying reading the episode 8 script. I'm sorry, it's just so funny to me.
It is, yeah, no, it is funny. It is. That's very funny.
Gotta be, wow, it's something to be able to cry at that.
Yeah.
The world must be so full of wonder and emotion and passion if that's what gets the tears flowing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, even the most hardcore fans of Stranger Things didn't cry at that episode. They were just...
No, they probably
everyone
did.
was
They probably
pissed
did.
Well, it depends on what kind of
Some
fan you
people
are.
did.
Some of them would have been fucking fuming, depending on, how it went.
Writing bad script after bad script. But I mean, I remember more than anything just writing in series. And we're doing it while filming is happening.
God. Oh,
Whoops.
stop saying it like it's something to be proud of.
I know.
We're proud that the show has always,
there we
through
go.
9 years, continued to make swings in terms of storytelling.
Oh, yeah, man.
The opposite is true.
Oh, so true.
It is one of the least narratively ambitious shows, like, of the last decade.
It's also the defining feature of season 5 is that they refused to make any of the big swings. So they just said, oh, it's up to the audience's interpretation. Maybe we did swing, maybe we didn't. It depends on the audience. You can decide if we did.
Schrodinger's swing.
It's an astounding achievement that this thing hasn't gone off the rails in a burning ball of fire.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if that happens. But luckily things went off without a hitch and people love us. So, dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Hope that doesn't happen.
It felt like it could.
Working with blue screen usually ends up looking not bad.
I mean,
just
if you
an
give
interesting
these people enough
statement.
time and they're
I
talented
don't know why
enough.
you said that. I mean, it depends.
Do you remember, what were we watching? It was the behind the scenes for a Marvel movie of some kind, but one of them said, despite being on the volume, it looked good, or something like. They said something along those lines.
God, I don't know, but that rings a bell.
They basically implied that at this point the volume screen is like a hampering to special effects, and that you have to make it look good, as opposed to when they first started using it, they were like, "This has got the volume on it." Whoa.
It's incredible.
Shiny new toy syndrome, maybe.
But yes, as we've seen, the blue screen shit looks awful, so they probably know that.
Well, I mean, I was watching, the theater watching the Two Towers, and that's where we really see a whole bunch of Gollum. And obviously, he looks better in Return of the King. But even in the Two Towers, is like shit. He looks really good, and the way that they incorporate him into his interactions with the hobbits and the environments, it's stellar. It kind of blows your mind how good it looks for how this was a movie that was being put together 26 years ago. And then you have stuff like this coming out with a $400 million budget that they made. It looks so terrible.
Yep.
But if at all possible, we avoid it.
Is it like we're running into this shot, like already having seen her? No, we're running away from that thing, and I think the motivation is
moving away.
It's like it's.
How did it get so confusing? There's big spider over there.
They just don't know where it is.
So
how does this happen?
So
It's not chasing us anymore.
Yeah,
It's
that's
been
right.
so. And then someone looks and sees 11.
Yeah.
Right.
Ames, where's the monster?
Someone looks and sees 11. Like, well, which one of us is it? Because we're gonna be filming. We should know which one of us that is.
Where's the giant spider? Where did it go?
They're running away, right?
Yeah. So if they were facing here, the monster's now over that way.
Oh man, what a!
Even he doesn't really know. He
Yeah.
started pointing in a different direction.
Even season 2, we don't have anything as gnarly as Bob's.
I'll never forget my mom called me after she's like, you went too far on it.
She was right. Too far, boys.
So obnoxious.
Everyone is surprisingly emotional at your death, so I feel like you should be.
Should I cry?
Huh?
Should I cry?
I don't think you should. I don't know.
There were tears over here.
Could you imagine if Vecna had a tear? I don't know. Just be like, are we doing the humanity thing or not? I don't know.
sad.
Watching you get killed.
Yeah. Watching the cast.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel better?
Like
I think they were crying with.
Aw, like that.
I hate that.
Hey, the actor's glad that he's only worked with them this long and they like him.
Joy though, and relief, tension.
So this is a pretty funny meme. For my sons, for my family, for Max, for Bob, for Eddie, for Eleven and Will, for ruining my whole life, for ruining my life. Because I wanted to make up with Nancy and Dustin got me into this, because I was bored at work.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
That shot is so awkward of them because you know that they're like, oh fuck, what was their motivation here? How did they even end
This
up
guy's
here?
bad, right? He looks evil. I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I'm kind of sold on appearances alone that this guy should probably die.
Yeah, that's their involvement. They're like, yeah, this was all awful. I don't really know who he is though. He's like, that guy's. Oh, look at him, what a monster.
He was in the Scary Kaiju, so he's probably like a pilot or something, and he's evil.
Also, why does Robin look 100 years old?
I'm not sure. She looks way older than she did in season 3. People always throw the comparison images up.
Sweetie, how are you?
Oh wait, have you?
Hey, two legitimate actors appreciating each other. Hey.
Yep.
For the first time.
And the duffer that just said, have you not shot together? They have to tell him this is our first time together. It's like, yeah, Joyce and Vecna don't have a scene.
They haven't met.
No, they don't even have a scene of like she feels him in her brain and he's like, Joyce, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's nothing.
Nope. She was in Russia.
They fucked up. This is the ultimate hero kills villain, and they hadn't even met before. They don't know each other at all. They don't have an impact on each other beyond like was there really ever a time where Joyce fully understood a personal vengeance is required to be taken out on Vecna? Does it feel at all like Joyce knew what Vecna even was?
No. Well, she knew him at school off screen.
Well, isn't that grand? Like she knew Henry Creel, but that never gets recognized or talked about.
Like, Henry, puberty was not kind to you.
And she's like, I'm gonna fucking personally chop your head off. And the audience is like, yeah, sure, I guess. I feel like there's a huge missed opportunity here of generating a bit of a story for these guys, but okay. And yeah, I think it's just really awkward that the Duffers didn't even remember. They were like, you guys have met, right? Yeah, but you guys have whoops.
Crazy. Writing bad script after bad script.
You don't need to know whether you're good or bad. Pretty much every bad character thinks they're good in some way.
That's Linda Hamilton trying to justify why she knows nothing about her character at all. Feel bad for her. She deserves better.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a series wrap. Charlie, Natalia, Joe, and Maya.
So, I don't know, I think Platoon, you kind of alluded to this. This was the part where I actually felt something just because the actors are like, tearing up because it's the end of a huge, long adventure. So it's like,
yeah, that's gotta be crazy.
This and the basement scene as well. I think similar stories for both. Obviously, well, even more maybe for the basement scene because it's more of their life. But you can tell these people met and they're friends. They have really good relationships, and this is it. It's the end of many years worth of.
We went over how hard they would have worked, of course, and they would have met so many people, and they know they're not going to see many of them again. Not because they don't want to, but that's just how things work out. Work drags you into people. So it's like this is all genuine. You get to see like human emotion here that's like serving a purpose that's real.
Yeah,
isn't that crazy? Imagine they had that in the show.
I know.
Now, that. I wish Nick were here because he's the one that made me aware of this. Friggy is also aware of this. I'm gonna need you to think this up, if you'd be so kind.
I'd love to. I'm so excited.
Don't spoil anything, all right? I know you can read.
All right.
Oh boy. Is everyone ready to sync?
Oh, I've seen
Okay,
it.
I'm ready. Ready to
all right.
sync.
I know this.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So apparently
Oh,
the
no.
clapping and cheering wasn't strong enough, and so they added stock from Wii Sports.
It's amazing. It's
God,
fantastic.
bring
The
it.
cheering and the
Oh.
whistling noise.
Oh, and you can hear. I think they even repeat it. We should listen to this sequence.
Yeah, that's it.
That's awful. Can't you just get a couple of guys together and recreate it at least?
And it's distracting from a pretty heartfelt thing.
Yes.
Like, there's so much work that gets done.
He's tearing up while
we
trying to
don't
give a
even get to
speech.
see, we don't even get to see the amazing work that some of you guys do because it happens when we're not here. That's so great. And then it's what? It's Wii Sports.
Wii Sports of all things.
What this means, this is you putting away. Maybe this is probably too intellectual, but whatever. It's putting away childhood. So just saying goodbye.
I really hate that he hesitated to say this when that's absolutely obviously the point of it. That's the meaning of it. And he's like, I don't know if this is a bit too... Like, what do you mean too... That's thematically the idea. It's the closing of the chapter. It's them moving on with their lives. Of course that's what it means. Why are you being, like, reluctant to say it? Weird.
I'm slightly afraid of the sincerity of saying it.
That's exactly it.
Explains a lot of the writing.
We are in that era squarely. Trying to just be honest and vulnerable about, like, an actual meaningful thing is like, don't want to do that. Yeah. I guess if you can sort of say that about it. I guess. Maybe.
It's just saying goodbye.
That is a series wrap on Sadie, Caleb, Gaden, Noah, and Ben.
Just going to be careful for copyrights. I think we've made it through for the most part. I'm hoping anyway. The stream didn't go down, so that's something. Anyway, it's like, yeah, well, good job, guys, mostly.
Mostly.
Writing bad script after bad script.
They were never afraid of failing.
Why is this not working?
One more.
Yes!
I was so ready for it. Yes.
Stock clapping sound. Insert here.
I should have put that in. You're right. Now, it would have been cool to have everyone, but we'll deal with what we have. The little reading we did, as though Lord of the Rings but Stranger Things, was given a bit of an animation, and I'm gonna give it a little show if I can just get it up. One sec, hang on.
Oh yeah.
We just reloading. It's from good old 1-800-DANKY. If the stranger... I'll link...
Oh my goodness.
I'll link him up in a second. We'll just go check this out. If the Stranger Things writers wrote Lord of the Rings... Okay, so we've got to put the smack down on this ring thing. It can only be destroyed...
Don't worry, I got this. Ow.
In the fires of Mount Doom.
I just don't get it. Why can't we just fire up this bad boy and use it against Sauron? Boom, headshot.
You gotta appreciate this work here, because Steve is Boromir, right? That's what's happening. Okay, so think of Sauron like this Atari. Now, we destroy this copy of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. You might think it's gone forever, but
Atari still has the source code.
Right. But if we destroy... Mr. Clark as Elrond. Destroy the source code.
The existing copies could be buried in a landfill, and they'd eventually go bad from corrosion.
Exactly. Destroy the source code.
Destroy Sauron.
Great. So how do we destroy this source code ring? It's not like we can just hop on our skateboards and shred to Mordor.
Hang on, though. If we give the ring to someone small enough...
Sauron wouldn't be expecting it.
We could chuck it right into the fire while he's busy tripping over Minas Tirith.
And then...
No more E.T. finger guns.
Finger guns. That sounds crazy, but it just might work.
I'm gay. I don't want you to
Obviously, this is like perfect. This is the formula.
Yep.
This is what they do, and it's garbage.
It's garbage.
That was really good. That was really impressive.
That is, it's awesome. Like I said, 1-800-DAN-KEY. I'll actually, let me find the, I'll post the channel in a second, but he's made a few animations. He makes them for a bunch of channels. I think we've had a few EFAP ones before, but I think a Real BBC as well. He's also the one that did, like, he animated the, what I was pretending to be Chris Stuckber, which is quite funny. He's, his characters, his drawings, they are quite, impactful, you could say. Very, very detailed and horrifying at times.
Mm-hmm.
I just like all the effort, too, of the references. So, Gandalf is Hopper, I see. He is the chief. This all makes sense. You know, and it could have been great, Lord of the Rings, but unfortunately they didn't get inspired by Stranger Things. He wasn't out yet.
I'm just, I'm in one of those sailor outfits that the anime girls wear.
I mean, you know, it's peak Steve from season 3, right?
The whole Scoop Troop.
Yeah.
And Joe Keery wore it to, what is it called? To the wedding when you're the one marrying the couple.
When he's when he officiated or whatever it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, he officiated his friend's wedding in his Scoops Ahoy costume.
Oh, that's cool.
Assuming
that's what they were wanting.
Funny.
All right.
It's really funny. And Joe Keery was like, actually, it was like a Halloween themed wedding or something like that. Everyone else was in costume, but you can only see him with the bride and the groom in a Scoops Ahoy outfit in the middle. It's just hilarious. Oh.
Which, I guess, closes the book on Stranger Things forever. I don't think we're going to be doing anything else about it. You know, what can you say? Season 1 was fun.
I mean, we've said so much.
Yeah, you can watch all of our episodes on it if you want to know what we have to say, if you only just tuned in. Of course, you're obviously thinking, well, wait, isn't there one more topic? Well, unfortunately, we won't be able to do it before we get cut off. So we're going to instead, since it's not too long of a thing, we're going to record it separately and put it out pretty soon. It's not going to be like in the next EFAP or anything. Actually, it's really weird. I don't want to block this in as definitive, but I think most of this is going to happen. So the first episode we recorded tonight even, that'll be out in like on Moolah in about, I don't know, it's 7-8 hours, something like that. Then Wednesday, another episode is happening. It's going to be about Metroid Prime 4. We're going to have a big old discussion about it. So that'll happen, and then that'll come out on Thursday on Moolah. And then the second half of this stream tonight will go out on the 25th, that Sunday. Or rather, sorry, I guess it would be the 24th. Yeah, I think that's right. Because then the next week after, we're covering something. You know, the schedule soldiers on, ladies and gentlemen. But what we'll do is record the KK thing and release that as a mini, and that'll go out like Monday, probably, like tomorrow, I guess, British tomorrow. 24-hour plus, something like that. So you can check that out, on its own. It's not going to be like too huge or anything, but we're just going to talk about what's happened with it and stuff, and some quotes. So, also, no, I think that's everything, right? Am I missing anything broad about EFAP right now?
No, that's all the EFAP stuff, yeah.
Got it. Well, okay, so you got all that. I guess before we head out, thank you, of course. Nutsy, you were here for 11 hours and nearly 30 minutes. That's crazy. How do you feel? I'm very glad. It was very fun having you for the whole thing. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you and what awesome things are coming?
Thank you. It was fun being here. I just I don't know. I've still, as last week and the week before that, I'm still coding, studying. And, a Stranger Things video might happen. Might happen.
I mean, you've got all the ammo. That little documentary they released is everything you could need.
It is. It's and if anything, it made me even more scared. But I like a challenge.
Hell yeah.
So, look forward to that possibly. So yeah.
Awesome.
That's it.
Well, all right. Fringy, Platoon, Rags. How about you fellas?
I'm just working.
Yep,
that's
pretty
it.
much me too.
More working.
Well.
We're not talking about Game of Thrones, or sorry, Stranger Things. Fuck.
I am doing that,
That's
unfortunately.
how it happens.
So, from what I understand, I'll be on Gary's stream in 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, I think 18, between 18 and 20 hours from now, to talk about the first episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Ooh.
And then, not too long after that, Monday night British time, I'll be starting my first bit of playthrough of Expedition 33. Finally.
Ooh.
I want to check it out, see what it's all about. It'll hopefully be fun.
Amazing things.
And then other than that, I am working also. Working, as they say, as the kids say these days. Working. So, yeah. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a good night. It's been a while since we've done
everybody.
An 11.5-hour EFAP, but this is not technically that, right? It'll be split in two. Canonically, it was never that long. That's what it'll say on the sheets, but you guys will know the truth. You guys will know the truth.
Real fans.
Well, that's that. Anything else anyone want to say?
Nope.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Goodbye. Good night, everybody. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. We will see you later.
I don't like girls.
No.
No.
What a tragedy.